legions, not from us. We came for blood. We are the break the system, never budge. Kill the lawyers, kill the judge. No allegiance, not from us. We came for blood.
Welcome back to the WePlay Academy League. It's the final day here of Season 6's playoffs. We've got a consolidation final, and then we have a grand final a little bit later on today. My name's Dinko, joined by Henry for this one, and we really have been enjoying figuring out who the next stars are going to be. I think we figured out a few of them already, and now we get to see who the champions are going to be today.
There's one in my mind that's going to be playing in this upcoming game as well. That's really maybe shining a little bit brighter than everyone, but Headtrick, he really has stolen the show in terms of individual performances. Maybe a little bit too much Dingo, but the problem is he's performing amazingly well and his teammates aren't really keeping up. That's something we need to see change today, if you ask me.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, Headtrick definitely probably the standout hybrid player in this league, right? He's definitely shown his capability on the AWP when his AWP actually dipped from the server with some power outages and everything like that. So obviously he's played in the NAVI main team for a bit. He stood in for Simple earlier on in the year. If you're standing in for the greatest player of all time, I mean, that's a difficult spot to be in. Didn't go as he probably would have hoped. So, when you come back to the Academy League, this is where, we used the analogy earlier on yesterday that he's kind of like the big fish in a real small pond, and he's able to just destroy them. And so I'm expecting him to put in a good performance today, but we've seen yesterday, often it can't even be enough, Henry, because they took a loss yesterday, and then obviously against the Young Ninjas today, they're going to have to show up as well. So I feel like the Mouse NXT side, they're definitely going to be feeling a little rough about the fact that they lost that series yesterday versus NAVI Junior, because I mean that was a pretty close affair. It could have went either way, and NAVI Junior very lucky to pick that one up.
Yeah, I couldn't believe they did in the end. It has been some very crazy series throughout this tournament, to be honest, and that's what we kind of expect. I think you nailed it when you mentioned that a lot of these teams struggle to close these games out, right? I think they're all quite evenly matched across the board, like pound for pound, but as it comes to closing out games, it makes things quite wacky towards the end of these series. And we're seeing some really exciting, like barn burner closes to the maps, but still some heartbreaking moments as well. And it feels like teams that had a series in the bag, it all falls apart in the blink of an eye, it seems sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, we did have a long day every single day so far here. Yesterday, we had the 3 best of 3s, when a lot of deep maps, a lot of big score lines. And yesterday, we finished with Spirit Academy taking on the Young Ninjas, and they were able to take them down 2-0 to book themselves a spot in that grand final. And now we're going to be seeing the rest of the pathway there. We have one matchup left to decide the next grand finalist, Young Ninjas versus NAVI Junior. Now we can focus in on what we've seen yesterday. Young Ninjas came in, obviously they had to play 2 games yesterday, so did NAVI Junior. The Young Ninjas were able to take down NAVI Junior in that opening game. I thought it could have been a closer affair. I thought we were going to go to 3 in that series, but Young Ninjas definitely showed that they're more of a solid unit across the board. I think the biggest player they had to deal with was Headtrick, but they've just got a better team overall.
Absolutely. You could see that in almost every single round. We talked about Headtrick time and time again. On that overpass outing, it was the Young Ninjas pick, of course, but like a 16-6 scoreline, and your only player that was fragging at all was Headtrick. That's the problem for me. And it seemed like the basic fundamentals are falling apart. Couldn't really get going on their CT side whatsoever, only picking up 5 rounds in total. It was a bit of a mess. And you have to remember that ZTR, he's had experience in the big leagues, being the in-game leader there, and actually knows how to operate on a tactical map like Overpass. And I think that's going to be a real problem coming into this map pool. And the Veto, of course, they can just pick that up again, and it seems like a bit of a freebie for them, as I don't think NAVI Junior even anywhere close to the tactical level Young Ninjas are on that map.
Yeah, absolutely. And Young Ninjas, I think, have had some of the best T sides out of anyone we've seen so far in the competition, right? ZTR probably a big part of that. We'll take a look at NAVI Junior's map pool here. Vertigo at the top of the list for them. Total games on a 7 with a 57% win rate on that one. Mirage seems to be a map they're going to quite consistently. Played 4 times and highest win percentage over them.
Yeah, Mirage has been a bit of an interesting map for them, but I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. Young Ninjas, I feel like they're heavy favorites coming into this, because I didn't really have them on my radar as one of the academy teams to really watch out for before this tournament, but they, like you said, they're a really solid overall unit. And with these team-based maps, it feels like they just got very good timings, very good coordination. And yeah, you have to say players like Adam B as well. I'd never heard of him before this tournament, and he played fantastically yesterday. He got a 1.37 rating over the 2 maps. And Maxter as well. I know you're a big fan of him. This seems like just every individual you start to list off for the Young Ninjas, we start to realize, oh yeah, they actually had those massive moments. And even Era, a player we were maybe not that impressed with in the opening couple of maps, but towards the end of it, he was looking very, very good. So yeah, just the overall package of Young Ninjas, I feel like they'd be more than well versed to be handle any of the maps available here for Young Navi Junior.
Yeah, it's good that it's another day here for the Young Ninjas. I'm sure they're going to feel frustrated about how they lost that game to Spirit Academy last night, right? This coach stand-in the whole series. There's that crazy round where Adam B makes the mistake on overpass, comes up the CT stairs and gives them the 1 second kill to clutch, right? There was a lot of rounds that went the wrong way.
Forget about that one, Dinka. That was,
sorry, I reminded you, Henry.
That was a low point of the day, wasn't it?
Why don't we talk about the veto instead, and we'll forget about that. We'll send that one to the bin.
It's actually an interesting Biko, right? So the fact that Overpass is going to be there again, it was such a convincing victory for Young Ninjas. Will it be floated once more? Apparently it will be. So it's going to be a straight up ban from Navi of Nuke. Was that the same as what they did yesterday? Yes, that's their go-to ban. So we'll see what's coming up next. You would assume it would be the same for Young Ninjas. They removed Ancient yesterday. We'll see if that brings true. It's always a nice bit of suspense. So there it is.
All right.
As expected, same bans as yesterday. Mirage is through though.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the stats, look pretty good for Navi Junior. I think yesterday the Young Ninjas showed maybe a little bit of weakness on this too in that game against Spirit Academy. So Navi Junior feeling like they can go with this one. Interested to see. I assume we're going to go to Overpass again here for the Young Ninjas. I think when they have an opportunity to go with that, they've been pretty good at picking that one up. We'll see if that is their map pick, and it is. So they've gone through the Overpass. No surprises there, Henry. What do you think we're finishing this one? Vertigo?
I think Vertigo, it seems to be the great decider in the Academy League. It seems like everyone's favorite map to close out a series. Mirage, you have to bear in mind, we played Dust 2 yesterday. Mirage, similar sort of play style. It's not massively different, and so the way it plays out in terms of team play and high fragging affairs, and then map plays very similarly. That was a 16-14 victory in favor of Young Ninjas. I like the fact they're throwing it a bit of a different map pool here, but Vertigo is the closer. There it is, and I guess pretty good news overall for both teams. I don't think anything too strange has come out of that one. Doesn't change my prediction, I suppose. Do you feel like Navi Junior stand a chance of winning this one after what we've seen so far, considering there's only one player we've really spoken about, which is, of course, Headtrain?
Yeah, I think they have a shot at closing out Mirage. Didn't really like what I seen too much from the Young Ninjas yesterday on that map versus Spirit Academy. I think Navi Junior have an opportunity to pick up Mirage, and then if it goes to Vertigo, I think it's actually a bit of a toss-up, but I would still favor Young Ninjas. I think they can win both first maps. I think they could 2-0 this, but if there is one weakness, it would be on Mirage. They could open up a 3-map series. But I would have to agree with you. I think Young Ninjas, even from what we've seen yesterday, they are just the better team overall here. And I don't think Headtrick as one player is enough to win them the entire series, right? So Young Ninjas seem pretty destined to win this one, I think. And the Overpass stats, obviously, they're painting a picture of what should be a win here for the Young Ninjas on that map. But this is Mirage coming up first, so...
I remember against Spirit Academy, the problem was on Mirage. It felt like Era was completely invisible on that map. The AWP, like it's a very AWP-centric affair, and I believe like we didn't really notice him do anything. That was a series that he really dropped off. So I feel like that hopefully won't happen. That was like strange, like how much he was not really arriving on the server whatsoever. So hopefully he steps up today and they can actually operate as that full unit we've been kind of praising them for. That was just a one-off kind of flash in the pan from, I suppose. Hopefully, at least. Yeah,
I mean, we only got to see them play in one day, right? So that's the thing. You've got so many games in that one day. You've got a big gap in between two. It's not always the easiest. The amount of tech issues and pauses we had too can really take you out of the zone. So hoping, we get a better performance from him today. We're looking at Headtrick coming into this. Obviously, he's in a pretty tough spot because you have this team owner and always has been dipping every single day. You haven't had Navi Junior be able to play with their roster fully throughout a series, it feels like, the whole way through. So it feels pretty rough right now in terms of the tech issues. Obviously, there's nothing we can really do about it given the situation, but it's definitely going to interrupt the game quite consistently. And I'm assuming we're going to have a few of them today, Henry. I'm hoping that we don't have too many, but it's not easy when you're constantly, building 3 rounds up and then having to switch your player, and it just kind of throws you off a little bit. And I would say more than a little bit.
Yeah, definitely more than a little bit. It's just the nature of online CS, unfortunately. Like, it's just we know how good the WePlay events are live. It's a shame we can't do it this time around, but it just makes us realize how much we missed them. And when it does come back, it's going to be extremely epic, I would say, Dinko. So we're just going to have to get through the tech issues today. We're going to have a nice big smile on our faces and enjoy the exciting high octane Counter-Strike that's been delivered so far time and time again. There's always a lot of amazing rounds here, interesting financial decisions, and interesting strategies as well. We've seen some innovative grenades being thrown we haven't seen before, some weapons thrown into the mix, like the UMPs made a bit of a comeback this tournament. The MP7s had some highlights. So
no P90s yet. So I am hoping we see a little bit of that.
That is a good point. Julies for sure. I think the Julies have actually performed really well. We're seeing the academy teams, of course, lean into the same meta of getting 2 pairs of dual elites in the CT pistol rounds. That seemed very, very exciting to watch as well. And yeah, this one should be a good one. I guess starting on the CT side, it looks like Young Ninjas will be taking that one. And I don't know, I'm actually becoming a little bit of a Ninjas fan here, to be honest with you. I'm a Head-Trick fan as well, but I like the team play of the Young Ninjas. I feel like they're just a good, cohesive unit. The synergy is very impressive to watch sometimes.
Yeah, I always like a bit of ZTR. I think, you sort of got off and he was thrown into the wild over there at the NIP main team, obviously with Device in and out, and they was in a pretty chaotic time. Maybe got under a lot of scrutiny as well under that team, but I think he did a pretty decent job for someone with a lack of experience to go and try and call it tier 1 level. Obviously, that's going to help a lot down here on the Academy League. But here we are, Mirage starting in our first map, the Consolidation Final. It's the last chance for these 2 teams to get themselves a spot in the Grand Final up against Spirit Academy. We start here on Navi Junior's map pick, and the Young Ninjas will be starting on the CT side. Navi Junior will be starting on the T side.
Yes, indeed, Dinko. Happy Sunday, everyone. Hope you're comfortable. Looking forward to another banger here at the WePlay Academy. Let's get into it. Navi Junior, they'll be starting on that T side, of course. We have got ourselves a smoke and a Molotov. Quite a basic array of utility, to be honest with you. So what does that mean? Where will we be heading? Maybe just a smoke towards the connector, try and Molotov towards the window and get themselves up towards shore. We'll see which way they're inclined, as we're sending all 5 players, actually 4 towards middle, 1 towards Palace. So an A split, presumably. See how this works out for them.
Well, charging out through the connector, smoked off his Maxter, so he can't really assist his teammates, and that does put more pressure onto the site defenders playing from CT spawn. Adam B and ZTR look to play together, but they hear the bomb plant. There's not much they can really do about it. So at a minimum, Navi Junior have got the bomb plant, and they actually get away into some solid post plants here too. Look how many players are stacked up inside of jungle. It's going to be really difficult to flush this one out, especially with Demon still up in Palace. It's a tough one here for the Young Ninjas, but Adam B is going to start things off with the first kill, and his teammates have arrived. They've got a kit as well here, Henry.
It's actually looking quite good for them. The Ninjas are taking their time. Adam B finding kill after kill, headshot after headshot, keeps connecting here. And there it is. Very clean finish indeed. They only lose 1 player in total. The bomb gets planted. It was actually quite a nice strategy there from Navi Junior. You could see they were planning that one with Molotov coming through. The smoke towards short as well. Fast A split. They got great territory on the map, Dinko, but it was just very disciplined from the CTs there, not really giving anything away till they were ready to pounce as a unit. Flashbang comes in, and Adam B, like I said, he was the top performer yesterday, steps up once again, and it's quite a clean pistol. As we get into round number 2, there is going to be a force buy by virtue of the bomb plant, extra cash injection here for the T side, but they've got 3 Galils, 1 AK-47, and a distinct lack of utility. Only a couple of smokes left at the 1 minute 35 mark.
Yeah, not a lot of options present themselves with this utility situation, but maybe you can force some fights with the rifles. Maybe you can get that out of hand with Randy. Coming through, Frozik as well, following up. Just like that, a double kill to make things happen. And that's going to open things up massively here for the Navi Junior side.
Yeah, that's not bad at all, is it? The fact you can get an opening scout pick with no real response, you found yourself a 5-on-3. But the thing is, Dinko, we've seen a lot of 5-on-3s fall apart very quickly in the last couple of days. So don't take anything for granted here. Adam B, he's got the hot hand right now. 4 kills in the pistol. Looking to take that 1 step further as he holds towards the balcony position here. They're in the right position. They've got 3 CTs here, ready and waiting. So this could actually be successful. Nilo to get first contact. What a shot that is with the FAMAS. Takes down Nipple, no problem. And at this stage, we could be in a real mess for the T side. The fact that CTs are actually here, ready and waiting. Looks like it could be an issue for the Maxter, the last remaining player towards CT spawn. 2 versus 1, 25 seconds.
Maxter trying to extend out of spawn, starting to spray down on Broken with a headshot. 1-1. Navi Jr. will have to play this game without head trick, Henry. That's going to be ridiculous. That's going to be such a difficult way of pulling this off now. You know, he's not present. You've got Rendy, Nipple, and Broken, Demon, and Frozik as the roster presented on the final day here without head trick. Oof. That's
really sad, man.
Yeah. That's kind of the main talking point, isn't it?
We were saying, unfortunately, that was the talking point coming into this one. I was saying specifically, this team has been a bit of a one-man show. And the fact that show is now over, what do we have left?
Nipple.
That's the question. We have Nipple. Is that how we're saying it? I said it in the last round. I wasn't really sure, but Nipple didn't feel right, but we're going with Nipple.
Yeah, you gotta commit to the Nipple.
Okay, well, if you're happy with that, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, definitely happy with that. In fact, more than happy. But if we got pistols out here for young ninjas, it's going to be a couple of deagles across the board. Everyone apart from ZTR picking one up. 5-7 is just so good right now.
Really is. Really enjoy it. Like,
ooh, you're giving us the mouse cam.
Oh, sorry, I'd say, have you ever even bought a CZ in the last year? I don't think there's any
I don't think so.
reason to.
Ooh. Hero gets away with one. AK picked up now.
The mouse cam's kind of insane, actually.
Nipple. Get himself one. Demon follows up. And 3 versus 3 established here. Not bad here from Young Ninjas to drop a couple of players. They still have an opportunity to try and peel this round away too, but Navi Jr. into the side.
Yeah, it's actually quite a promising situation for the CT side. And that AK-47 ready and waiting for Palace. 5-7, as mentioned, powerful as ever. That's ZTR. So the 2-on-2 as a trade comes through, but man advancing now from NAVI. That should be the round. Demon. Nice little fadeaway frag there towards Era, who did have the AK-47. Nice effort there on the force buy, but ultimately goes in favor of NAVI Jr. 2-1 overall, and presumably the full eco here. But anything can and will happen in the Academy League. Even if it is the full eco, Dinko, there's a chance they can still win it. You never know.
What's weird about the roster of Navi Jr., the one they presented officially on the HLTV is this one. And then Headtrick is officially benched because he's on the transfer list. So I don't know what's happening with this team. It's just a revolving door, it seems.
Okay, well.
Whose electricity is working and then just firing them in, basically. Oh, Randy's got himself a good start to this. Headshot picked up with a rifle. Demon coming out too. And just cleaning up.
Yeah, not too much to report here, I'm afraid. Era will pull one back with the P250. It's actually quite considerable damage done. There could be something else to say here. This kill comes through for ZTR, and he's making a bit of a meal of it, unbroken that is. I don't know, I've actually got quite a bad feeling about this. All it takes is one quick peek from the CT, and they're not expecting it. He can actually get a double frag even with the USP. That was the opportunity there, one that is not realized. And Demon can't believe his luck. Down to 14 points of health, but still willing to challenge here in toward that CT spawn area. Looks like the round is secure, but can they hold on to the weaponry? That's the final question here. Era coming in from the Palace position. He's got the Mac 10. He might as well go for this. They will be buying up the next round either way. So that's the AWP. He needs to farm some cash here. That's quite ugly coming in from ZTR. They were low HP, couldn't connect a single bullet. Mac 10 should better finish off the job here. How is that guy still alive?
I have no idea. Mac 10 at range, I guess, just sucks. Well, he's done a lot of damage. Gets away with another kill there, and he'll go down to the bomb. Demon barely gets away with his life. Honestly, should have got every single kill that Era, but 3-1 for Navi Jr. Starting to give himself a good lead, but the problem is they just lost so much cash on the way out the door that they're actually at a point where they're going to be lacking utility, and if they lose this round, well, they're going to be pretty screwed.
As I said, the full eco rounds, never discount them, especially in the Academy League. It feels like they could become very awkward sometimes, and they won't necessarily go through all the steps to avoid walking to the stack. But either way, his ETR aggressive towards middle, utility deployed towards the boxes itself, and Maxter will be backing him up from short as well. They're trying to flush out any remaining Ts towards that top mid area. It's actually Frozik is falling back, not feeling too comfortable, allowing the CTs to get propped up. ready and waiting, but it's this Aileen that's coming through. A bit of a commitment here from the T side. Adam B will open things up, finding Unbroken. Now it's towards middle, but now it's a huge advantage for the Young Ninjas, but maybe not for long. Randy has got the orbit.
Oh, Maxter comes in too. It's Frozik that's down, and it's just Randy and Demon left in a 2 versus 4. And flipping this one back in favor of NAVI Jr. is going to be a monumental task.
Yeah.
And no opportunities really being given. Young Ninjas try and keep this one disciplined. They don't have a lot of money left. So if you give away a lot of these fights, and look at the time of that. Oh, Randy just on scopes, and as soon as he does, the player walks into his crossout, and the bomb has not been recovered, leaving Demon to die, really. Nearly gets a transfer there. If he gets that into a 1v1, that's just a little bit ridiculous. So second round here for the Young Ninjas.
We talk about the importance of mid control a little bit too much on this map, but it was perfectly demonstrated there with the CTs having full control, 3 players ready and waiting with strong positions. That was always going to be an issue to deal with on the T side. But I feel like we're going to jump in with the comms right now, Dinko. We can see what Young Ninjas are up to for the next round. After the timeout, of course. I jumped the gun. Yeah.
It would have been kind of cool to listen in on the timeout, though, Henry. If I'm honest, I would have loved to have got in there. But then again, I don't know what they're saying, so yeah, it doesn't really help me. But maybe you Swedes out there, maybe you got something.
They might have enjoyed it. I suppose that's a little bit too intimate, perhaps, having the timeout comms. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we all know what we talk about in timeouts. That's for sure.
Exactly.
Oh, we'll be hopping in with him right about now.
Right.
Ingen
bara top mid. Top mid bara. Jag mollade box.
Ingen slope.
Ja, din har ju
Ser inget bus.
En slope.
Ingen CV.
Kan du hålla top mid lite mer dry?
Jag har slope.
Ja. Top mid.
Han lägger djup flash om du vill ladda.
Vänta, jag håller top mid så länge.
Jag lägger flash. Okej.
Jag fejdar.
Skiter i det då.
Jag släpper nu.
Jag är låst.
Det är ryggen nu.
BS! Flash!
Okej, backa bett.
Jag var slope.
Nere.
Flashar den.
Han var solo.
Han är solo.
Bra,
Akta
flash.
ryggen.
Lätt uppe.
Jag
Jag går runt CT,
Han digel.
Akta window boost.
Akta mid.
Jag kollar
på
window boost.
Är de
Jag kommer
ute?
hålla
Jag
window
bara
boost.
öppen mig.
Jag låser in A-hus, Erik.
Ja, de lägger
Målade
ner
djup
Tetris.
djungel.
Den är jättelåg.
Kan ha boost med det på sätt.
Det var en till.
En var slope, oj ute. En var slope.
Nippel låg.
Länk,
Flash.
eller djungel.
Jag
Och nippel var slope, Nilo.
Låg, nice.
Så djungel där sista, akta trapp eller djungel. Flash kom från därifrån, kan ha gått bänk.
Nej, inte bänk.
Ser ingen.
Måste vara ikon då.
Sista alla flash.
Jag resmokar den.
Det kom.
Nej, grunda Nilo.
Nippel liksom.
Finns det AK någonstans eller?
Den är my bad, Erik.
Solid round win there from the Young Ninjas as we get to go on board with them through their victory. They tied the scoreline 3-3. What do you make of it, Henry? Other than
General temperament and tone, very positive. Dinko enjoyed that, but the round was good. I was actually enjoying the communication between like coordinating where the final player was, making sure no one overcommitted, and taking him down effectively. That was Nilo actually. He had a very strong round there. That was impressive. Got to see that from his POV. Iro of a couple of nice shots as well. As I said, he seems to be a little bit streaky as an AWPer. He has some very, very good performances, and then sometimes he's non-existent. It was actually against Spirit Academy on Mirage. He didn't arrive whatsoever. So far, so good, though. Actually looking like he's keeping up. He's got 5 frags, 3 deaths. We're quite early on here, going into round number 7. And Nilo, you can see the confidence just pumping through his veins right now as he wants to get stuck in once again. Got the AK-47 this time and looking to cause damage for Nico. NAVI Jr. sensing bullets on the other side. They start to make their way down towards the underpass. They don't really have much to work with at all. Obviously, they have the pistols, but there's no utility, no armor, and just going to be trying to bleed out grenades on the CT side. You can see them making their way to first contact now. That'll be ZTR towards that connector. He should make light work of them. Say sorry for Era as well. In the window position, gets the information. They don't have to overcommit to this. They know they're up against just the pistols. Just hold the line. Don't have to overcommit ZTR. That's the first warning shot now. Let's get back. And why is the AWP so close? I couldn't tell you, Dinko, but let's fall back, boys. Come on.
Let's stack connector. Get it in close quarters combat.
Through.
Nipples got through the back. This could be a little bit of a nip slip. We'll see if he can get through around the back side here.
Slip. Oh, no.
Oh, he's right behind them. Oh, Nilo's down. It's a disaster, really, but let's see if they get much more out of this. There is the rifle charging back into short. Nipple hasn't been able to recover the drop weapon, but he might be getting more here with the P250. Oh, no, a second kill for Nipple. Oh, the double nips, and now it's 13 seconds left. Bomb finally going down, but ZTR's arrived to the party.
Oh!
Nipple, another one. P250 for 3. He might just do absolutely everything with a $350 pistol. He's going to go again. Peek out, no kill this time, but his teammates are fully forced inside of the site. Adam B at least removes the rifle. Finally, Nipple will go down, but Randy's up in the apartments. The Glock has come in with a kill even, and it's just Era running around with dual Berettas inside of the site. How has this happened? How are we witnessing this live? This is ridiculous. He's lost the round. He has to run away.
It's that weird positioning they had, dude. Like towards the connector, I couldn't tell you what they were up to. I think they smelt blood in the water, right? They heard the Glocks going off towards middle. They knew it'd be a full eco, and everyone's ducking and weaving through smokes and connector and trying to get stuck in. You had the AWP inside connector with the M4, both of them trying to pick at the same time. And I assume there was just a window jump up at that point. They just didn't notice it, and at that stage, it all falls apart very quickly for them. As soon as the nip did slip, he gets that one kill, and the floodgates just open, unfortunately. He gets 2 in total. He did a very good job, actually, with that P250. It was actually a hat trick, wasn't it? So the fact he did so much work with just a P250 no armor, that is an absolute gut punch and a wake-up call for Young Ninjas. They've got to keep their eye on the prize in those important rounds. You'd think he wouldn't be up against Glocks and P250s, but there it is. The full eco victory happens once again in the Academy League here.
Well, you did mention earlier today, Henry, that there are rounds to the Academy League that don't go as they should, and I think that's definitely one of them. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just happy it was Nipple that made that play. It was great. But 4-3, NAVI Jr. We've got the 4 AK-47s and the AWP now for Randy. We haven't got to see too much of Randy. He did have some electricity issues yesterday and had to take a dip, and then Headtrick took up the AWP duties. Well, now that Headtrick isn't here, there's a lot more pressure on Randy to perform to try and make up for that.
Yeah, absolutely true. And so far, so good, to be honest with you. 6 kills.
Yeah, absolutely.
In this sort of force buy environment we found ourselves in, Young Ninjas will be having the MP9 combo. A couple of deagles thrown in. 1 M4 for Era. The sniper, actually. So we'll see what he can make of it. In terms of the setup here, pretty standard stuff. You have got Era towards the contact itself. He's the one firing off those bullets towards connector, but above the smoke, Nipple will strike first, finding the game leader in the form of ZTR. They've got themselves at 5-on-4 here. CT's holding these crossfires, hoping a mistake is made, but bo3 seems very aware of the prospect of a player coming towards ladder room. Maxter, though, the chance of the 1 deke here doesn't quite connect. Unbroken will find him, no problem. Last chance here for Era and co, as they do find at least 1 kill in the round, but bo3 dispatches them. No problem whatsoever. Just Adam B now. And he's at towards the A round, so not really much to be done.
Yeah, I think on the topic of the 5-7, I don't know why players are still going with the deagle in those kind of positions. If your goal is to not just get a 1 deag, but like find multiple kills outside of the apartments like that, the 5-7 is just a better option. It's cheaper. You're more likely to get away with body shot kills.
You can be more mobile with it as well. You can have that running gun sort of potential with it.
Yeah,
not
I think
the extent of the Tech 9, but a lot more than the deagle.
Yeah, I've just been seeing too much of that. Even some top pros have been using the deagle in some body shot scenarios. Still, you just don't. You're not going to get away with the multi kills anymore. Probably better to get 5-7 out. But 1 P250 bought here for the side of the Young Ninjas. We've seen the P250 have a bit of a fantastic round already, Henry. We'll see if they're able to get it done again.
Yeah, nightmare situation. But in terms of the setup, 4-man stack towards the A sites. We do have 1 man in towards B. That's going to be Nilo, but he's actually falling back himself. I think he just wanted to show a little bit of presence at the start. But sure, these rounds can happen. I don't think this is one of them, though. You can see NAVI Jr. being very disciplined, methodical, and the opportunity there, but does make up for it. Nilo goes down. Silent jump off. We'll see whether he can mop them up here. He's going to have plenty of targets in front of him. First one found. That's the drops, and the P250, good for 1. At least he pays the debt back for the pistol itself, but as you can imagine, this round coming to a logical conclusion.
Cleaned up. Nice and easy there for Navi Jr. Good start into this game, considering it did feel like Young Ninjas were starting far stronger, right? They had a really strong lead, and then Navi Jr. able to win that round thanks to Nipples. Plier on the backside, and 6-3 already. Looking very good. I mean, we talk about Hetrick being the one-man army of this team. This is a great day to try and prove that they're more than that, and I think we've really got to see more out of Frozik and Rundy, because Frozik yesterday was actually top fragging more than Hetrick, so definitely worth noting that. And they're coming in towards the bomb site. Frozik's leading the charge, and here they come, right in towards the defense, who are playing one player in front of the smokes. That's Adam B playing from default. He's got himself one kill. Swings out, the flash is good. He'll see the second player, but can't take him out.
It's getting a little bit messy now. The smokes have been deployed. The flanks are en route. Maxter might have to step up here. Still no bomb plant just yet. We're still on the 4 versus 4. Bit of a stalemate here as waiting for the next move. In terms of bomb, that's actually going to be on the back of the sniper here. Rendy and Maxter. A prime opportunity to shut this round down. Spots the second player. C4 dropped. Round done. And bit of a non-starter there, I have to say, for Navi Jr. They came in with a lot of clear intention to go for the full execution towards the A bomb side, but unfortunately dropped all the smokes, got towards the bomb side, didn't find any kills. It's just that passive setup we've got on the Young Ninjas side, and no kills really found whatsoever, and they just weren't anticipating a flank at all. I guess it was just too telegraphed the CTs could flank behind them, because they were there very quickly.
Unbroken is just an unwinnable spot. Young Ninjas are going to be happy with our 4th round added to the tally. He can't escape. He's just stuck in here now. Perhaps he'll just carry over the AK-47. It's good to see a nice back and forth game already. I'm expecting we see that the whole way through. And today, it's worth mentioning as well, the fact that you're playing 2 games, the person who's coming in from this game will have to play in the grand final, right? So you'll have
Straight
2
up,
games in the day. Spirit Academy will only have 1. So I think there's 2 ways of looking at that. Some people would consider it a disadvantage, and some people would see it as an advantage. You're more warmed up. I'd say I'd probably lean more towards the fact that maybe you get a little bit exhausted, maybe you get a bit drained if it's a long series. It only becomes an advantage if you are able to win the game quite quickly. And I think both these teams.
I don't know. You've got an aaverage team of 16 years old, Dinka. I think like you've got enough.
That's true.
A couple of best of 3, to be honest with you. I think that'll be all right.
Yeah, a couple of 14-year-olds in there. I think you're probably fine, actually.
They are full of proverbial beans, so I think they'll be absolutely fine. But yeah, I see what you mean. I think the warm-up is definitely granted. Like, obviously, going into the grand final, you'd be a little bit nervous. The fact you've already played an official, probably be good for you, to be honest. If you ask me. But the fact Navi Jr. have turned up in such emphatic style, this is impressive. The fact we don't have Hetrick today, as you mentioned. But one thing I do want to mention is, though, we did kind of have that comparison. He has that sort of config-like playstyle, right, where he wins you a lot of rounds, sure, but his over-aggression can sometimes cost you a few as well. So you have to bear that in mind. They might be more a consistent team with having less raw firepower, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it might just be more stable.
Yeah,
we'll see if that is the case here. Young Ninjas looking to fend off another round for Navi Juniors. They're playing out in the default. They've got some mid-control. Frozik's pushed up towards Chair and down towards the underpasses, Nipple. And Rendy's already up short, having a little peer through the connector. Really passive setup here, Henry, from Young Ninjas. They aren't challenging mid. They aren't really even holding many of these close choke points like short. They're not really challenging that down, but Era has still come away with the opening. Up through short, more of a passive setup. Gets away with a kill.
Yeah, he was right on the corner of the pillar there as well, just watching Betty players peeking the corner, nails the headshot. He looks like he's in real great form today. Like I said, a little bit inconsistent at times, but been impressive to say the least here. Might have the opportunity to get his second frag of the round. Almost certainly nails it, and hungry for a bit more potentially. He could be throwing that flashbang up towards the B apartments. He's found the 2 frags here in the 5 versus 3, but still continue to push through from short. Nilo taking another one down. This is looking likely to be a clean sweep here for Young Ninjas. Nipple, though, has got other ideas. The king of the B-bomb site gets himself a couple of headshots here. Would need the ace clutch to pull this one off, and he's got the weapon for the job, but the time eludes him. He will be losing the round and losing the cash, but he has got the AWP at least.
Yeah, good mechanics on the double kill at least. But yeah, I mean, not enough time really. Navi Jr. didn't really do a whole lot in that round, unfortunately. They started the default, they got their mid-control, but Era, that's what we've really been missing from him is a round where he just wins it on his own. I think he does that in that round with a short peek and the second kill on the B bomb site. He's 11 and 7 right now. 11 kills there up at the board. Closest to him is 10 of Adam B, who actually had a couple of quiet performances yesterday too. So if you're seeing some of these players return to form today, what a day to do it. A timeout taken here for NAVI Jr. ahead of this one. I realize the money situation is not perfect. A lot of players lacking utility. Some of them even having to go to the Galil just to get some extra utility out. They do have the AWP for Randy still.
Yeah, save from the previous round, so Nipple was able to deliver that at least. Might as well buy up around it. You've got a nice amount of rounds already on the T side of Mirage, to be honest with you. Looking very good for the campaign here, Young Ninjas. It must be difficult every time you play a game here, Dinko. You're up against a different lineup than what you might think is going to be playing. So
Sure.
difficult to prepare for these games, I would say. That might be in your head a little bit, I suppose. But either way, we are going to see no execution lead to the start of the round this time or any clear intent. It's going to be that default spread you see on Mirage oh so often. A couple of players leading towards A, one at the ramp and Palace. Bomb down in T-spawn. Frozik setting up some mid-utility here. And still plenty of time as they're waiting for any sort of CT aggression. We did see that push in towards T-spawn with the long flank. But for now, once again, very quiet. Mid smoke thrown in towards the window. Frozik's got himself another one, so could be the B finish here. We'll see where they want to end up. Still have a minute on the clock. Haven't done a whole lot yet. His Renly with that AWP needs to try and find the opening pick here if possible.
Well, he's searching for it in middle. But Young Ninjas, as I pointed out in the last round, have not really wanted to fight mid. They're fine leaving it completely to NAVI Jr. So they're not really finding too many opening chances here through mid. And we're now at the 40-second mark. It's likely to try and be some sort of a B split here being set up in the final 30 seconds unless that bomb barrels back down the underpass. You can leave Nipple in the connector. He can cut off rotations, try and catch a player trying to leave. But it really is all about B success here, Henry. And there's 2 CTs right now inside of the bomb site. This is going to be difficult to get through unscathed. Yeah,
it's all down to Maxter and Nilo here, and Nilo has got a great position. Only good for one, though. Here, backing things up the AWP, and that's a crucial frag there. Maxter has been so strong this tournament. Only good for one, but they maintain the advantage as the in-game leader will chime in as well. Just the sniper of Renly remaining. Goes to the fake plant, doesn't work out for him. A nice attempt towards the B bomb site, but as you mentioned, it's a little bit too telegraphed. They had 2 CTs ready and waiting. The AWP wasn't far behind as well, and they spend so much time doing almost nothing on the map, Dinko. I think they're expecting some sort of CT presence in these choke points and getting nothing and not really sure what to do with it because they just have to limp into the bomb sites with a lot of presence from the CTs ready and waiting.
Yeah, there's not enough of a build-up to the round there from the NAVI Junior side. They get the mid-control, and then they just immediately split into the B site when they realize there's not a lot of time left. There was no real development. There was no real manipulation of the CT setup, throwing utility out, so they're going to have a difficult time if they continue to play like that. Young Ninjas adjusting the setup slightly in this round. You see 2 players inside of the connector and a bit more presence to short, but Nilo's going to hear this B rush starting to come in. Calls back for Max to try and assist, and he will certainly arrive to help out. 2 kills for the Young Ninjas right away, and that's taking the sting out of the play here for NAVI Jr. It slowed them down to a full halt.
Yeah, that should be the round done and dusted. We'll see. But these are the sort of rounds you want to see from Young Ninjas, like confident rounds. Managing to lock them out, making sure these aren't getting awkward or uncomfortable. They will lose one player. Does happen against the PT50s and Deagles. That's an M4 given over to the likes of Nipple, who seems to be the absolute MVP so far. As he has 10 frags, 10 deaths. Nice little flashbang here. Nilo brave to take another peek there. Didn't necessarily have to, but it confirms there are 2 players there. 40 seconds remain. They have no real utility on the T side. I've found a smoke, but no armor for Rendy. As Nipple falls back, hoping to find a flanking CT.
Nipple making a lot of noise. That's going to alert the window player to adjust, and Era with the no-scope. Bring us down. Nipple leaving 13 seconds left of this round, and it's going to reach its natural conclusion with Maxter peeking out and finding Rundy. So 1 player goes down for the Ninjas, but nothing too much to write home about. So 7-6, they're back into the lead, and Navi Junior have struggled to even get bomb plants here. So they're back to a bye, but again, similar story. They're going to lack a few pieces of utility here and there, but it's the AKs on every player.
Yeah, it's 4 rounds in a row now. It's Young Ninjas that had the slow start. They won the pistol, of course, with the second round force fight against that scout double kill. That's why things started to get a little bit problematic for them. But still, since they got on their feet, it's looking much better. And we're picking up the pace in. I won't run the clock down any further. Straight towards that connector we go. Randy and Co. will be trying to break through towards the A side here. Boost up towards the mid window for now. ZTR seems to be aware of it. Watching for any sort of movement here on the other side, but they'll pump the brakes for now. Still plenty of time, and their general setup suggests they'll be going towards B. There's nothing towards the A side of the map as Dart. Project will actually picked up. It's going to be a Navi opening frags here. Sometimes actually getting something done in the opening default here rather than nothing and limping into the bomb side. They've actually got an advantage here.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. It's the first time we've done it in 4 rounds, right? It's really successful in comparison to previous attempts. We'll see if they can use that advantage in the final minute to actually get in towards this A bomb site. And another kill found. Demon just like contact through a second kill. Up on top of the ticket, Era commits over the top and loses his life. Bit of explosive play here for Navi Jr. And Demon, he did show us some of this yesterday, Henry. We know he has that capability to get in, get these entries, and be quite explosive mechanically. So very good work for Navi Jr. That's the scoreline tied up. Unless there's some crazy retake attempt, but it should be Young Ninjas back it away here.
Unless, question mark.
Yes,
well,
exactly. It is the Academy League, Henry.
Yeah, Nilo and Maxter are going for it. Looks like they are going to be sending their way through, but unfortunately that first kill eludes them, and Unbroken will be finding the last 2 frags. There it is, all tied up 7-7. That's a huge round to pick up for Navi Jr. Very convincing as well. As you mentioned, Demon looking very good upon entry. Money is available here. That's why Young Ninjas were going for it. The last round coming up. Might as well give that 4-on-2 a go, but they do not have the AWP to operate with here. Era having to drop a couple of weapons, it seems. He had the most money, and we get into the final round of this first half. Young Ninjas, you have to say, would like to put this one up on the CT campaign. It is the pick of Navi Jr., I suppose, but still, this carousel of roster changes. You feel like they want to pick this one up, no problem, get the 2-0. Quick exchange here at the start. Young Ninjas coming out on top, though. Nipple is dropped, and it looks like we're going to try and finish up towards A, but the bomb's down in T-Sport.
Oh, CTR and Maxter. Nice little cleanup in mid. It's now just Unbroken. And the round's basically just begun. And a change up from Young Ninjas just to close the half. Just collapsing on the mid default. And Unbroken doesn't really have shot in hell. He'll be taken out too. It's 7 at the half. Young Ninjas will leave with a 1-round lead. We'll take a little look at how the individuals performed. Era with a standout performance for the first time, really. He's at the top of the board, impressing us. 15-8. Everybody else on 10. And I think that's a perfect way to really write home the narrative, the fact that this team is a really solid unit across the board.
I think you can see that as well on the Navi side, to be fair. We've been talking about a one-man show the entire time, and all of their performances. Now he's not there. It looks like everyone is stepping up. We'd like to see a bit more from Rendy, perhaps, considering now he has got to be that star sniper that we're missing. But still, they have won the first half, no problem, and we're moving on to the second.
We got some TeamSpeak issues. Oh, we got, hey, actually, getting on board. I'm used to the TeamSpeak issues, but we're going to go on board with the TeamSpeak and hear what they're saying heading into this one.
Han borde vara distraherad på mig ens.
Över till vänster sida, boys. Jag kommer smoka nu, det är bara hoppa upp. Jag flashar den över trappen, hoppa bara. Jag kommer flasha över trapp. Jag flashar över trapp där.
Det är ingen trapp.
Ingen kör den.
Djungel, jag kommer planta.
Ledad.
Djungel backar där, djungel backar där.
Ticket.
Ja, Randy är no-kev. Chilla bara, boys.
Jag tycker. Jag tittar.
Jag ringer på dem. Han har no-kev, han har no-kev.
Det kan vara båda sidor, det kan vara båda.
Jag ringer på dem. Ja, är det båda?
Kan vara.
Jag tror bara en, boys.
Jag har länk. Länk kan jag sätta. Båda. Den andra har inte Kevson, okej?
De vet om mig här.
Ja.
Jag jigglar just nu och försöker få ett peak timing.
Ja. Jag håller 3 utgång.
Den är dinkad.
En ute.
Nice, sorry då.
Ute.
Kör,
bro. Very nice.
Always good to get on board with them and witness that from their perspective. And that's going to allow them to head into the lead now and further it. 9-7, 2-round lead. And Navi Jr. deciding to force buy into this one.
Well, Force Buys seem to be working out tremendously well the last couple of days, so why not? So, yeah, we're going to see Scouts, a couple of PT-50s, a 5.7. Just a smoke available, really. They've got a couple now, but we'll see what the general setup looks like. They actually have got pretty default positions, to be honest with you. Frozen and Demon towards B, Rendy floating between middle, and Nipple and Unbroken patrolling towards A, but where can they cause the most damage here? We are going to see ZTR and Co. just going through the motions towards middle, flushing out these key choke points, making sure there's no close-range CTs to cause him a nuisance, but nice little flashbang to set up his teammate here. No one going to be there to receive it. Hearing the pin thrown, though, I assume they'll swing out of the connector right now, trying to find that opening frag, and Nilo might just do it. Great shot. That's going to crack things open towards A. Unbroken is dropped, and they might want to consider saving already, to be honest with you, because they are well removed from the situation. But a nice kill. Nipple will find one.
Yeah, maybe you can get a few picks here, but as you said, a save call wouldn't have been too bad. I think now you've lost pretty much everybody. You just go and see what you can get. You get 2 kills out of it, and that'll mean they've got nothing in the next round. So often when you stack a bomb site or you aren't on the site when they attack in and you have a force buy, you like to try and save it for the next round, but they don't go for that decision. And that should be allowing Young Ninjas to get up to 11. Although a couple of upgraded pistols are coming through here for Navi Jr., so we'll see how much damage they can output with those. Again, just a reminder, if you are tuning in, this is Navi Jr.'s map pick, and currently Young Ninjas up on top.
Absolutely true. On the T side as well. Early stages of the second half, but we'll see what they can do with it. As you mentioned, a few upgraded pistols, but not much more. No armor, no nades, and no fear, as Unbroken and Randy will be pushing towards one of the main choke points of the map. There's going to be Nilo dispatching of the first. Nice little grenade to follow things up. There's the 1D we're looking for. Frozik will take down the man at the moment era. And at this stage, we're back to a 4-4. Still heavily favors Young Ninjas, of course, considering there's no armor, no grenades, no kits. It would need a few more miraculous 1Ds to even stand a chance here. But for now, an even keel.
Well, Frozik attempting a couple of fights in middle. Not going to be easy to land any of those shots when you're faced from multiple different positions. Still decide to stay alive and drop behind some cover. Look at this double setup towards bench. Now with that kill, they might think it's clear, but the Deagle swings on out straight after it. Nipple actually makes it work. He has to worry about the apartment. Using the bench as cover again. His teammate is on that ninja box, and he's going to be caught. Adam deals with both.
Oof.
Good work there from Adam B. He brings down 3 to close the round at 11-7.
It got a bit dicey there, Dinko. I'm not going to lie.
Did get a little worried, didn't it?
The fact those CTs are in that crossfire for so long and firing so many bullets down range as well, I thought they were going to lose to a stray 1D, and all of a sudden the round would collapse. That was a full eco. And sure, they win the round with 3 players surviving, but it wasn't clean or comfortable. Either way, they get the job done. It is to be 11-7 on this T side, and overall 3-0. So this first gun round coming through. Rendy, as I mentioned, hasn't really stepped up to the level we'd like. This is a chance for him to show how much he's worth here for the Navi Junior side. As he'll have no helmet, but we'll see how much that affects him. There are a couple of Galils and Mac-10s out there, so could be a problem. In fact, no one really has a helmet on the CT side, just Frozik, I believe. So that could be an issue. Ouch.
Ouch indeed. Yeah, very heavy. 52 HP left on ZTR. Luckily, is the Mac-10 player. Throws the flash in short. Look at the rifles moving their way through the B apartments. They're being pretty proactive about this round, Navi Jr. Not only that, but they've also found the opening kill thanks to Rendy. Could be a pop through the connector coming soon, though, from Young Ninjas. They don't have any presence elsewhere, so you're almost kind of forced to reconsider your options here.
Yeah, you absolutely are. Walking, exploring, trying to coordinate this setup together. They're actually making their way towards connector with almost all their manpower. It's up to Nipple to defend here. He's been quite impressive so far. The flashbang doesn't quite catch him, but the bullet will find his opposition. That's excellent work. Maxter does find a couple in return, though, but so much work to be done. The 3 versus 2 now. The Galil connects. A winnable scenario here. 23-second, but Demon is there from the underpass to close things out. Pretty convincing round at the end there from Navi. We'll see Rendy, as asked for, will be stepping up with a couple of frags there. Gets a total up to 10 now. And this is where the CT Orpus can really show us what they're made of. Really need to see him step up. He's got the finances now, and we need to start to see stringing a couple of rounds together. That's their first of this second half.
A lot more needed where that came from, and Young Ninjas have the cash to get the rifles out again. CTR is the leader figure, taking the weaker gun, the Khalil. Not a lot of utility here on Adam B, so they're going to send him up front. They're going to clear out the underpass. CTR now takes his place.
Yeah, bombs in T-spawn right now. So Era will be joining the boys towards middle. Grenades being exchanged here. ZTR once again towards that underpass position. It's confirming the connector is now clear by virtue of the Molotov. Smoke's down. You can see Nipple just trying to use the light for the indicator of anyone jumping through that smoke. But here comes the A split. Nice and quick once again. The timings have been good on this, and the flashbang is effective this time. Unbroken did well to get one, but Maxter, Adam B chiming in together, finding all the frags on the A bomb site here, making very light work of it. It's now a 4 versus 2. Demon and Frozik don't look dissuaded, though. They might fancy this one. Here is hunting for frags on the other side of the map. This round might not necessarily be over yet. And that's going to be a crucial frag. Demon will find Adam B.
This retake is on. There is still an opportunity, even though it's very difficult with the players positioned in Palace and short. This is the kill that should end this. And Era will, in fact, get the easy kill. And just Demon left now, running back towards CT spawn to carry the AK-47 into the next round. Looks like he might be able to get away with it. Should be. They're retreating back to ramp instead, but it's about this fight. If Era can get around the corner, Demon's not looking the right way. He's more focused on CT, and Era clears it, ready for that CT save spot, and that's everything gone for Navi Jr. They don't carry anything over Henry, and that's a disaster because they have no money on the Navi Jr. side.
Yeah, that's a very good point. The thing is, they only won the round before with 2 players remaining. So yeah, this is like nightmare fuel now. You're on your map pick. You don't have your star player. The money's busted once again. You can barely justify the partial investment. So we are going to see a couple of Deagles and PT50s, etc., etc. And if you can justify armor, fair enough. Unbroken can. He's got a bit more cash than his teammates. But this is going to be a tactical timeout actually called by the Ninjas, bear in mind. We talk about these teams struggle to close out these sort of games. What a prime opportunity this is to take your opponent's map pick. You're on the T side, wind in your sails, money in your favor. You've broken your opposition now, and you're in touching distance of finding 13-8. This is your round to lose, and they probably know it. They've had some scrappy ones. They've taken their eye off the prize a couple of times on the CT side. I assume they just don't want to make sure they close this one out, and it's a clean round. You can just do set pieces on these ones, and you have to run defaults if you so wish. Might be safer sometimes than someone getting dropped by a Deagle, but let's see what they've got in mind. That's to be more of a B lean. The C4 being dropped. Slight investment here from Navi Jr. and an opening frag there from Nilo. That's excellent work. He was alone as well. That was the A ramp push. So he's got them a nice advantage here.
Yeah, anything to make this round even easier will be welcomed, I'm sure, for the Young Ninjas. Smoking towards top connector. Randy. Holding from the ladder. Oh, the timing. He even actually adjusted his crosshair down. It looked like that was going to work for the crouch peek around the corner, but didn't happen for him. Luckily, Randy stays alive, but he has given up the space, and that's the more important fact, because now they can just charge to the B bomb site from different sides, and no one here to really meet them. So the bomb will go down here for Young Ninjas. And Navi Jr. not really in a position to get anything out of this one. They might just save some of the Deagles and the Kevlar on one of the... Actually, none left on the Kevlar, so yeah, just the Deagles. Just some exits, perhaps.
I think that's about it. And you know what? I'm fine with that. There's been too many crazy rounds the last couple of days, Dinko. We need some normality to return.
Yeah, exactly.
And, this is finally that moment. We've actually had a gun round against pistols where no one's died. There's been no crazy moments. It's all been under control. It looks like that's going to remain as well. So I'm going to take it for this round. We've still got a lot of Counter-Strike to play today. So we'll see Navi Jr. concede the round. Didn't really get much done. They will be saving the little they have, which is literally just some upgraded pistols. No armor, no nades. Might as well, I suppose. Money's going to be weak going forward as well. Won't have all the bells and whistles. As Navi certainly... Sorry, as Young Ninja certainly will. They've got plenty of cash now after that victory. Saving 5 AK-47s. See the drops come through now from Wendy. we'll get into that next round. Goes without saying, do or die time for Navi Jr. Not playing with the main roster, I suppose we'll call it, without Headtrick. It's a little bit all over the place. Their map pick, though, you'd assume they would be looking a little bit more competitive in terms of the scoreline than this, but still can bring it back on their CT campaign, but have to win this round.
Yeah, the thing is, if you play Young Ninjas at their own game, if you play them on that team level, I think they're just better. So it's definitely a rough spot to be in here. And again, T-side showings are strong. CTR proving once again he's capable of calling a good T-side here, and they're coming through middle. Clearing out the connector. Forcing Nipple into an uncomfortable spot. I don't know how he's still alive, though. He's actually got himself in... He's found the one pocket of safety left in the connector, and he's actually just got back into his corner again. That might work out with Frozik's distraction being set up. He's got ZTR, you know, smoke out the window just to maintain his life.
Well, he's done a good job so far. Steals away a kill in the form of the in-game leader. Maintains his advantage, and even more so now as Nipple chimes in as well. And all we've got left is a A-side attack as Nilo will find the opening kill. That could be enough, you know. Unbroken's being detected, flashed off. He's kind of fumbling a little bit, can't find positional control, but Max certainly can. He wants to try and get stuck in here, and my God, does he ever. Going for the plant, there's a player that steps, should be taken down here. Doesn't get the plant in. Yeah, it was very risky. Could have played the time a little bit longer, didn't have the plant, I would say, but still possible for Era if he can find this initial headshot.
1 versus 2. They're doubled up, and he's got himself a chance on the first, but couldn't land it. Era not quick enough on the rifle. And that's a round for NAVI Jr. Not bad at all. They definitely was setting up nicely there for Young Ninjas. They got the mid control they needed. They were starting to toss utility in towards connector, but they neglect to think about the window. And Frozik's able to get them looking the wrong way. And from that point, that was the thread that unraveled the whole round.
Well, a succinct breakdown there, Dinko. I guess that we'll leave it there because we have another round to talk about here. Number 23, 13-9. And the MP9 is out for Nipple this time. We have got the Rendy AWP, but speaking of which, Era's got his. He's looking towards underpass right now. We'll be deploying a smoke over towards this B-side attack. It looks like they are fully committing to this one, looking to just try and close this game out quickly if possible. But Frozik, Demon, working in tandem here. A boatload of damage inflicted as Ninjas are just dropping like flies. They're getting nothing done whatsoever. No rebuttal here. The only chance they've got is maxed up. He's been playing very well, but surely nothing they can do in a 5-on-2.
Well, pace change not working at all. Era's going to have to try and win this over the AWP. If he can find some kills with the smoke fade, but he's missed the shot immediately. And that's probably their chance in the round. Completely over, and it will be 10 rounds for NAVI Jr. They could turn this around very quickly. I mean, they didn't get a bomb plant, so their money's kind of screwed over on the Young Ninjas. They're down to 3K, 2.5K. That's not enough. So this should be 11 rounds for NAVI Jr.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. The pace change certainly not working, did it? It's the set piece at the very start of the round. The thing is, when you do those sort of plays, the CTs will have their utility and manpower, presumably on that side of the map as well. Fortunately, for NAVI Jr. had a couple of players ready and waiting, mowed them down. No problem there whatsoever, as we'll see. Indeed, just the PD-50s and Deagles, no armor, no nades, just to note that. Same sort of mentality we discussed before, just try and bleed out some utility on the CT side. Incendiaries are expensive. And if you can get a couple of 1-digs as well, all the better. But much easier said than done. Nice little HE. It's a little bit too deep to cause any massive damage, but Rendy needs to be careful. Your players around him doesn't necessarily need to be finding frags left and right, but Nilo opens things up. That's the Desert Eagle headshot.
Oh, Era, look at this. He's got the timing around the back. We're about to see a similar play. The P250 round the backside.
Oh, oh no, what have you done? Era.
This is it. He's round the back of 2 now. He sees them, but oh no! No. It's one we'll all forget. But Rendy, the Deagle at least getting 1. He's under a bit of pressure, so he's going to switch out to the hand cannon again. We're going to try and collect this round for NAVI Jr. Don't let it slip out of your hands. And Adam B should go down here to Rendy. Handled pretty well, but oh no, Era. Oh no.
As soon as he let him sneak away, I was like, that was not worth it. Now you don't know what's on the other side. Even I was watching for the bird's eye view, I was struggling to work out if this is even going to work in his favor. It certainly did not. Had he taken that quick kill, he'd have the AWP to swing from the kitchen, would have spotted that player at the van, and would have been in a much different position. Could at least held the flanks and taken the attention away from the remaining CTs on the site. Anything but what happened, unfortunately. You can see what he was going for. Wasn't necessarily like the worst play ever, but would have just better off on the full eco, just taking a freebie and picking up an AWP quickly. Oh well.
Oh well, indeed. I mean, the expected result does come through. And NAVI Junior get 11 rounds. Young Ninjas with the AKs out. No AWP for Era. He has been having a good game otherwise, right? 22 kills, 13 deaths, so...
Definitely.
Just going to maintain that. CTR back to clearing out the connector from the underpass. Did get caught by Frozik a couple of gun rounds ago in this position, so he is worried about window. There's two players here, so a trade actually might be on the cards here. Not even. You don't even get the kill. Frozik's just quicker. M4A1S easily collecting the first headshot of the round. Rendy holds off short, and Young Ninjas are having a total collapse over the last few rounds. This is looking so good for NAVI Junior.
Yeah, it's been an interesting approach the last few rounds to them, just changing the pacing, the setups, the execution. That they're throwing the kitchen sink at NAVI Junior right now. This window area has been a real problem for them, but pulling a kill back, that's going to be Nilo. He seems to be doing that time and time again, to be honest with you. Very effective at cracking open these choke points in the last few rounds. With 30 seconds remaining, the CTs have got control of the A ramp. Trying to make their way up towards short, missing the jump, costing some time. Making a lot of noise now as well. They'll have to be splitting from the B apartments, and you can see Randy just ready and waiting for this again. That's going to be an easy kill, I was about to say, but the Deagle will make up for it. Should be absolutely fine on the follow-up here. Maybe even over the hat trick. It will be Aero with no time, unfortunately for him. 3-on-1, and they might put him after the fact.
You can't really afford to go down after the time here, but he's handling it pretty well. Don't fight! Oh
dear.
Oh no. $1,100 in the bank now.
I guess they weren't going to have a full buy either way. They've got about $3,000 per player.
But he got away from it. He could have
had
an AK.
Yep, true.
Oh, well, unfortunate couple of decisions going awry there, but 13-12 should actually be tied up at this point. Young Ninjas looked like they were in a system of destruction. But NAVI Junior just woken up from their desolation, so this is looking very good. Pop out from the Young Ninjas. A quick A play coming through. Smoke deployed. Adam B charging around the back of the stairway. It's Max to shot the first kill. Adam B looking to use the Tech 9 to create effect.
No!
But Rendy pulls out the USP and gets a double from it. Handles the pressure well. Shouldn't have got away with that. And now ZTR's turn, and he'll run right into the lion's den. It's into a 1 versus 2. One of them below it stairs, but Nilo will come right behind him. And the execution from behind. Frozik waits a little too long. I wonder what the thought process was. Was he going to try and knife him? Just take the headshot. 13-13, all tied up.
Rendy can't believe his luck. I can't believe his luck. The fact that he was surrounded by pistols, he was isolated with an AWP in the corner, he should be dead. But of course, they have no helmets. He pulls out the USP, nails the headshots required, and you're right, blinking, you miss it. 13-10 goes to 13-13, and it's another tactical timeout for the Ninjas. This one is falling apart at the seams. What is happening here, lads? ETR currently sat on 11 kills himself. Needs to coordinate the team and work out what's going on here. Why are they not making a dent anymore? They were on a huge streak of rounds. They were 5-1 up on the map in the second half, I should say. And now they've lost 5 rounds in a row. So now, yeah, you're absolutely right. Anyone's map, if anything, you might even give it towards NAVI Junior, considering on the CT side. But their money, still nothing to write home about. Sure, they're winning these rounds, but some of them have been very close. Losing a lot of frags en route. But Adam B trying to try his luck towards that B bomb site itself. Aggression once more from NAVI Junior as they flash over, trying to find this first pick. It's a good flash. They did spot a player there. That's going to be Nilo.
Pretty tense round at this point. I realized the ramifications of losing this one for Young Ninjas. That NAVI Junior could pull away and take this map win. Actually looks so good. The majority of the second half, ZTR at the top of connector. Clears out jungle with a smoke. Doesn't have to worry about it, but the rest of his teammates are going in towards this B bomb site. Demon, he's going to hold for the first. Flash does connector. He drops into the site, sees the second player is short. His teammates are so far away right now. The rotation takes a long time to get here. ZTR on the Lurk has been caught, so it is the advantage for NAVI Jr., but it has to be the retake now that the bomb's gone down. This is easily done, though.
Yeah, this is no problem at all, Dingo, to be honest with you. It's just going to be maxed here. Now, we know he's decent, but I don't think he has much of a chance of using the gap above the smoke there. Frozen will close things out. And there it is, NAVI Jr. with a very convincing finish in round number 27. They'll take the lead here, 14-13. And that's the most, or the closest they've got to winning a round, I have to say. Young Ninjas, they've at least got the bomb down there, but still completely eviscerated as soon as it goes down. Nothing really to report here, and it feels like we're in cruise control as NAVI will get 6 rounds in a row now. The bomb planted a maximum loss bonus. We do have a buy available here for the Ninjas, but damn, where's Era gone? Where's everyone? It's we've got a missing ZTR as well, as this could be the last couple of rounds. They need to show us they can stay alive here, keep their head above water.
This could be the one. Couple of their ideas can see what they're trying to do, but the execution of them just hasn't really been there. And now they try and just explode out of A. First kill goes to NAVI Jr.'s side. Second, we'll go for Nipple. At least Neil will be able to get something in Era right through the smoke. Predicts the position of Rendy, and that's such an important kill to get, but ZTR just charges through the smoke. Oh, he's just giving away the round, really, with that play.
What?
Oh,
Was it a play?
It was. I hope not.
I don't know what
as well, Henry.
I don't know what that was. But it was ambitious, to say the least. It seems like the team's fallen apart here, Dinko. I'm not going to lie to you. We've been talking how good the coordination's looked the last couple of days, and the teamwork and the discipline. And it looks like the wheels have just fallen off here now, unfortunately. 7 rounds in a row. It felt like we were just getting ready to wrap this one up for the Ninjas to win, but all of a sudden, they've just gone completely absent on the server. One more round will do it for NAVI Jr. I dare say they've already done it, considering the damn squib the Young Ninjas have become. They are going to take a lot of damage from the wallbang and the B bomb side there. Adam B tucks himself in the corner. His teammates make their way up towards shore. That's Maxter with the Mac 10. Rendy in an awkward spot, but still keeps on delivering with his AWP, rising to the occasion when he had to. Most, it looks like it's all done here. 3 versus 2. Era keeps the dream alive for now. And Smiley, Rendy will have to fall back. He knows if he goes down here quickly, that could be the round in itself.
He's the only player left.
Oh, you're right.
1 versus 2. Stuck up in the apartments. They know what the AWP is. They know where the last victim is. So Rendy realizes they might have to reposition here to win this round. They might even consider going A, and I think Rendy, if he goes to the A bomb site, it will be messed up. So he realizes mid's probably the better position to try and check this one in, try and go back through short. There's no way they get to A that quickly. So he's back in towards the B site. He's holding for the short peak. I think he's actually calling this one off. All right. Unless he repositions through jungle, he's definitely going for the save now. So all the way back, get that AWP into the next round. And conceding. Well, it did look done, Henry. Not gonna lie. All the kills are coming through. And then suddenly, Era gets an important frag. ZTR able to chime in. And Rendy's forced into the save call.
There's still another round of play. All 30. As is tradition here. We like to make sure
it is a rule, I think, in the Academy League.
Okay, jokes aside, we made a clear point that closing out games was an issue for almost all the teams in the league. It's the perfect example of it right now, I suppose. You've had opportunities here against Pistols and Mac 10s, UMPs, against the B Rush. It all falls apart for you. And to be honest with you, Young Ninja should have had this game about 5 or 6 rounds ago. But here we go, tactical timeout. Pressure starting to mount for NAVI Jr. They know they give this one up. Everything's reset. They'll at least be having the CT side if that comes through. But they've given the Ninjas a lifeline now. In the previous round, they had not a lot, but they got a whole lot done. But this time, fully equipped. They've got the AK-47s pretty much across the board. Adam B with the M4A1S has been working those apartments time and time again. So the final timeout, the final round of regulation, and we'll see if there's a change of pace there. Maybe NAVI Jr. want to present some more aggression toward that A round. That's where they've been finding a lot of success, to be fair. Throws up with a nice B spawn.
All right, overtime or a regulation win here for NAVI Jr. Smoke up in the window. Again, mid-control being established quite early on through the underpass and top mid. Young Ninja's looking to apply pressure onto Nipple, forcing him out of his comfortable spot with a Molotov. He has got a second teammate hidden here inside the connector who's actually signaled that he wanted to leave. And ZTR just hunts through. Unbroken is the victim of that maneuver, and Renty and Nipple able to pull 2 back for NAVI Jr. But again, the Young Ninjas not going down without a fight. They get another one. Nilo on the double max throw the top of the smoke, and that's it. That's Shirley's overtime locked in now.
You would think so. It's up to Demon to try and close out the map right here, right now. 3 versus 1, M4 in hand. Has got the smoke, the flashbang, but no kid, unfortunately, and now no live. It will be Era to confirm overtime. A sigh of relief for the Young Ninjas. Like I said, this map felt like it was theirs. They had a huge streak of rounds here, completely fumbled and collapsed as a unit tactically, to be honest with you. Some very interesting decisions being made. Felt like they were just trying to close it quickly, Dinko, with fast B executions, rushes, fumble defaults, running out of time, just throwing everything they could in. They had in the strategy book, but at least they pulled it right back. They've got overtime. It can be forgiven now if they can reset and focus.
Mid-smoke going out. Overtime. It's just a mental reset at this point. And Frozik's going to go straight into the underpass. A lovely aggressive maneuver there for NAVI Jr. That's given them the opening. And ZTR has pretty much gone towards the underpass every time. I think that's the first time he's really had to meet resistance at the beginning of the round. You could see he just wasn't ready for that. Good little change up here in overtime to get NAVI Jr. the opening.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. Frozik hungry for a bit more potentially. Shoots out the vent. Trying to keep crosshairs and attention towards that side as Nipple will be dropping himself down a smoke towards that connector, allowing to investigate towards top of middle and hold them off a little bit as well, but Maxter might not be respecting it. We'll see.
Oh, Maxter locks it in. Era as well alongside Nilo. It's just kill after kill here for the Young Ninjas. But it's still a 2 versus 3. Still within touching distance at the 50-second mark, especially because the Young Ninjas have to buy some time running back to get the bomb. And this is going to allow NAVI Jr. to relocate and reposition back over towards this A bomb site, which looks like it's going to be the right call here. This is very doable at this point now with a rotate.
Yeah, Nilo's position is interesting, however. If they do get the aggro towards connector, it could be interesting if they swing out towards CT spawn. They won't be anticipating it, so they make a lot of footsteps here. And that's interesting. They even got a kill, to be honest with you. Nilo does swing eventually. They have no idea of Randy's position. He could actually get this into 1 versus 1. Low HP, and they are looking towards short for some reason. They seem to be convinced that's where he is. Apparently not. Grenade will actually get the kill, I think, Dinko. There it is. 1 versus 1. 8 seconds remaining. Does he go for the swing? Oh, this could be fumbled. 5 seconds. Needs to go for the plant. Will get it down.
He's just got it. Just about now down to the 1v1. Adam B climbs up on top of Triple. Renty's barrel spotted. And Adam B makes the right reposition and is able to deal damage from above.
Wasn't a pretty round by any stretch of the imagination. No one's saying that, but they get the job done. The grenade landing on their front doorstep. Did you understand why they were both looking towards short? Were they just looking at the bomb or trying just to understand where the city could be? It seemed they had a lot of conviction as to that connected position.
I think they were looking towards short for a CT. I don't know if they knew both players were there, so it's definitely a little strange, but it's cost them 16-15 behind on NAVI Jr. This could be a good opportunity to just mentally reset for Young Ninjas. Looked like they just got in their head when the comeback started happening.
Yeah.
That nade could be devastating if Nipple drops it at the right time. It's going to go on in. And it does 3 damage, Henry. Classic
Devastating
CSGO.
3 damage. Yeah.
Brutal. How is he going to recover from it?
So, these AWPs really yet to lock horns. Era's brought his out now, considering we've got 16k star money these days. Now we're going to see Demon, though. Rose flank up. And Nilo's been such a beast with his opening frags the last few rounds. Time and time again, is cracking things open. Stays welcome, though, unfortunately, there. Takes a peek towards jungle, maybe getting a bit carried away. Back to the 4-on-4. That's going to be Rendy, though, as we try and make our way towards the A side. Through connector once again. Young Ninjas love this approach of walking up towards CT spawn.
Here's the scope. Adam B unleashes around the corner. The second player, but he realizes when he goes back, he might have heard something, and he's ready for that second kill, too. Frozik now left, gets caught by Max, who plays perfectly on the phase of the smoke. And there's 17 rounds now for Young Ninjas. They're back. They disappeared for a few rounds, but they're back, Henry.
Just in the nick of time, I suppose. It was looking pretty woeful. You're right. When NAVI Junior on the comeback, I felt that they were playing themselves almost. They were a little bit too inside their own heads, unsure how to close things out, but this is much better. Might have something to do with ZTR having a rough game, maybe inside his own head, potentially. But either way, we are getting to the final round of the first half of overtime here. As mentioned, money won't be an issue for NAVI Junior, considering you have the 16k start money. And Nilo, might as well keep the camera on him. This guy has been playing like a man possessed. Flashbangs going over, nice and simple this time. Stick together, basic utility, full sender towards the A bomb side. Not much CT resistance. Unbroken will have to go huge here. First kill is his, and the second. That will do. Man advantage now for Navi in a must-win round here. As there's no smoke towards CT, that's going to cost him. Froting helps himself to get another kill.
Yeah, all down to ZTR, and if he pulls this clutch off, it might just be the highlight of the tournament, and it isn't going to happen. A round at least picked up in the first half of overtime here for NAVI Junior. An opportunity for Young Ninjas. They still are ahead.
Yes.
It's all to play for as you head into the second half of overtime number 1.
Yeah, as usual. You think you get used to one narrative and it completely flips halfway through the half, and happens once again here. Young Ninjas were looking so strong throughout this one, but back on top, a 2-1 lead. Very welcome going onto the CT side. One round will do it to find them at least double overtime, 2 to close out the map. We'll see whether it's going to be enough. It's their opponent's pick, of course. Navi picking Mirage. We have Overpass next, where Young Ninjas are the absolute heavy favorites. These two played each other on it yesterday, where the Swedes took the map 16-6. So Navi, in my opinion, their only chance to do anything in this best of 3 was winning here today on Mirage. But still a chance to do that, of course. We'll just have to have a pretty clean run of it here on the T side. And it might start at this B bomb side. Good grenade, though. Another devastating 3 damage there towards Randy.
Just absolutely tearing them apart, Henry.
Yeah, it's almost too much.
Round after round, 6 damage total. And then just taking a bit of a slower approach now. NAVI Junior. Clearing out the car, forcing Nilo. They'll appear up into the apartments. NAVI Junior have the mid control. If you remember back to the first half, it was Young Ninjas giving this mid control to NAVI Junior, but they never really knew what to do with it. Never really got themselves into many competitive positions playing this slow default. Young Ninjas were very good when the site collapses came in, but this isn't bad. This is good positioning for an A split.
The AWP is there though, Dinka, that's the problem. If Era can come online and find a couple, got problems. And there's the first shot. Nipple will be dropped. They haven't fully committed just yet, and oof, Era almost gives himself up, takes a lot of damage, and Adam B now into that sandwich. Can't afford to make a meal of this.
Oh, but he has. Randy, very quick flick to it. Adam P goes down, and now Young Ninjas have to fight from behind, but the denial of the bottom plant. The second kill nearly there for Maxter, but at least the plant is now being committed to. But it's just about down, nearly denied again, but it's just one player left. Unbroken inside of the connector. ZTR knows exactly where he is, and he's got teammates to help him out. Great work there from the Young Ninjas, and they're able to come through with a round win. Map point here on Mirage.
Well, there it is. We said ZTR's had a rough game so far. In overtime, he's come to life. He's actually caught up in the fragging department. Huge 3-piece there. And working his teammate in tandem with Nilo, the man of the moment. He's been so good the last few rounds. They do find map point. As mentioned, Overpass should almost be an open goal for them to find a 2-0 here as well. So, going to take 2 in a row from NAVI Junior. Not impossible, of course, but it's Young Ninjas with a huge advantage now on the CT side. A couple of lives to work with here. And they've got AK-47s on the CT side. That's going to be Adam B and Nilo with, of course, the AWP of Era. So pressure on for NAVI Junior here. It's looking quite good at one stage in that round. But ran out of time. Awkward plant. It all comes crumbling down.
All right, coming out mid. Randy. Good start here for NAVI Junior at least. Adam B is a little bit risky in this position. And it looks the wrong way, commits to the right corner, and the timing just fell off to do that. Nipple comes around, just rips him apart. ZTR needs a multi-kill here. He needs to. If he doesn't get to, the Young Ninja is going to be the tough spot because those rotations are a long way off. And here comes the commitment from NAVI Junior. Everybody moving through this A site. ZTR actually gets into connector, and he's caught behind a smoke. So it should be the bomb going down here for NAVI Junior, and it has to be a 3 versus 4 retake. Young Ninjas have to play with a deficit.
Well, Nilo will have to save the day once again. He's in the most promising position with the flank coming in from T-Spawn. They know exactly what ZTR is. He's trying to keep the attention on himself, do some chip damage if possible through the wall bangs, but Frozik looks like he's very aware of this prospect. Nilo does these great at these pre-fires, and once again he comes out on top. Good grenade towards the AWP as well. That could be enough to find the kill. Maxter chiming in. It's actually down to a 2 versus 2. The time is not really available. Needs the full defuse here. It could be enough. They could be closing things out here. It looks like they've done it. And there it is. Another successful retake there in the 4 versus 2. It's Young Ninjas coming out on top, Adam. What a great retake.
Yeah, great work there from the Ninjas. Being a player down the flank, I thought for sure he was down, right? You had that ramp hole being held, and really good work from Young Ninjas to take away their opponent's map pick. Probably could have done it in regulation, to be honest. A good resurgence in NAVI Jr. to get it to this point of the game, but just too much to handle. Young Ninjas able to find the answers. A couple of really good rounds here from them, and ZTR's calling definitely comes to life in the late stages of the game, but map number 1 taken away from NAVI, and as you pointed out, Overpass didn't really go so well for them yesterday. They've got to try and win this series, and they've got to try and take Overpass and then Vertigo to do it. So it's definitely turned into hard mode here for NAVI Jr., maybe even nightmare mode. Young Ninjas are in pole position to get a grand final spot.
I think you're absolutely right there. This has been a roller coaster of emotions, as usual, when we're commentating these series, but that's why we love being here so much. It was NIP, you're absolutely right, who absolutely could have closed this out in regulation. They had this game in the palm of their hand, and they started to squander it. And I suppose it's that experience and the pressure they need to get used to and make sure they hold their nerve, play their own game, and don't start changing things up when they get in pole position. But still, a great resurgence here. I really enjoy the efforts coming from Nilo, especially. Era, a player we called out coming into this one, saying he needs to show us that he can be consistent in these high-pressure situations. But there it is, 31 kills, Dinko. He went above and beyond for his teammates there. And for NAVI Jr., it's Frozik, another instrumental performance from him, only 14 years old, bear in mind as well. And you can feel maybe they were lacking a little bit more firepower. Had Headtrick been here, might have been enough today.
Yeah, might have been enough. But you definitely see the differences in how they were playing today without him, right? It was more of a balanced team effort, and you know, if you're playing that game against Young Ninjas, as I mentioned, I just think you're not going to be able to beat them at. I think they're better at that game. So Young Ninjas are feeling pretty good about the fact Mirage is now under their belt. They'll move forward onto Overpass, their map pick, their comfort ground. Things are opening up for a victory here for the Young Ninjas. And for NAVI Jr., definitely excited to see a little bit more of them going into map number 2. Might be the last time we see them here in the Academy League Season 6, but we'll have to find out. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we've got the second map of the series ready for you. It's going to be Overpass.
legions, not from us. We came for blood. We are the break the system, never budge. Kill the lawyers, kill the judge. No allegiance, not from us. We came for blood.
Welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 6 playoffs. We're here for the consolidation final. We're heading into map number 2. Everything is pointing towards the Young Ninjas victory in a 2-0 fashion, Henry, but we are here at the Academy League, and that means it's probably going to be 3 maps. Everything you think you know disappears. It's like the pressure gets them, and it all just comes crumbling down.
Well, let's look at what we do know. We know they played this map already, and they played Overpass, right? And it was a Young Ninjas victory, 16-6. And they had Head Trick playing, who had a 1.54 rating. They still lost 16-6. So logic dictates it's going to be 16-0 without him, but who knows? They were playing a more sustainable, consistent, traditional game of Counter-Strike, I suppose, without him. Might lend itself towards a more tactical map, but the firepower he was providing was outstanding, I think. The rest of his teammates couldn't really keep up on Overpass whatsoever. So I feel like, yes, this should be the 2-0, but who the hell knows? Nothing seems to make sense these days. Anything we think we do know is often wrong, but it does keep things exciting, keeps us on our toes, and keeps us guessing at all times.
Yeah, Overpass, the second map. Young Ninjas looking to return to the grand finals. They've been there before. Definitely do it in the online stages a lot more than on LAN, but they have been there in Kiev in one of the earlier seasons of the competition. While now in Season 6 online, they're looking to do it and head to the final against Spirit Academy. And NAVI Jr. stand in their way. It is the same roster. Definitely important to take note. Sometimes it could be a little sneaky players coming in here and there. But it's exactly the same as our previous map.
That was a big surprise of the first map. There was no Head Trick. That's okay, cool.
Our whole storyline build-up was Head Trick.
That pre-game was useless. Well, hopefully this game will not be. We'd
No
like to
King
see
Crush.
Navi turn up. Exactly, King Crush. I do miss him, actually, to be fair. But Rendy had a great performance in the previous map. Managed to get 30 kills. He started off on 0, unfortunately. Maxter, bit of a beast with that P250. Will crack things open. And they can slow things right down now. That kind of opening pick is worth its weight in gold, especially when you get a couple of them. Nilo will be joining in as well. The PP50 finding all the picks for Demons. He might be able to get himself a couple, which he does. Back to a 3-on-3 as quick as you like. You might as well go for another. And before you even realize it's actually man advantage for NAVI Jr.
Now they got a chance at turning this into the first round win. Demon's position, although he's on 5 HP, is still really strong. So he can actually decide to drop back and just maintain his life. He's actually going to try and fake out the door to try and pull them down in towards him. They don't see him, so they might actually have considered that he has gone through the doorway. And they're going to start making their way up through the bathrooms. Now there is a flank being deployed. Frozik coming around the backside with 40 seconds left. The side of Young Ninjas have decided long is the approach. And they're coming up, both on P250 to know, and they also have a smoke grenade. The problem is here, Adam B does not have any Kevlar. So some aim punch at range definitely will affect him quite heavily. And there is a kit in play here for NAVI Jr. too. So we'll see how they approach this one. Crossing on over. Oh, a lovely headshot from Adam B. Now, if he can find this player in the bank, well, that would be massive. And he's charging it down. 2 players running him down. In fact, trying to scare him off and give a platform to plant the bomb. But in the meantime, look at this. Moving into the smoke is Frozik. He's right with them. He could deny this, but he's caught somehow. There it gets him. And Adam B with a quick flick out. Young Ninjas turn the pistol back, and they find the first round of play.
Wasn't pretty, Adam. I'm going to say it. It wasn't pretty, but they got the job done. It looked like the CTs had fought their way back into it. Bear in mind, that was a 5 versus 3 in favor of Young Ninjas to kick things off. Those P250s were finding picks left, right, and center. The round was on a big pause. No one thought anyone was going to happen at that stage. Demon came in with a couple of frags, 2.5, and we actually found them in a 3-on-2 advantage. But still, Young Ninjas with those P250s making the round work and somehow coming out on top. It's going to be a big follow-up force buy here, as we'll see. NAVI Jr. with the Deagles, of course, the 5-7. Rendy on that scout, already found a tag. That's towards young Maxter. He's down to 30 points of health, as we'll see whether it's possible for a conversion here. It's very difficult to play up against these pistols and scouts. You can almost play yourself here, but for now, NAVI Jr. focusing on this B bomb site stack.
Oh, nice shot. Randy will dish out some damage. Receive some on his own too, so he's going to drop back. And towards the A bomb site. Young Ninja's just executing on this right away. Smoke's coming in, not wasting any time. Just want to commit in towards this A bomb site, realizing a scout is probably not the weapon that can shut down multiple players in a row. And they just shred through Demon as well. So good work here for Young Ninjas. They put themselves in a really good position. And if they are to lose this round, they would have to mess up very badly.
Could happen. Stranger things have happened, I suppose. But let's see how this one pans out. The CTs posturing outside the bomb site. Yeah, exactly. They should be falling back and considering, well, we've got upgraded pistols here. We have a second bite of the cherry. If we can hold on to the Desert Eagles, the Scout, we can perform the exact same round going forward. Sure, we'll give this one up, but that's not the end of the world. Rather, let this one go and have some residual firepower rather than absolutely nothing. So there is that to consider. Randy will save the Scout, managing to get a couple of tags and able to convert the kills though with the 5-7, etc. So Young Ninjas, good start to their campaign here to the grand final, managing to pick up their first map of Mirage. That was actually the pick of NAVI Jr. as well. And they're the absolute favorites here on Overpass. 2-0 start on the T side of the map as well. Very much welcomed. And we will see. Of course, those saved Eagles and Scout come out once again. Maybe more of the same, could stack towards the A side instead. But we will see a lot of teams favoring that B bomb side on CT and T side.
I like the decisiveness of Young Ninjas. You don't see a lot of that on Overpass these days, where you just see it, all right, let's just get through bathrooms really quickly and just immediately execute on A. Often you'll take as much time as you possibly can. Nipple, though, out long, gets one on the Deagle, nearly lines up 3. A good double to open up the round, and that has thrown a bit of a spanner into the works here for the Young Ninjas. ZTR is even worried that there could be another player at long. He doesn't want to go around the corner and lose the bomb and his life, realizing that that move, if there was to be a player on the corner, could possibly cost him the entire round. So this is a bit of a troublesome round right now for Young Ninjas, but they have recovered the bomb, and they've had to burn a smoke to do it. They're paranoid about more players being at long.
Their cage has certainly been rattled, Inko. And you can see they don't look comfortable whatsoever. Time is bleeding away. They have no real information as they tiptoe their way through back towards their own spawn. So what's the play here? He's going to try and walk all the way back to B. I guess it's an idea, but look how much presence there is towards Short Monster here. So they'll have to get past Unbroken and Frozig, both waiting there. And that's going to burn off even more time. So by the time they actually take this challenge, we'll have about 20 seconds left on the clock. Protected for now.
Oh, Molotov forcing Frozig out. And charging towards the site now, Young Ninjas. Lovely shot from Nilo. And his Unbroken added to the tally of fallen comrades for NAVI Jr. But Demon's still getting involved, and they're still staying competitive in this one. And eyes on the flank through Monster. If Frozig can do something with this, well, potentially a round win, but he hasn't been able to do it. Now it's just the Scout of Randy. And although it did feel like a pretty scary round at the beginning, Young Ninjas do a good job at staying composed, recovering it, and finishing the round on a high. 3-0 on the board now for Young Ninjas.
Very well played. You're dead on there. It does happen sometimes. The Desert Eagles can strike, and it's all down to mechanical aim. There's no strategy in the world that can deny that, unfortunately. But the fact they did have that disadvantage, holding their nerve, reading the clock very well, speculate as to whether they could actually pull something off with 30 seconds left on the clock with the commitment, but just the perfect understanding of the setup there, avoiding the Scout, avoiding the Eagles, getting their bomb planted, and trading out kills effectively. A 3-0 start here on Overpass. Dream scenario, really. Hasn't been the cleanest in terms of keeping the manpower alive, so the money's not out of control, but still pretty decent with 6k on ZTR. Take a lot of damage, though, en route towards Connector. That's Nilo down to 7 points of health. Could give him the AWP. Nero might throw that over. We'll see if that's going to be the case, but for now, keeping things pretty standard with the bomb down in T-spawn. Just making sure there's no CT aggression being presented towards them.
Randy needs to be careful. He doesn't get caught there, but he's got into the bathrooms. He'll A little bit worried that they could be creeping up on him, but he's peeked out for some information, hasn't seen anybody. And in the meantime, on the other side of the map, Unbroken has got to pick in towards short. Era gets aggressive and loses his life. And this could be the opening here for NAVI Jr. to just hold on. They've got the advantage. Young Ninja's attack is diluted already, and they're still heavily leaned towards B. They don't have map control elsewhere, so they almost feel forced into this B play. 25 seconds. They're coming up through short. Entering into the site. Unbroken. Good for one. Frozik able to get a double kill. And that's the CT's holding on strong. It's just the damaged up Nilo to try and do something about this. 15 seconds left. This other ball in his back. Now an AWP. Oh, I has seen Frozik moving forward. A nice quick shot. Smoke goes down. Again, he has to worry about short and just enough time to get the bomb down. He'll fake it and that'll cost him the round. Nipple comes up. Takes him out with a rifle. NAVI Jr. have their first round of overpass.
Pretty decent one there from NAVI Jr. Denied the plant. And the B bomb site looked very strong indeed. 3-1. As you said, money isn't actually amazing for the Ninjas. They did have 8,000 on DTR. Looks like he's opting to drop pistols instead. Go for the partial buy instead of the full investment. We'll see. He's got the hero AK, considering he had so much cash. But a few thrown out pistols there. See whether the in-game leader can step up. He's also got the helmet, just to note. But his teammates not even purchasing Kevlar. So it's just a one-man maneuver. Randy. Hello. Gets away with it, I suppose, but not really sure why he wasn't aware that could be a possibility, but still nails the shot. No harm, no foul. And towards long we go. It's up to that AK, as mentioned, but we've got Demon here hunting for a lot of intel. They've already found a kill towards short and can confirm that it might be an A-side attack here once he looks in towards T-spawn. Yeah, the rotation's going off now. You can see that on the top left of your screens. That's going to be Unbroken and Frozik, making sure they're coordinating with Nipple here to deny the plant towards A.
Oh. Shot goes whizzing past Nipple's head. Although we are under 1 minute left, there's still a lot of time to play with for Young Ninjas. They start to make their way up through short. Nipple commits. Puts himself in a pretty dangerous spot. Luckily gets away. They're doubled up on top of the truck now. They got Frozik out towards the SWAT car too, so very strong setup on this A side at the moment. It's very hard to see how Young Ninjas are going to be able to penetrate this with the weaker weapons. They'll try their best as they move through with a mighty approach, but it's shut down quite quickly. Easily cleaned up there for NAVI Jr. 2 rounds on the rotate, just so well played. Another round added.
Yeah, it was just that AK-47. Unarmored pistols elsewhere, but all these rounds very important in the greater bigger picture things. We'll see whether this is a full buy now for Young Ninjas. We have got the AWP for Era, who was looking so good on that first map, so time for him to step up potentially. Randy as well has had his moments, so this is where the snipers can lock horns. We'll see whether this connector push will pay dividends for the T side. Currently up 3-2, but NAVI Jr. hot on their heels after 2 in a row. Would stance, but not heavily committed towards middle. He's got Nipple watching towards long for him, patrolling those bathrooms. And another default setup here from Young Ninjas. We know that's how they like to operate, fill the map out together, operate as a unit, coordinate on this tactical affair of overpass. And Randy seems to be aware of the positioning, though. Here comes Era, looking to challenge. Seems to have a good understanding as to where he could be. Spots the foot. Can't connect the shot.
Oh, Randy. Close quarters calling back the AWP. Either you make one decision to run away, or you stick in this spot and try and frag your way out of this position. And you might be able to do that, but it's risky. The boost is being assembled right in front of him. Might be able to hear this, but he's worried about the bathrooms itself, and that's most going to start to fade away. Luckily, Randy gets behind cover. In the meantime, Nipple has moved through long and got himself a kill to give the advantage to NAVI Jr. at the 40-second mark, but it's traded out. Randy sticks around the bathrooms too long and ends up costing him his life. Maxter's turn to try and deal with the long threat, but Nipple once again getting a pick here for NAVI Jr.'s CT side. This might force Young Ninjas to consider a B play. But they go into the B side. There's 2 players waiting here too with 20 seconds left. The flash needs to be good, and it is. Unbroken nearly gets taken out in the same swoop, but he's done very well to stay alive. And now with 13 seconds left, the final attack forward from Young Ninjas. It's a no-scope onto Unbroken from short. They've got enough time to get the bomb down, and the utility is deployed.
Grenades are coming in, though. Lots of damage. But still, the 2-on-2 remain. CT towards Heaven. Era will use this as an opportunity to rotate towards Monster as well. It's the in-game leaders, ETR, big frag ahead of it. Should be a bit of a gimme as well. Nipple on low HP, and Era hitting some banging shots there, Dinko. He had a no-scope towards short there to save the day. Gets 3 in total. And as you mentioned, there was, 6 seconds left on the clock. Had he not hit that no-scope, then the round was over. So he saves the day and continues that strong form we saw in Mirage.
Yeah, it's just really incredible. The limited time, I just didn't see a world in which that was happening. But there we go, Young Ninjas. Important kill to find on short. They get it. Just enough time to find themselves a 4th round win. This is exactly the kind of start on the T side you want to see, because we've mentioned it in the tournament so far. Even at the top level, teams have been struggling on the T side, but this Young Ninja side has been so good.
No,
but no, he got stuck on the fence.
He fumbled the movement, bro.
Oh, that's horrible. A bit clunky there, and has just cost him his life.
Oh, yeah, that's not ideal, as he took so much damage on Roof being the Molotov, and he did have an opportunity to get out of there, but it might not matter. There you go, Rendy will have to step up. If he hits that shot, maybe they have something to say about the round, but it's looking good now. Young Ninjas, full B control, smokes down on the bomb side towards Heaven. It's just Nipple with the MP9 here. I'm not going to get used to saying that name, I'm going to be honest with you, but Nipple is falling back towards the connector right now. They don't have kits. They're going to be saving here, and you can see Maxter having none of it. He wants to be taking these guys down right here, right now. Does hit some sort of foot this long. Doesn't quite connect the shot, but eventually he'll get it. Now just one player remaining. They know where he is. That is going to be Mr. Nipple himself.
Mr. Nipple.
Having a party. And looks like the hunt will be commencing here, but not fully committing potentially. We'll see.
It feels like Nipple should be on the other team.
Exactly. That's what confused me. When his name comes from the kill feed, it makes me think of NIP.
Yeah.
And, takes me a second.
I mean, I wonder what the origins of this name is. Like, because surely in his, it might be like Neeple, right? Because like the I isn't pronounced the same, but in English it's nipple, and so
That's all
he
we
has
can
now
do.
been coined Nipple, and that is what he's got to live with now. Decisions.
Well, Navi Jr. have taken the decision to take a partial buy here. Dinky Winky. We are going to see going to see the M4, 5-7, and Eagle here. It's actually the M4 that kicks things off. Nipple showing us what he's made of there. It's actually a very effective frag. They've recovered the AK-47 as well, juggling the weapons around, making sure this makes the most sense. So a 5-on-4 ensues. Interesting. It's Young Ninjas that don't normally give up many of those early frags, but Nino will be bringing one back. At least that's towards the connector. Maxter, yeah, I was about to say, you might want to be careful here, my friend. That's the bomb. And Rosa continues to be a nuisance with the second frag.
Oh, that be in a second found as well. Unbroken comes in with a 5-7. At least one here for Navi, but Young Ninja's not really having too many issues. It's down to a 1 versus 2. Now, if Nipple is to pull this one off, it would be fantastic to give a 3rd round to Navi Jr., but he's been spotted. He doesn't have any utility. So coming back into this.
It's got 100 HP, though, against
Okay.
the AWP. Yeah, true. I'm still kind of believing for some reason. I'm not sure why, but no, there it is. Maxed up will be up close and personal, defending his sniper. Another very effective round there, as we'll see. Young Ninjas extend the lead 6-2. This is more like it. Their Mirage campaign was very good in regulation, but towards the end of that, it was actually looking quite ropey, a little bit all over the place, not so organized as you might expect, but this T side has been much better. Winning the pistol, lost the first gun round, but back on their feet now. And speaking of which, Navi back on their feet financially. It's been a difficult few rounds for them, but we'll see if there's any initial aggression coming in. Nipple's going in towards the connector. Damage taken from those flames once again, but Era likes to get stuck in there, but it's Adam B with the opening frag. That was towards Monster.
Oh, good peek there from Nipple down in towards connector. Although immediately the utility is starting to bombard him from top mid. So he can't really escape here. He's just kind of stuck, biding his time inside of the connector for the time being. And Unbroken. Oh, that's a wild play and hasn't worked out.
Oh, you've got to take the risk sometimes.
That works though. There we go. Yeah, you do. Gotta risk it sometimes because, you know, life without risks is boring. So
Exactly. Well, speaking of which, we're going to be putting all of our eggs into the proverbial A basket. CT's rotating over, and it will be a B finish by the looks of things here for the young ninjas. They are waiting for their opportunity to walk in towards the B bomb site. It's the correct decision. They've got Era can cover towards the heaven area as well. They've got triple smokes. Difficult to lose this one. If they can get these smokes down and the bomb planted, you can't really see a world where this retake will be possible for them. Bear in mind, CT's nowhere to be seen, both over on the other bomb site, tucked away on the A side itself. They'll hear these bits of utility deployed, and whether they go for it yet to be seen. They don't have a kit. They're a man down and couldn't be further away. So let's have a look. They will be at least making their way towards this side of the map. They have double smokes. I guess they could smoke the bomb, smoke towards short, give it a go. They'll boost to kick things off.
yeah, gonna send Frozigon over the top. Although look how disciplined young ninjas are. They aren't giving anything away.
True.
And because of that, no opportunity back in, no gate opens, and so 7 rounds for the T side. And really showing no signs of stopping. And this is great from young ninjas. I mean, this is definitely one of the strengths of this T side of Overpass. I mentioned that throughout yesterday and now today. And it's coming to fruition here in this matchup. So, looking good. If you're just joining us, this is the consolidation final. And basically the last chance to get into the grand final here in Season 6 playoffs of the WePlay Academy League. Currently in the grand final, already waiting for their opponent is Spirit Academy. Young Ninjas 1 map up after winning Mirage. Now on their map pick, they are 7-2 up on Overpass. So looking very good for them to try and grab that last grand final spot.
Been a hell of a tournament. A lot of Counter-Strike played in the group stages, all led us here. Playoffs have been exciting to say the very least. Lots of ups and downs. Lots of roster changes and lots of frags from Era, it seems, as he continues to find his opening kills. But next up, oversteps the mark. He'll be taken down by the demon himself. You can see NAVI Jr. have been pretty scary with these pistols and able to convert the rounds, but certainly making them uncomfortable time and time again. Haven't been many clean ones. Even with 7-2 lead, you can see the money's not amazing on the Ninjas side. But for now, still a 4-4, and they're edging their way towards A. Through the facet of long. We'll see whether it works out for them. As Rendy with the Deagle. Nipple with the M4A1S. He's towards short at B. And this is where the round gets interesting. Demon, fully committed to this. Mr. One Deeg, you are brown bread.
Oh.
Doesn't miss. Completely owns him, actually. But,
That was actually kind of
great.
crazy. Yeah, I didn't. It's really hard to hit a shot at that range that cleanly. So good job, Demon. Gets away with 1, but gets traded. We're now in a 3 versus 3. Maybe Unbroken is the next player to step up. If he gets some good timing, might be able to do something with his decoy. Comes on up. Adam B lands 1 right between the eyes. 35 seconds. The Young Ninjas once again in the better position, but it's the flank. It could cause a few problems. It's still coming through. And Rendy is a bit far off to really make too much impact just yet. But the AWP just about gets its timing there. I thought Adam B had rounded the corner, but Rendy actually gets a second chance and he hits it. Now the plant coming through. Nipple trying to wallbang and deny it, but Young Ninjas have got it down. So into the 2 versus 2 has to be the retake.
Oh, Rendy didn't anticipate the player jumping up top of the bomb side there. It's up to Nipple, though. Continues to be a nuisance here. Has got the kit. Going to be aware of the player being there as well. Nilo says no. As finds his final frag of the round there. It's going to be NIP continuing with the power on the T side here. Saving the AWP as well. Another 1 versus 1 landing in their favor. As the money's still pretty stable on the NAVI Jr. side of things. But not so much the game. After losing Mirage, their pick in overtime, they find themselves with a huge deficit here. If you are just joining us, bear in mind we are missing a head trick today for reasons unknown, and he was the absolute MVP of Navi's campaign here in the playoffs so far. So just wanted to point that out as Adam B cracks things open once again towards 1 star. Well, I think that was the ball bang towards short, actually.
Yeah.
He did, that's what he called it. It was the ball bang towards short.
And he got a few of those yesterday as well. Maxter and CTR taking a couple more kills here for the Young Ninjas, and they're pushing again. They're trying to force the issue, and he is going to handle it very well. Nearly gets a double. Unbroken gets one. He's been tied down to 39 HP, and Young Ninjas know exactly where their last opponent is. They can send the bomb safely into the A site, plant it wherever they want, and this should be 9 locked in momentarily.
Yeah, and this is similar scenes to what we saw yesterday as well. This matchup's already happened, of course, and on Overpass, it was NAVI Junior only managed to get 5 on their CT campaign. So similar scenes, it could be even a little bit worse, as plenty more rounds to be played. It's going to be 9-2 now. Unbroken gets his position up. He's only got 12 HP. He's going to be trying to stay alive if possible, trying to stay silent. Wants to get the gun out here. Gets the shot as well. Well played to him. Another impressive kill. And things starting to get very bleak indeed for NAVI Junior. Difficult to get excited about this one. It's almost feeling like a complete lock-in that the Young Ninjas will be making their way to the grand final here. Money is still fine. There is enough for an AWP if they really wanted it for Rendy, but it would be such a compromise across the board. I don't think it's worth it. So M4s, the FAMAS, no kits, just to know that. And bare bones utility. But these are the kind of rounds you can loosen up, I suppose. You might as well try and take a few more risks here, and that's exactly what Nipple's going for. Pushes through. Oh no, he's running out of bullets though, and still somehow gets the kill, but only had a couple left in the magazine.
Yeah, just 2 for 1. I don't think that's really going to favor NAVI Junior at the start of this round. Obviously, when you make a play like that, you really need to come out on top of it. And Frozik, luckily, is actually going to come out on top for 2 fights. Turns back, catches the connector player as well. Suddenly, NAVI Junior into a better position. They've got the advantage here with 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Still some time here for Young Ninjas to play with, but not an easy round to turn into their favor.
So we have got Era trying to take matters into his own hands. AWP, full send towards the A site. Frozik hot on their tail though as Adam B tries to join his comrade here. Timing is going to be super funky. He might spot them just going around the flower bed. I think it's okay. They have made it round. The thing is, will they anticipate a player from long so early on here? I don't think so. This might be the round in itself. They'll probably get the bomb planted, but Frozik should have them locked in. Spots one. There it is.
Well, they're turning back to try and deal with him. They can get rid of Frozik quite quickly. Maybe focus on this site itself, but Unbroken and Frozik work together. Good discipline there for NAVI Junior. They realize that you can't drop the ball in a round like this. When you have such a limited round picked up already, you get an opportunity like that, you must take it. And 9-6 is still a possibility. You get 6 rounds and a half. Maybe there is a comeback to be had here for NAVI Junior. Still on road to do that, but you see they've been doing damage across a few of these rounds, so some of the players not flush with cash on the Young Ninjas, but luckily Maxter and Era had 11k each, so they're able to dish out the 8ks across the board. But you can see the cash is now done for Young Ninjas, so if NAVI Junior win this round, well, the money's gone, and then Young Ninjas actually might collapse in this first half. There's maybe a pathway back into a respectable scoreline here for NAVI Junior.
Well, let's have a look. It will take a pretty much perfect game from here on out. Looking likely to be a B execution. No more defaults for the Ninjas. Going to be flashing through. And Unbroken doing his best to avoid them. He has done. And can't avoid the bullets, unfortunately. Adam B's ETR cracking things open. Frozik completely flashed. This is absolutely spectacular from Young Ninjas. What an adjustment that was. We've seen nothing really but defaults so far, Adam. After losing their first gun round here, they throw in the lovely B execution there. Do you see the bombardment of utility, the excellent entry frags, and the coordination has led them to a clean sweep of a round where they've barely taken any damage here.
Yeah, great work. And I mean, what a turnaround from Adam B over the last few days, right? Yesterday, we didn't see this guy playing like this, but he made actually some of the most crucial mistakes yesterday. But today, he's been on one. He's just looking so good. Nipple fending off the hunt. Defends himself in his rifle. Yeah, and I mean, I was trying to paint the lovely picture, you know, some hopium perhaps of a comeback path there in the half for NAVI Junior, but I mean, a great call from NIP, really. It's, you know, they just call for the straight up rush in towards the B bomb site. Nice change in pace. You know, playing this default, a lot of A play. And CTR calls, let's just hit that B-bomb site with some force, and they weren't ready for it. So difficult one to stomach there for NAVI Jr. and a timeout taken to try and figure out what they can do. Well, some of the adjustments to try and get 10-5 now. That's the best case scenario for NAVI Jr. left in this first half.
Yeah, worst case, 12-3, which wouldn't be ideal at all on the CT side, especially when you're looking down the barrel of going out of the tournament here, unfortunately. Young Ninjas almost certain to be joining us in the grand final. On the T side, they've already equaled their total they found against NAVI Jr. yesterday on Overpass T side, where they got 10, so looking to beat their own record now. See what can be done. Unbroken and Co. making their way out towards that B side. The buy is reasonable. Not too many holes to poke in it. They've got a kit as well. Rendy with the AWP, but it might be another B execution, Dinker. They might just be doing the same thing once again. I kind of like the call, to be honest.
Here comes the pop. We'll see if they can handle it better this time. NAVI Jr. have seen what happens when Adam B charges through the front of the pack. He's got himself another opening. Nilo gets the second kill, and that's the B-bomb site completely open. Young Ninjas will put the bomb down. NAVI Jr. have a very small chance at winning this round back if you even go for it. But it's a tough one yet again for NAVI Jr. You just lose 2 players on the B side immediately, but they are committing back in through short. It's Era that stopped Rendy from getting any closer. Nipple trying to use the fence to get a better angle, and he does that well. But not really getting into a competitive position until this point. Nilo, perhaps, getting a little too overzealous. He's given a pathway back into this round now for NAVI Jr. It's a 2 versus 2. Time certainly ticking. Over halfway gone on the bomb. They have to get some kills quickly. Maybe throw something onto the site, try and cause a bait out, but nothing is happening yet. They're sticking it. They can't get around the corner. And oh my god, they've just stuck the defuse. I thought they would have tapped it, but they just got right on it. And then Young Ninjas weren't in a position to fight it anymore.
They just threw the round completely. They've got a bit too cocky that they've won a load of rounds. They're doing the same tactic again. No one's calmed with the bombs planted. He can't actually stop the defuse. Just a series of blunders there from Young Ninjas. Should have been their round. Should have been tied up. Weren't really watching the flanks and not positioned correctly to even look at the bomb there. So what done to NAVI Jr. They get back into this now because of that round. Another fumbled one from Young Ninjas, unfortunately.
That's a great way to open things up, though. Era just knocking Unbroken down from the booth. And now Nipple charging his way through up into the playground, and CTR with the second. So the unfortunate thing is, the only way it feels like NAVI Jr. winning rounds is when mistakes like the previous round happen, right? And immediately Young Ninja is able to come out, get 2 entries again. They've been really good at getting these opening kills. I think they've learned their lesson, hopefully, from the last round, Henry. They should be closing this one out.
Well, time will tell, but
yeah, time will certainly tell.
I don't know about that. Okay, always like these sort of plays that seem to catch them off. Like Rendy, I guess, is going to get a couple as well. Fortunately, shut down, and it will be 11-4. But there we have it. It was a little bit wacky towards the end there. NAVI is whipping a couple together, but I guess it's understandable. It's the T side of Overpass. Like NIP feel like they're just running away with it, just running them over. They've already beat them on this map, but you've got to keep your eye on the prize. Like those sort of rounds, like they can cost you games and maybe even series if a big upset does happen. If you lose the pistol and then you can't get established financially, like who knows? So got to make sure you get every round over the line. But still, they've got a boatload of them. They did beat their record from yesterday with 11 T rounds posted here. They win the pistol, call it done. But like we say, these academy teams do struggle to close things out in a convincing manner. Fuse kits for Era. Smoke to follow up as well. No Julies. More of a long-range affair here on Overpass. We have got a single flash and a smoke for the T side, and they'll be heading down towards Connector.
The door swings wide open. At Connector, short is the approach, and Nilo stays composed for a double. The double killed who open up the round, and proceedings will continue into towards this B-bomb site. Era softened up. He's down to 5 HP, finally taken out. NAVI Jr. stormed their way into the B-bomb site. 3 players up. Maxter now the last player left. Not much of a shot into this one. So NAVI Jr. start well with the pistol picked up. Maxter's going to go all the way back around Monster. NAVI Jr. realized how important a good start here in the second half is, but that's a really fast shot from Maxter. Quick adjustment to get back into short, get that strong position in behind the sandbags from Nipple. Time not helping Maxter out here. Wants a kit down near the bomb, but it doesn't matter. Unbroken swings out from the water, and the headshot's there. So NAVI Jr. do have their 5th round. They win the pistol in the second half. Now it's time to take the second step of a very long road back into this.
Here we go, Dinko. It's going to be a very close affair. You can always smell it already, as we will see Young Ninjas with the Desert Eagles. Of course, the Scout as well. Can be quite a potent round, but they've got the double Scouts, in fact. So we'll see how that works out for them. Up against the full rifle array here for NAVI Jr. They only have a couple of smokes, however. We'll see if that's going to be enough for them.
Oh, Nilo holding for the walkout at long. Good shot. Bit of damage done, but Nipple comes through. And Nilo is forcibly removed by the Galil. Era's turn to hold out the long bathrooms play. He's actually hit the headshot there. Good shot from Era. He's going to get away with his life too. Oh, Maxter on the Deagle. No way. Surely not NAVI Jr. They're taking a lot of damage. Unbroken doing his best with the 5-7. Leaps into the bathrooms and they're not ready for it. CTR, very unfortunate not to get away with a double kill there. Still a shot for his teammate now set up. Adam B has a better rifle picked up into his hands. He spotted out Frozik, but the headshot from the 14-year-old is strong from range, and that's 6 rounds now for NAVI Jr., but definitely could have gone the other way.
Yeah, it was tense, wasn't it? It felt like they had potentially given the round up, but of course, no, it will be NAVI Jr. working in tandem there, making sure the trades do eventually go in their favor, and Young Ninjas with the full eco now. The comeback is on, Dinko. And we'll see whether they can continue with this T-side campaign. Should be an absolute freebie here with nothing really up against them. Just a flashbang and a complete mid-lean here from the CTs, hoping that this Zeus might be able to connect. But time will tell, because the T's aren't giving them anything to work with here. A couple of PT-50s make their way towards the playground. Demon has already confirmed that the B bomb site is open. So that should be it.
Good work from Randy and Unbroken. Don't think there's going to be anything getting out of hand. Maybe we'll get a full Zeus kill. That'll be good. There we go. He actually did get the Zeus kill. The highlight of the round, really. Era now has an AK. One goes down, though, for NAVI Jr. I have to say, I'm much more impressed today with Era. I think yesterday I was pretty disappointed. I think I got to see him a few times in his Gamer Legion career, and he did have a couple of good maps over there for when I did see them, but thought he'd be having an easier time in the Academy League level, but yesterday certainly wasn't a great day for him. Today, much better. We'll get to see him in action in a gun round now. AWP coming out, and the rifles around them with plenty of utility. And for the Mac 10, it is Demon over on NAVI Jr., the rest on AKs.
So, Demon up against the 5 helmets, unfortunately, with that Mac 10, so won't be as terrifying as he could be. CTs will be trying to find the opening pick with Era's AWP, no damage really inflicted just yet. Looking to try and book themselves a place in the grand finals here. Flashbangs over towards short. And Broken and Co. seems to be ready and waiting for it, as we will see the action subside somewhat. Starting to transition back towards middle here. And Broken has been spotted, but just trying to keep on that side of the map. You can see his teammates are elsewhere. It's just him here trying to hold these CTs towards B. The bomb coordinating itself towards the bathrooms, but still 2 players here. It's going to be Era and Maxter, 2 of the strongest units here for the Young Ninjas.
Oh, Era doesn't get a shot off. Smokes out the front bathroom and maintains an advanced position. A little bit of risk employed in this one, but he's still looking for that opening, and they baited out the shot. They go again. He's still maintaining his spot. Eventually, he's got to retreat, and he actually hits the shot for some damage, at least down that. Maxter is the next player to keep an eye on, though. The AWP is trying to bait the attention away, but Demon is still going to check it. Just unfortunately couldn't quite raise to the level that Maxter's at, and he's able to take him down with a rifle. Good trade from Nipple, though. We'll keep this one even in the final 20 seconds. It's a final hurl towards this A bomb site. Flash is good. CTR flash is good from Nipple to help out CTR. Team flash was pretty bad though, and Nipple's able to follow up with a rifle. 2 versus 3. Plant finally coming in for NAVI Jr., but holding on to the site becomes the difficult challenge. Although they just give away a kill. Nilo walks through the stairs smoke. Now the AWP is under so much pressure. Era having to retreat back down the stairs, but what?
Good shot.
What a shot on the run back.
Okay, that was kind of nuts. It looked like there was a real chance there for NAVI Jr. The round felt like it was over, but the fact that Nipple was hitting those shots left and right, it was the AWP towards Bank as well. Era looked like he was in absolute disarray, but he hits those shots straight to the dome, confirms the round, and that's going to be their first now of this second half. It'll be 3-1 overall, 12-7. The grander scheme of things. But surely there will be cash here to buy on the NAVI Junior side. Bomb getting planted as well. Should be a nice full buy, considering they had the MAC 10 in that previous round as well. So Era will maintain the AWP, of course. Adam B, who's been sensational on the entry fragging. This map especially. Could be AK-47, which makes sense. This challenge towards middle will come through. Randy looks like he's got the intel as to where he could be. All the figure just, yeah, waiting for that long aggression that won't be coming through just yet.
Broken. Coming through the water. It's got a bit of control. He'll hop up on the fence. The only position you really can't be spammed from now. Oh, well. He's moved a little further and did get spammed because he didn't go up on the fence. He tried to line up PC utility and gets wallbang through it perfectly. And Maxter moving through the fountain gets a double kill. So Young Ninjas with quite possibly a perfect round here if they just close out the last 2. This is a fantastic start to the round.
Really is. Just what the doctor ordered after a scrappier victory in the previous one. Your money's not looking amazing here, but it's Maxter and co that managed to get themselves to presumably a locked-in win. It just depends how clean it's going to be at this stage. 5-on-2 for now. Nipple and Demon. Towards short, and we'll see whether this is where they can get a couple of kills, where they can be saving the AKs. You'd assume the latter because they don't really have a whole lot to work with. Nipple will be hoping to take a couple of picks down with him, but the bomb's heading towards Monster for now. First kill will be theirs. I dare say he might have the double. Nilo will deny it. And Demon, he's out of luck as well. Nice finish there from the Young Ninjas, and the money not in a great spot. This is like timeout territory. You need to work out. You're going to be fully investing into this round and trying to deny the momentum right here, right now, or taking the eco and giving a freebie away and getting them one step closer to series point.
Yeah, it's a rough situation here for NAVI Jr. So much work to be done. And this round just feels difficult from the get-go. He's going to be charging through short, smoking out the Molotov, and Unbroken. Look at the speed. He's up short already. He's got himself one. Nilo wasn't ready for it. Adam B luckily trading it out. The rifle rattling shots away on the A4. It's run out of ammo, but he'll switch to the pistol. And 3 kills as he brings down the attack up through short.
Will he survive, though? It looks like he'll be fine. It was getting a little bit dicey there, but a great opening frag there from Unbroken with the AK-47. He did invest in the rifle, but it looks like they've managed to stabilize, fall back, give Adam B the AWP as well in this 4-on-2 scenario, hoping to find the rifle here, which they have done, to be fair. I'd been better off to try and juggle it out, but it was a little bit too risky, I suppose. Now, problem is, if you're Rendy, now do you want to save? Because you will have enough for Kevlar and some nades if you save the M4, but I suppose you might as well. It's available here. No armor. Will get chewed apart by ZTR there, 14-7. That was the eco, but bear in mind, Unbroken only will have $2,800 by virtue of purchasing that AK-47. Did get a kill with it, but that's about it. Here's the replay of Adam B. Big, high, intense spray down here. You can see the fact he even gets the pistol out here and survives all the flames and bullets around him. Impressive to say the least, but we'll see whether this is where they can find series point Dinko and try to get themselves towards that grand final.
Yeah, massive opportunity ahead here. The Young Ninjas. Era putting the AWP up on top of Party. He's got Maxter's rifle support down below. This combo could be so deadly at the start of this round. Maxter's good for one on the rifle. Missed shot from Era though, but oh, they can't make up for it. That's a bit awkward. Luckily, Nilo the connector is good enough to get one. And maybe ZTR in this flank can get both. They're not going to be ready for this, surely, for him to come around so quickly. Nice reactions to take down Demon. Seeing the second player leaping towards the bathrooms. And he's so low here, Nipple, as well. Ripped apart. And Unbroken on 1 HP. Just about alive. The bomb, he has to run back and get it.
Oh, he's going to find it, though. ZTR is going to come. Oh, there it is.
Lovely. Eyes on the prize.
So, up to him to lose this one, really. What's the play? You've got every advantage you could ask for. Unbroken with 1 point of health. No bomb. And ZTR with a perfect position, Dinko. How does he manage it? Oh, there's a chance. There's a real chance.
Oh, Broken's around the backside with the timing. The timing is not working out. CTR. Oh, God. Just about gets it done. That was a whisker from death right there for CTR. But luckily, the 1 HP helps him out. And 15-7 is map series point here for Young Ninjas. 1 round, and they're in the grand finals.
I thought there'd be no way it could fall apart for him, but it almost did. But thankfully, they have found it. Series point, grand final point, whatever you want to call it, they've got it. And with no plan there, it is going to be another compromised round for NAVI Junior. With the staples of the WePlay Academy League, and Unbroken not going down without a fight here, it seems. He'll be taking down Maxter, but Era, he'll make up for it. The Org making a rare appearance here. 3 versus 2. Low HP for Unbroken as well. Demon will join him. This could be the last round of play, the end of the run for NAVI Junior. That could confirm it. 1 player remains.
Just 1 more, and Young Ninjas will head into the grand finals yet again here at the WePlay Academy League. Their shot at finally winning one of these competitions. Demon just stands between them. 1 minute left. They'll come back up the connector. And it has been a tough road today for NAVI Junior, missing out on Headtrick, who has easily far and away been one of the best players in the Academy League. And obviously, a piece of success for NAVI Junior throughout this playoff stage, but not here today. Demon will try, but not successful. It's 16-7. The Young Ninjas head to a grand final. They're going up against Spirit Academy for the title of the 6th season of the WePlay Academy League.
Well, that's the result we expected, Inko. It was replicated, as we saw it yesterday as well. Same sort of map to close things out as well. And we have to note as well, Headtrick not being here might have been a factor, but still, Young Ninjas look like a decent team. They had their moments, and they had their fumbles. It wasn't a perfect game for them by any stretch of the imagination. That's one thing I do want to highlight. They really need to keep their eye on the prize when it matters the most, especially when they have momentum and wind in their sails. They can't afford to give it up on those silly rounds where they kind of just lose their attention just very slightly.
Yeah, it's a rough one for NAVI Junior. We'll have to say goodbye to them, and that means we have to say goodbye to Nipple, Henry.
That's true.
And I'm going to say, you know, I did get a journalist, a guy who does content for WePlay and also for Dust 2. Reached out and said that he interviewed Nipple this season, and he was told that while he was playing Face It with his friend, he finally earned enough points to change his alias, and then he asked his friend what he should change his name to, and his friend said Nipple in English. And so he sounded it out and spelled it N-I-P-L because that's how he thought you would spell it, and had no idea what it meant in English until he Googled it a few hours later and found out what it was. So didn't have enough Face It points to change it back, so he has to stick with it now. So his name is forever Nipple.
That doesn't seem like a good reason. I'll be honest. No. It doesn't seem like for a joke to have that attached to your career forever. I'm not sure that's a good idea, but an interesting story. One of the best name stories I've heard in a very long time. He did come up trumps in terms of the fragging department, 20 kills, but wasn't quite enough there. Overpass, Rendy, Dinko, the Orpa, 6 kills. Not really going to cut it, unfortunately.
No, not good enough, unfortunately. And you know, missing out head trick, obviously the biggest storyline for the NAVI junior side, unfortunately, and they won't be making a grand final this season, but they make it one step away in the playoffs of season 6. They'll have another chance next season, but it is the Young Ninjas who head to that grand final, which is coming up in about an hour's time. Spirit Academy versus the Young Ninjas for the title here in the 6th season of the WePlay Academy League. Welcome back to the WePlay Academy League. It is grand final time here for Season 6. We've got Young Ninjas taking on Spirit Academy. Spirit Academy have returned to the grand finals for the second time in a row. Came second place last time, Henry, but they're heading into this one, I think, as comfortable favorites, as we've already seen this matchup happen earlier in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a weird journey for the Spirit Academy, hasn't it? Because they haven't necessarily had the full roster out there. It's been another roller coaster of emotions, but plenty of wins, I have to say. They haven't actually dropped much at all, taking down Mouse and Young Ninjas en route, as you just mentioned. I feel like they are the heavy favorites. Of course they are, but I did like the performance earlier from the Swedes. I feel like the likes of ZTR, the coordination, we started to see that tactical prowess come back online by the final map. So I'm really looking forward to seeing a good clash, competitive game here. And looking at that map pool, Overpass, you've got to say it's looking pretty decent for them, Dinko.
Yeah, definitely. Overpass was really solid for them. Spirit Academy coming into this tournament didn't really play the map much, right? We've seen that in the stats. Miles NXT in the opening game tried to throw him a little bit of a curveball, and that's when we started to get a little bit surprised about what Spirit Academy had. But no doubt the NIP Academy team here, Young Ninjas, have shown us their T side is the best in the competition on this map. CTR is obviously calling a very good game. And today it looked a little different than what we've seen from the Young Ninjas before, right? Adam B was showing up. Era actually had some good games, and he wasn't really a factor yesterday. So definitely looking stronger than we've seen them earlier in the competition. Maybe that'll change how this head-to-head goes. But in terms of the head-to-head history between the sides, Henry, it's been pretty one-sided for Spirit Academy. They've won 5 out of the 7 times played.
I was looking at that, but I'm just looking at how deep that goes in terms of the history. It's all this year, isn't it? So, you're dead on. So, I don't know. I guess that's what it's all about. These academy teams will be have a much higher trajectory in terms of improvement over a short amount of time compared to top-level teams. I suppose we're seeing adjustments and changes with them in terms of the roster and general complexion of their strategies each and every week. So, I don't know. I feel like the way they're looking today, Nilo especially for me was looking very impressive. I thought his entries joined by Adam and B as well, were fantastic. And it's just a well-rounded unit. And hopefully we can see them give Spirit Academy a run for their money. That's what we're hoping for. Just another great series.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take a look at the map pool here for Spirit Academy. Yesterday, we actually got to see them play Overpass versus the Ninjas. They are starting to have a rise in their stats on Overpass. They played it 3 times now with a 67% win rate. It was, again, a pretty good T-side out of Spirit Academy yesterday. They did have a couple of issues with power outages. Again, Owner took a bit of a dip, and they had to get Saltfic in. So, yeah, I mean, we've had a couple of inconsistencies with both teams in terms of obviously players coming in and out. But for Spirit Academy, I think they've had big problems with Owner. We'll see if he's able to stay in for the whole match today. Saltfic has stood in and played pretty well. But
to be fair, I guess
the buffs, I guess.
He has got the coach buff, and he was a pro player once upon a time, not so long ago. And
true.
The thing is, he obviously knows all the strategies. It's not the end of the world. It's certainly not ideal, but they've been winning games with him. I guess it's nice to have that in your back pocket, just in case something does go wrong. But hopefully we do see full rosters tonight. I guess that has been a bit of an issue. We've had lots of coaches standing in and a few technical issues, just the nature of online CS sometimes. And hopefully we'll be back in the WePlay studios for next season, because I want to slice of that action, Dinko. Everyone looks like they're having so much fun in the bumper video, and I'm not there. So we've got to change that for next season for sure.
Yeah, it will be great to see things return to normality over there, and hopefully in the future rebuild everything. But in terms of right now, obviously we're looking at the situation where it is going to be online. We've got ourselves this final. Young Ninjas have played very well in the history of the WePlay Academy League last year into the online stages of the tournament. So maybe this is their time finally. But here's the video down below. Inferno and Mirage gone early on. Young Ninjas, they played Mirage earlier. They looked pretty good, but I think they're aware that Mirage was very solid yesterday for Spirit Academy. So they're getting rid of that one. So a little change up in the video already.
Yeah, Mirage, I wasn't that convinced by their performance there. It felt like it was quite ropey at times, losing out to a couple of gimme rounds that seemed like they had under lock and key. So yeah, don't mind that too much. Inferno, we haven't actually seen any Inferno, Dinko, I think, so far. In the tournament, you and I at least. It hasn't been...
Yeah, it's not a map people have been playing a lot, has it?
No, it's been Vertigo as the third place decider every time. But let's continue. Let's see where the picks coming through. You would assume the Team Spirit. I'm not so sure what they'd be going for. Dust 2 does make a lot of sense there. It's a map they've looked very strong on.
So yesterday we actually seen the side of Young Ninjas ban Dust 2 in first rotation versus Spirit Academy. Today they've decided to go with the Mirage ban. And so Spirit Academy have had that Dust 2 opened up and they've decided to go with it into this one. We've seen Overpass be picked for the Young Ninjas. They're going to change it up here. So they're coming into this with a different mindset. They're not going with the Overpass pick. They've gone for the Vertigo. This allows Spirit Academy to get rid of Overpass. And this leaves us with an opportunity to see Nuke as the final. This is looking like a very good veto for Spirit Academy, Henry.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. The fact it's going to be Vertigo instead of Overpass. Very interesting there. Vertigo is a map everyone seems comfortable to play as well. But Dust 2, wow, I didn't really see this one coming, to be honest with you. And I'm trying to think of Young Ninja's performances on it so far. It feels like it's one of the maps where Era goes missing. And I'm hoping that that's not the case today because, yeah, this is a very exciting veto for Spirit Academy. But do you have them as the favorites, I suppose, overall then?
Yeah, I think so. And I think from looking at this veto as well, I think the Young Ninjas have them as the favorites because they've obviously gone in and they've looked better today on Overpass than they did yesterday, but they've even changed the veto up. So it feels like Ninjas are a little worried about what Spirit have coming their way, and so they've decided to change the veto up going into the grand final. We'll see if that comes back to bite them. I think they're coming into this with the mentality that they're the underdogs. I think that's absolutely the fact. I think you look at this team and they've just been so strong throughout this tournament so far. Spirit Academy, you've got Art Frost, who's probably the best player who's going to be in this final for sure. You've got Donk in there too. Sontex has been hitting some big multi-kills. So I think you have a lot of firepower in the Spirit Academy side that you got to worry about. And here's the pre-match stats heading into Dust 2. Take these with a pinch of salt. There isn't a lot of games played from either side, but that's what we've got here, Henry.
We have got some stats. They're certainly there and available for us. The 4v5 conversion, I suppose, is something they can do something with that every now and then. I think I agree with you. Spirit Academy. I guess the problem is, Dinko, we never really get the juicy updates, the gossip until the server goes live. We just had a whole game.
We don't know if owner is here, is what you're saying.
Exactly. So I like the surprise, though, the element of surprise we get when we jump into the server. We never know who's really going to be waiting for us. So that's always going to be a factor here. Fortunately, the Swedes haven't been plagued with those issues. I guess I'm looking forward to Nilo's performance. Like I said before, I felt like he looked like a bit of a sledgehammer, cracking his way through to bomb sites in the previous game. He looked like his aim is real crisp right now. We had that discussion whether the back-to-back best of threes would favor or hinder the likes of Young Ninjas. I'm feeling like the fact they've got so warmed up, I feel like this will be helping them out. They've already made the mistakes in the earlier series and hopefully learn from them to evolve forward tonight.
Yeah, well, we have only got to wait and see now. It's probably only a few minutes away from getting into this grand final. And I think you've hit the nail on the head as well. But something we really do need to think about is there going to be owner in the team? How long is he going to be able to stay in the roster? Because he really only played a few maps here in this competition in the playoffs. It mainly has been Saltvic playing for them. So owner, when he's there, definitely looks very good on the Spirit Academy side. But even with Saltvic, it doesn't feel like they drop off much. So it's just I guess, just whether or not they're going to playing with their coach or not coming into this. For the side of Young Ninjas, I think we can kind of go back down the narrative of the fact that this is a team that play well as a unit. But I think there is now like a clear player to me that I think is the best. I think Maxter is probably the better player on this team. Like,
you've been a bit of a Maxter fanboy since day one. That's fair enough. And you've been calling it, and he has been getting better and better, and I've been taking more and more notice. So yeah, that's fair enough. He seems to be a very safe pair of hands, but that's the thing, like you said, the whole squad is. Everyone seems to be able to deliver when they have to. The only inconsistencies, I would say, ZTR sometimes has very quiet games, and Era can drop off and almost be non-existent on the server. If they're all online, though, and they're looking good, it's a very scary team. And I can confirm, Dinko, owner is on the server. He is ready to play. We have got a proper grand final here now.
Yes, absolutely. And it's Dust 2. Make sure you soak up as many of these Dust 2 games as possible because I don't think we'll be seeing it for a very long time. And we get it here in the grand final.
God, I can't believe it. At the end of an era.
It is end of an era. Hopefully the start of a new one for Era here in the grand final, as well as the Young Ninjas looking to take their first championship. Spirit Academy, if you are just tuning in, obviously we're a team that were in the grand final last season. They played against Fnatic Rising. They lost the grand final. They've come back in as the favorites now with Fnatic Rising out of the picture. They are the team that everyone has their eyes set on taking the victory here at the WePlay Academy League Season 6. And it's up to the Young Ninjas to prove them wrong. Double flash here and a kit for ZTR. Pistol getting underway.
Absolutely true. Let's get into it. I can't wait to see what kind of strategies and temperaments are presented here. Who's going to be aggressive? Who will be playing classic Counter-Strike? It's going to be Adam with the classic headshot by his standards as he opens things up and takes down the star of the show, Arfrost.
Yeah, Artfrost being down very early on is a massive pickup there for Young Ninjas. Spirit Academy have forced their way through to the bomb plant at a minimum, so they will have that force buy available to them going into the next round, but they want to try and close this one out and pick up the pistol. Flash is being set up for the retake attempt. Again, reminder, ZTR has the kit. They have a few extra seconds to play with than usual. Good kill from Zontix. Adam B able to follow up, but a kill comes through on either side. And if it's just 1-for-1 trading, Young Ninjas will stay ahead on the player count. But the time will start to tick. Over halfway gone in that bomb, and it's planted for short. The position is very strong right now for the Spirit Academy, and Owner has delivered a headshot. Time is running out right now for the Young Ninjas. They have to stick it. Their Glock is hitting the shots and just about. They'll stop the defuse from happening. Oh, that could have been an absolute disaster, that Henry.
I'm not sure for who, though, to be honest with you. It's a very scrappy round. You can tell there's a lot of tension in the air right now, but it will be Zontix with 3 big kills there. No one's saying they're the cleanest, but he got the job done. Tapping away there with the Glock and just having to spin and hope for the best there. When the defuse are coming through, it was the opening pick there for an IP, but couldn't hold on. Absolute pandemonium there on the A bomb site, but answering back quickly. It's a double scout setup towards Song. Owner will go, but he gets a face full of lead instead. It's going to be Adam B from the car position, looking to find a double kill. Not going to happen, though, as Donk, he is here. There was considerable damage to this scout. That could be enough to win the round still, Dinko, because those 5-7s are encroaching on the position here. It's down to the timing of this T-spawn player, though. Can ZTR get through?
Zontex is looking for, and there's another player coming around the back. Baz has locked him in. Baz has locked him in.
P90's here as well.
Exactly. We haven't seen it yet. I said it earlier today, but it's shown its debut here in the grand final. And then knife kill. There's some money. Baz just tracks his opponent and takes him out.
Now it's a grand final. This is what we're talking about.
P90s and knife kills. Exactly what you want for the pinnacle of the tournament.
It's great to see. I'm happy to be here for that. That's actually sending quite the statement out. It's almost like we don't respect you at this stage. We're actually knifing you with the P90 in hand. But
it's quite a statement, isn't it?
Yeah, Nilo will be trying to defend. Like I said, there has been considerable damage, though. Bear that in mind. One shot from the scout can take down a couple of players if they lined up for him. There's the first one. Nilo. And looking for the second. That could have been it, though. A real possibility to still for maxed up with the Desert Eagle. If you can deny the plant, that would be everything. But looks like there's safe passage to do that C4 down.
Yeah, Baz with the wall bang headshot to close. Got the knife kill. He's got plenty of money. I'm sure he's pretty happy about that round as well. I think the Spirit Academy side are off to an absolute flyer. We'll see what the decision is of the next few rounds here for the Young Ninjas. Shouldn't be too much going into this one. We'll have to take a look.
Not really. I'm on here. Don't worry. I'm your roaming reporter down
there we go.
On the server. We have got a full eco here, Dinko. Just a PG-51 flash, the classic mid push. You have got the flashbang forward, top and middle. They'll be deploying that momentarily. Arfrost will be making light work of the first player. And we are going to see a flurry of frags coming in his favor. Baz will join in as well. And this full eco is coming to its logical conclusion. That's all I've got for you, Dinko. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. It's good up here. It's nice and warm. And it's a nice 3-0 start. Looking good for the Spirit Academy. We'll touch in with you a little bit later on to see the economic situation.
Just to know before I leave you, Dinko, it is a double AWP setup. It was a full eco there, bear in mind. So we do talk about this being the most optimal Dust 2 defense. And as mentioned, the last showing of Dust 2, we're going to be giving it an honorable send-off here. Nilo and Era trying to pay the map respect.
Wild scenes out there. Henry keeps safe, but here we are. Owner straight into the top mid fight. The first kill for him, opening things up. One of those double ops gone already. So big investment. Why is it done that? I have no answers about that. So they've lost the first player.
Look at what a baller Arfrost is as well. He's just still using the scout on the first gun round. He's up against the double AWP setup, and they've got the man advantage already. So yeah, not a problem. You know, we talked about Head Trick, of course, but Arfrost, he's definitely been one of our favorite players of the absolute tournament.
Yes, and he hasn't disappeared at all.
No, he really hasn't. He probably like Head Trick, like he's always there, but they just really like gain victories. I'll come back to that point later. We're actually getting into the point where Spirit have a chance to make their way through towards the B bomb site. Flashbangs are deployed. It's Donk leading the charge here, and he absolutely eviscerates Nilo towards the window there. That should be the round. We all know what Dust 2 is about these days. It's all about defense and falling back, but ZTR, he's brave. He will stay for yet another interaction there, but still, it is going to be a 3 versus 1. Adam B will be left alone, and he is so far removed from the scenario. It's going to be a clean sweep so far for Spirit Academy, 4-0. And yeah, Young Ninjas can't seem to catch a break so far.
That's a really just a terrible round, really, for the Young Ninjas in terms of what they put into it and what they got out, right? You invest so much. The double up setups in there so early on in the game. Usually you see the double up setup pulled out if you've kind of run out of ideas, if you run out of everything and nothing is working in the standard CT setups. But to invest in the double up setup that early in the game, and the first player that you lose is wielding one of those AWPs and was your main AWPer, it's just a tough situation to be in. You've thrown so much money away, and now you're down to a half-buy scenario again.
Yeah, this is tactical timeout territory. A chance to bring the coach in perhaps and just work out, right, well, we've thrown quite a lot of them so far. It's not really working out. What's the next port of call? For now, though, however, no timeout has been taken, and we'll go for Desert Eagles. M4A1S for Adam B, and an early shot there from Artfrost. That's going to be frustrating. Maxter will go down early. CTs will continue their campaign towards short, however. We'll see ZTR trying to find a 1D in return, but that's the big bomb set they've opted for. Nilo's so blind, there's no way he does anything done here. I spoke too soon. Thankfully for Spirit, it's only one. Got a couple of players towards the window here, but the flames have been deployed, and that should be it. Once that bomb goes down, there's little to no chance. You're just thinking about saving the aforementioned M4 here instead of running in and losing the rifle.
Yeah, you want to get into the fight, though. If you're CTR, if you've gone forward, you might as well commit to it. And he hasn't really come away with much there. He's lucky he's on the other side of the doorway. His teammate Era has gone down, and that rifle being sent off to save. Maybe ZTR can get something here as he goes through the window. And he does get one on the way out the door. Artfrost catches him, puts him in the ground, and it is just the save call here for Adam B. He'll get away with the rifle. So we'll look to another round here. It's 5 in a row for Spirit Academy. As you said, wouldn't mind seeing a timeout and letting the Ninjas in Pajamas Academy roster have the coach have his say. Looking into his history, because we've seen every other coach actually play at this point. Abdi is the coach for the Young Ninjas. He's 31 years old, Henry, and he hasn't had much of a playing career. I think he's had about 4 months playing in 2021, and that's his history. So don't think, and he had a 0.46 rating then, so I don't really want to have to see him play.
They're looking for.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to play. That's for sure. Definitely better suited to the coaching position, but
well then, it is going to be pretty monumental start here for Spirit Academy. We've said it a few times. You don't see many blowout games in the Academy League. It's always a very back and forth affair. It's difficult to play against the anti-ecos, really. It seems to be the biggest problem. Playing against pistols in general, that's where things fall apart. It's a bit wacky, a bit goofy, but still, this is looking very good. Spirit Academy probably have been the most convincing team in the bracket so far, but this is pretty unprecedented. Young Ninjas look pretty decent today. And the most convincing start we might have seen. There's just been no response whatsoever, but not a double AWP setup this time, Dinko. We've got the Era AWP. Maxter going for the AUG once again. We've seen that from him before, and he plays the back B platform. So watch out for that.
Yeah, and this was the map Era didn't really do a whole lot on, so we got to see him start to step up early. Small note, that was actually a timeout for Spirit Academy. It wasn't the Young Ninjas going for that one, so Spirit Academy perhaps anticipating what might be coming their way, realizing the Young Ninjas will once again have the buy. They're going to be heading their way through the lower tunnels here. On the T side, they're already out towards the mid-door area. ZTR might be tested. We've seen a couple of big rounds for him in his previous games, and Dust 2 this time gets absolutely owned.
By the owner. Yeah, that's a huge frag. Just to note as well, Maxter tagged on the cross as well, Dinker. So this is actually a very problematic situation now. Continuing to keep their foot on the throat of the Ninjas here. Spirit Academy and a 5-on-4. Call it 3.5 with Max's HP. And they're just fading out this mid-split. They're keeping the 2 players towards B and actually heading up towards short. This is an excellent call. Very well done from Spirit Academy. This is textbook stuff.
Oh, Era's just going to haul from the ramp. Here comes the utility. It's actually allowed them to get on by. Actually seen them on the second peek on up. Misses the shot under a lot of pressure now, but Adam B's arrived, trying to help him with the rifle. And Era's still standing. He's not down yet, so maybe he can get a bit more, and he will. Burning away in the fire finally. But he's done a lot of work to get them into this 2 versus 2 position. 35 seconds left. The bomb actually down outside of the A site. So if you are retreating, you can't really win the round unless you go into that A site. So not a lot of time to do it either, Henry.
Maxter makes the correct move here. Low HP. Here's them shuffling around towards short.
Oh, they split.
Oh,
what a great call. They sent Art Frost out long. He'll actually just cleave away the A-site player, and now they can pick up the bomb and plant inside of the site. 10 seconds. Maxter trying to get around. He shoots the dead body, and now he's giving away his position. The AWP looks for him, and he's absolutely being bamboozled.
I haven't seen one of those in years, Dingo. It actually looked like a very convincing corpse. It looked like it was slouched up against the wall. Oh, it's such a shame. It's a high-pressure situation. Your adrenaline's pumping. You're 6-0 down. He mistakes the corpse, and that was his opportunity there. He could have swung out and denied the plant. Oh, that's gutting for him as they continue to extend their lead here. 6-0. Spirit Academy looking red hot, as we do have a partial buy back into it. We still have the Era AWP, but with the scout joining him, I'm not sure this is even enough. With only a couple of Desert Eagles, and we're seeing a bit of presence shown towards B here. Smoke at the double doors, flashbang in. Just trying to feel out the CT utility. If they can respond with incendiaries or smokes, you know they've probably invested quite a lot into the round.
It's been a really fast-paced game so far out of Spirit Academy. This is the kind of round where you wouldn't mind seeing them go a little bit slower, try and figure out what kind of buy you're going up against. Era, bought the AWP, and still can't deal with Art Frost, who has really been dominating that AWP battle. The AWP will fall to the hands of Nilo. We'll see if he is able to wield the responsibility. 53 seconds left. It's about to be a contact play through short, and Adam B hasn't got the weapons for it. He gets taken out. And now the A site has fallen. Young Ninjas, just save the AWP. Just get out of there.
I think he might be right. And there's Nilo doing just that. Does take down Owner, who was on the hunt there, trying to sabotage the finances further. They have got the maximum loss bonus on the Young Ninja side, of course, but that's only $3,400 per player. And if you're on the CT side, you don't have the benefit of the bomb plant bonus or anything like that. You really are the helm of the economy, and you have to make sure that you're saving whatever you can, especially if you've invested into the AWP. Saving the scout as well, Dinko, that could come back to bite them in the arse, to be honest with you. That means there's one player without the M4 and using the lesser of the two sniper rifles instead of the double AWP setup. I'm sure you want the scout, but it looks like they might not have a choice as it does go down. Donk will be on the hunt now as they actually start to sprawl towards the B bomb site. ETR needs to be very careful. He's got the AWP beneath the window. It looks like he should be fine here. The scout will be dropped, and they hold on to the AWP. So that's something at least.
A lovely 7-0 start here for Spirit Academy. I'm looking to try and continue that. They're completely honed in at the moment, and Donk will spawn towards B. He's going to be running with his teammates into the lower tunnels. Here we go for the mid peek again. Oh, close to it. He's actually taking damage. He's been shot down to 19 health. Stuck around as well. Anytime he fights Art Frost, he will lose that fight, it seems. Art Frost is ready for the second too. Oh, lovely start to the round here from Art Frost.
This guy is off to an absolute
surely not another one. Here we go, Art Frost. This is a masterclass in the grand final so far. AWP just beelining straight down middle. 3 kills finally put in the ground.
Wow, that was absolutely massive. That's why we enjoy seeing this young man on the server time and time again. He always delivers. There's no one quicker than him in the entire league. You have to be very brave to challenge him in any choke point, but Era's learned his loss less than a few times now. That's absolutely wild. What a lovely sequence there from Art Frost, and single-handedly wins the round. There's no choice but to save once again for the Young Ninjas. They'll save the AWP, sure, but this one is spiraling out of control now. 8-0. Maxter trying to save the AWP, but if anything, this gives up his position with the shot. And now it looks like they might be going for the hunt here, waiting towards that long corner. Flashbang will come over as they get closer and closer.
Oh, 8-0. They've already won the half. And Art Frost wants to try and win this grand final in a very quick fashion. He's 12-3 already. Just every single time he peeks down mid, Era is getting absolutely wrecked. And you got to give it to Era. He has at least attempted multiple times to try and fight down that angle, even repeat after taking initial damage. But Arfrost has this quick decision making. You can see he doesn't stick around. He doesn't re-peek from the same position. He quickly dismantles the boost and runs around and peeks from short instead. And then he's just so quick to react to the second player too. It's just really great to watch him in this grand final.
Yeah, dude, he's got a very bright future ahead of him, let me tell you. And hopefully this is the start of something very exciting in terms of what he can bring to world-class CS. He's certainly got the mechanical gifts. But here we go. Round 9. Still yet to post a single round here in the grand final. Doesn't sound too great for the Swedes, does it? As we'll see Donk waiting for that initial utility, inviting his teammate Baz, and that's a great little play. It will be traded out by virtue of the Flames, but still 4-4, as we always say, favors the T side. We'll see they'll still have the AWP here of Hero. It's not going to be his best showing so far with only 3 kills up against Frost, who seems to have been pegged every single time. Either way, looking to respond on the map. 3 players on the B side. No one's... Okay, what's just happened now? Why is no one watching the A side in general?
Oh, no.
You can't be doing that. You can't leave the A side open and have no one watching CT spawn either.
Yeah,
surely.
That's a little bit of a lapse in judgment, and that might have to be.
Oh, that's the Orpa as well. He's watching middle and he just dies.
Yeah, just left himself completely exposed.
Outside you might as well just type just surrender, forfeit, give it up. Like,
go next.
The morale's low at that point. It's just like, right, guys, we do have to watch the A bomb side. That is a thing.
Yeah, definitely looking flustered here for Young Ninjas. I don't think they've called a timeout yet either, Henry. I definitely need to get to see one of those.
I'd love to hear the comms now because this is the time to do it. Like,
yeah, this would be.
This is the time to see what's going on.
Maybe we can request that. But CTR looking to white knuckle grip this AWP for the next round. Takes out Owner, who was on the hunt. It is in their best interest, Spirit Academy, to try and get rid of that. Their money is fantastic. In fact, max money here on 2 players and 14k here on Dog. Not really having too many issues at the moment. 9-0. Young Ninjas, I hope they turn up to the grand final at some point. But at least they carried over the AWP. We'll see if Era can do anything about it. Let's go.
This is the round. I've got a feeling.
I'm going to send the roaming reporter down again, Henry. Got to check what's going on down there.
Well, it's not looking good, Dink. I'll be honest with you. This is one of the most underwhelming grand final performances we've seen in some time. But like we said, we've got a feeling this is the round. It's number 10, double digits. Hopefully they can turn it around here. They've learned a few lessons on their road here. 3 players towards long at the very start. We have got Donk, who's been very impressive throughout the tournament, working his way towards B-Town. As you can see him showing a great amount of presence here, taking vision away with the smoke, making a lot of sound cues, and just staggering his utility so they can't ever feel comfortable, removing any sort of threat towards the back platform as well. A mid-split looking possible here. Hinge smoke deployed, and up towards short we go. That's Owner. Great to have him part of the grand final here tonight. Missed out on a couple of maps en route here, but Coach Sopvik stepped up, and it was just enough to get them over the line as we actually go back for a long retake, Dinker. The bomb's en route back from T-Spawn. They'll be flashing over and challenging these 2 CTs, but it's just Adam B with not much utility to work with.
Oh, Adam B. Good headshot on Baz, trying to extend out long. Pit Molotov going forward. And the Era assist for the AWP. They've actually just run past him, but they need to figure out where the off is. They realize he had to be close, and Era handles it pretty well. Gets himself another one in the midst of the chaos. And Elo, oh, this is finally looking good for the Young Ninjas. It is on Owner. Might win this one. Ooh, had his chance. Down through the car, and unfortunately for him, not able to compose himself to clutch it out for a 10th round. But the first round finally on the board here for the Young Ninjas. And you said it, Henry. Good little tingle there.
Yeah, exactly. Not Owner's best work towards the car, but they are 9-1 up, I suppose, and they have plenty of money, as stated, maximum in a couple of instances there before. But there it is. Young Ninjas are on the board, finally. It took them 10 rounds, but they're there. Can they keep it up? They're back for that double orb setup once again, and a drop-down play here from the Spirit Academy, as we'll see the counter-push flashbang there towards long. 3 players towards upper B right now. Bomb going down towards lower. So here's Donk once again. Same protocol. Just try and delay. Good HE actually does a little bit of damage towards Maxter. He's waiting close. Could be flashed in if possible, but they're playing quite up close on both sides of the map. You can see Adam B here about to be mollied out behind the long doors. And that does give away a sound cue. So Braz is aware that they're at least playing in that presence down towards long.
Nice little quick boost up on towards the Xbox.
Good one.
No, it's crazy how players are able to find all of these details. I mean, all the silent drop lineups, all the quick boost lineups.
Yeah, I didn't know any silent drop lineups, to be honest, but I'm sure Alfrost does. That was a hell of a shot as well.
He silently dropped Nilo, that's for sure.
Yeah, indeed.
Era on the A ramp. How many times is he going to be overwhelmed in this position? It feels like he's constantly having to deal with Art Frost in a weird boost or rifles overrunning him. Era is trying to prime himself for the eventual attack in towards this A site. And he's holding for it. Here it comes. Smoke is up. Oh, donk. There we go. Lovely headshot over the top of the smoke. So much quicker than the op to react. And he had a rifle. And now the site is taken down into a 5 versus 3. Young Ninja's not in a position really to feel too comfortable about this. Maybe ZTR can change that.
The gun. Zondig lost his rifle. We've seen that a couple of times before.
Yeah.
ZTR, it's been a bit of a nuisance here. This doesn't look like it's under lock and key, Dinko. I'll say that much. Fumbling the round as we go into a 3-on-2 potentially. The bomb is at some pace though. There is that. And a kid available. No one accounted for it apparently. This kill had no, Braz. What have you done? Isk is going down to 1-on-1, surely not like this, and it actually is going to fall apart. They've got a kid available, and that's got to be the throw of the tournament as well.
Oh,
I can't believe it.
So close,
I can't believe it.
I can't believe they've let that go. Another one, Henry. Every day there's been one of these rounds. Oh, so it's a tough one to swallow.
Didn't account for a long flank, a short flank. No one seemed to be aware of it, and the huge miss there. Baz. Oh, that one's going to sting. That one, he really had to connect with. But there's still only the second round they've given away, I suppose, Dinko. But yeah, I guess it was time. We were due one of them.
Oh, it's tough. It's been too clean all day, Henry. Something had to happen. Something had to give. Well, that is a bit of a flustered round, but the opportunity to recover from that is still there for Spirit Academy. They have so much money still available that their buy is so good. So they'll just purchase up again, come right back at it. They have an opportunity once more to break the economy here of the Young Ninjas, and then they'll be on double figures. But yeah, that one should have been sent down the river, locked in a 10th round. But Frost quickly over to B, trying to catch the player jumping towards the back of the site. But nothing happened yet. Here comes the explosive play out and towards the bomb site. Maxer is just trying to get in behind the window cover. In the meantime, his teammate has done a good job at delaying, and the rotation is coming through the window quite swiftly here too. Saltix fends it off, but realizes there has to be another player inside of the site. CTR, alongside his teammate, has done a good job at sort of slowing this one down.
I think you might be right here. This is looking like a flustered Spirit Academy after the previous round. How are there still 2 players in towards the tunnel? I couldn't tell you. This was a full commitment with the bomb going through, and they actually had the advantage in some cases. It's going to be quite an easy finish, and this is where Young Ninjas get back into this game. Now, it was a huge throw in the previous round. They should have taken maybe a couple of timeouts after that one to catch their breath. Still 50 seconds. We do have our Frost, and we'll be seeing whether this is possible to do anything with it, but the bomb down, 15 HP. I don't think he'll be saying much about this situation, unfortunately. Yeah, Spirit Academy look a little bit ruffled, I think, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? To see them go 9-0 up and have a huge mistake in the previous round and not really be able to recover it. That infinite supply of money will start to dwindle away. Obviously, saving the AWP will help keep the funds pretty high. You can still drop rifles over to, say, Owner, who is a little low on cash. That should recover the economy game, but 3 rounds now for Young Ninjas. You had Spirit Academy. They set themselves up with a perfect opportunity to get a really dominant half here. 9 already very good, but got the opportunity to really push forward. Now the best case scenario, 12-3, still definitely doable, but you're letting Young Ninjas get a foothold now in the grand final.
They won't be getting 12-3 now. You can tell they look like a different team. They've been rattled. The coach will be upset with some of the rounds they've given up, so they'll be a bit more rigid now. Dust 2 is about getting in that flow state, feeling out the rhythm. And once you have one of those sort of rounds, everyone gets a little bit too stale at that stage. So I don't think we're seeing the same sort of mojo presented before, but obviously can still pick up a few more rounds. We'll see if Arfrost can do any damage there at the start, but not going to be the case. Faster long take here once again. We'll see if we get the opening frag. At least Sunfix will be providing that, but DTR, he's coming to life each and every round. He's starting to find a couple more frags and show us why he's that veteran on the server right now. Got that experience with the main roster of NIP. Arfrost pulling one back, however, but we have got a 4-on-3 with Arfrost very low. So this flank from Nilo could be enough. I need to find the correct timing, but Baz is watching, but did have that huge whiff in the previous round. Needs to hold his nerve here.
Well, Flash is being sent up to charge up the Spirit Academy. Trying to get on towards the site. Artfrost hits a good one. His teammate of Owner is being absolutely destroyed. Look at this though. Baz cleanly checking around the back. 3 players stay up. Good round out from the Spirit Academy. They needed to come out with one of those. Could have got a little more hairy. They lost a lot of HP on the remaining 3 players, but 10 rounds nonetheless. That's the double figures. Money's not that good here for Young Ninjas, so 11 rounds looking pretty good.
Oh, absolutely. We'll see whether they want to invest fully, but they've only got a Desert Eagle and a couple of players so far, but I guess they'll be taking this one on the chin. And it's up to Arfrost to try and do more and more damage. Seems to be very competent with that shot. It's going to be Nilo down to just 24 points of health. He had armor as well, so that's frustrating for him.
Well, the fight through short. It's going to work out for Zontix. Don't think his pistol is going to pose too much resistance, so Spirit Academy, it's all about not making mistakes, and we've seen a lot of mistakes being made so far. Maybe this could start to unravel. CTR charging through the lower tunnels. It's only 1 on the P250, not getting out of hand. And we go over 1 minute left on the clock. Nilo's moved forward into the upper tunnel. You may have some information, but what can you really do when you have the weak weapons up against the charge? And here they come. Adam B. Nice pop-up. Whack-a-mole that fights back, and he's going in for a bit more. Body shots landing. He could get a second kill out of this. His teammates are quickly flanking up through short. Oh no! Artfrost down now, and the pistols. Oh, it's completely unraveled. It's just 1 player left. Baz in the 1 versus 2. AK's being picked up there for Nilo. The bomb at least recovered. Smoke available here for Baz. He'll throw it out in front of him, but needs to make sure he takes a deep flesh because they're running him down, and the AK is going to collapse upon him, Henry. Another round they should have won, going the other way.
Yeah, they seem to just bottle it. As soon as they hear the Deagle headshots coming through, you can see it look very rigid, but let's not take anything away from Young Ninjas here. They are battling back, and their shots have been pretty sublime with those Desert Eagles, but yeah, that's going to be frustrating for Spirit Academy. You can see they are shrinking now. Definitely losing that swagger they had in the first stages of this first half. Sure, it's still a very decent half. They're likely to win it. They could still find 11-4, but some of these rounds they're giving up are borderline, like it gets a bit embarrassing, like red faces almost. They've got to make sure they can just slow things down at the right time and not get overwhelmed. And we have got a bit of a timeout. It is going to be Owner, unfortunately. That is a shame.
Well, that's him.
That's the worst possible time for that to happen, I suppose. Yeah, just as Young Ninjas are creeping back into the game.
Time for Saltfix to sub in.
Yeah, you're right.
Hopefully, Owner can get back.
Happened pretty much every game they've played so far, right?
I feel bad. Like, Owner gets maybe like a half of Counter-Strike a day, and then it just shuts off.
Yeah.
So, obviously, can't imagine being in his situation right now, but hopefully he's able to get back online soon. But it isn't the type of issue that fixes itself quite quickly, Henry. It has proven to be a long-term problem. So we're likely to see Saltfix sub in at some point. Yesterday, we've seen, though, that Spirit Academy is still able to win when they've got their coach stepped in, even mid-game. So, but right now, they're a little rattled, and having another issue thrown in on top of all of this could end up adding too much pressure here for Spirit Academy. I mean, you're 9-0 up to end the half 10-5. That's a big disappointment. So you want to try and get this 11th round for sure.
Sophic has joined. I can confirm he's on the server. Looks like that's going to be happening. And yeah, it is a real shame. Unavoidable, unfortunately. And hopefully Sophic can still join the fragging ranks here and get this last round over the line for them. But let's have a look. I'm just checking out the chat feed, Dinko. We are not. So one went to the toilet real quick while they're waiting. So yeah, we should be underway momentarily. It will be Sophic, the coach, replacing Ona. If you're just joining us, this is the grand final here. First map of the best of 3 between Spirit Academy and Young Ninjas. It is looking very promising for Spirit Academy. Sure, they still have a good half, but they were 9-0 up. And just the fashion these last few rounds have gone against them. Absolute gimmies of situations, just crumbling before their eyes, overextension, missed shots, just generally looking quite rigid. And Rattle, perhaps as a squad, have led them to the point where Young Ninjas are potentially back in this game, Dinko. And unfortunately, with a player being subbed out at this crucial moment, it doesn't look great all round for Spirit Academy. This could be where the wheels fall off. We have yet another very close affair on Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best chance for Young Ninjas to win a championship here at the WePlay Academy League. You're playing against a team that has a coach stand-in the grand final. You have to see this as a great opportunity if you're Young Ninjas. You got to take this opportunity and seize it to the best of your ability. You've even changed the veto up a little bit too, so this is their opportunity now. You got to get this 5th round. Spirit Academy looking to finish strong with 11-4. Again, a reminder, it was 9-0 at one point. Couple of mistakes happened and it led to this point of the game. So rifles out here for the Young Ninjas, AWP here for Era, and Artfrost looking to open things up, hits the shot, but not enough damage for the kill.
His conversion on at least damage for that shot has been astronomically high. I would say a good like 60 to 70%. So well done to him on that. He's very, very fast, it seems, as Era has had his work cut out for him. Hasn't had quite the same showing, but 6 kills to his name, 13 deaths, 17 for Artfrost, who certainly is stealing the limelight somewhat of the sniper responsibilities. Zontex will be setting up utility towards his mid doors, but it will be Adam B to strike first. That's towards Baz. And that was actually the long doors where Baz was trying to gain purchase on the double door experience. We are going to see Adam just confirming no one else is there, I suppose, but we'll decide to fall back to the pit ultimately. And Era in a prime position to maybe get the next kill here towards short.
Run boost around, Sophic leading by example, trying to charge in first. Teammate setting up the catwalk, execute smokes. Good flash to get Era off by the angle, but it's this smoke that should allow safe passage on over. Era smoking himself off, giving himself an extra bit of cover to play in and around this car. And he'll send his teammate up the ramp to try and help with this. Era needs to deliver the shot, but Sophic sees him, takes him out. Luckily, the trade is there from CTR, but he runs out of ammo. But he's done very well to get a double. And now Adam B's at the car. I don't think they're ready for another player to be in this exact position. Artfrost might overextend, but he's coming on the hunt. Oh, Artfrost so quick again. Another great shot. Nilo goes up. A headshot's there to bring down the AWPer, and it's into a 1v1 to close this first half. Zontix up against Maxter. Zontix thinks he's coming from short, but he's getting wrapped around the backside. Maxter coming on up. Oh, Zontix sees the play at the right time, and 11-4 will be the score at the half.
That's what you love to see. Sophic coming back on the server. You feel like, damn, this could be a real turning point. But the fact they put one away just before halftime, they get the 11-4. That's great news all round. For Spirit Academy, at least. Not so good for Young Ninjas, as you mentioned. They're probably thinking this is the best opportunity they've got to take the championship here. But still a very exciting round. Of course, came right down to the 1 versus 1. Just how we like it. And there will be Zontix to close things out there. Excellent performance. And still, there was a 3 versus 2 against them. So, high-octane moment. And we are going to be checking in momentarily with the Team Spirit comms, Dinko. Are you looking forward to that?
Well, let's go. I'm interested to hear kind of the temperament heading into this one.
Пальму смотрю пока что. Ничего не кидали.
Забирай нишку, надо пальму смотреть.
Все, Б взято.
Три.
2 пешки. Мы файтимся?
Сразу. Да, надо файтить. Надо буст. На флеш дал.
Флэш. Я на ген.
Пойдем,
Я
пойдем уже.
Я мразь.
Я пока прячусь.
Трапнуть, дай еще раз, дай еще раз.
Гусь рампай сайт ставит. Давай на
Не
ими.
пикайте, не пикайте.
Убил бомбу.
Убили пачку.
Рампа
Пойдем.
рампа машина.
Подъем,
На сайте,
подъем.
парни. Дайте гусь.
Я лоу.
Блять, рамп.
Длина, я пикаю длину.
Сайт, два типа.
Дал. Пика
Надо
дал.
проходить как.
Сандрину убьешь.
Дал лоу.
Да, без забава.
Я через стену.
Проходит Зик. Сайт.
Зикло, зикло.
Зиг.
Ай-яй-яй,
да.
НТшечка.
Oh, disappointment at losing the pistol. Young Ninja's able to find the fifth, but great to touch in again with Spirit Academy. I'm sure we'll do that at some point throughout the rest of the final, but 11-5 is the score. Young Ninjas giving themselves a chance here at the start of the second half to get off to a good start.
Yeah, let's see if they can convert it. That was another high-octane pistol round there. Comes down to another 1 versus 1. Another man advantage almost squandered there from Young Ninjas, but CTR, the in-game leader, of course, closing things out. They've got the AK-47s, the Galils, the majority of the firepower here as they go toe-to-toe against the Scouts, Desert Eagles. And it's a pretty potent combo. It's probably the last you'll see of it for the next few months as Dust 2 dwindles away, but it's all about inflicting damage, not necessarily going for straight-up headshots, but just trying to get the tags off, allowing these Eagles to have prime opportunities to gun them down when they try and cross over. But let's see what Don can make of it. He'll be holding behind the car position, but for now it's maxed up, leading the charge towards short for the Young Ninjas. Be greeted by a couple of players with the Scouts and aforementioned Deagle.
Oh, Sophic drops at the right time. Doesn't want to be caught on the ledge at that point of the round, but Adam B has come out long, using the distraction quite well. He's got himself a great double and a third kill for Adam B added to his collection. It's now just one. Adam B has a fantastic round out long there. Great work cleaning up with a 4K. That puts him up to 14 and 12. And the 6th round now for the Young Ninjas.
Yeah, that's going to be the full eco as well, you would assume. So this is where the game really becomes quite interesting. Spirit Academy 9-0 up. Owner has to leave. Electricity goes down. The coach is brought through. Things starting to spiral now. Of course, this is their pick as well, Dinko. So after having this, I keep using the expression roller coaster with this league because this is exactly what it is. It just feels like one team will get this huge lead, they'll build it up, and then something crazy will happen, and then it will spiral out of control, and they'll end up actually losing the map. We've seen that since day one with the mouse game. It's been a hell of a journey to get us to this point.
It definitely has. I mean, we've been up and down and all around this Academy League. I think every eventuality has happened. And Era on the MP7, we're getting to see a good variety of weapons here. And made quite a bit of cash with that. Baz at least making sure it's not a clean sheet for the Young Ninjas, but I don't think the sheets will be very clean for much longer. It's 2nd kill for him. He's taking a bit of damage in the long swing coming out. It would be him dead, and ZTR sentence him to a lifetime of death, at least for this round. So 11-7. Young Ninja starting to build up the buy, the money, but here comes Spirit Academy for the first time in the second half. We'll be wielding the AWP for Art Frost. And he is a bit of a specialist when he gets onto that CT side too, so this could be a turning point.
Absolutely could be. He's got a decent spawn as well, and with the frustration they've received in the last few rounds, maybe he takes a straight-up challenge here towards T spawn. He will indeed. No players challenging from the drop-down position just yet, but they are looking to go towards B. That's where the AWP is on the T side. Young Ninjas will have 3 players towards upper. Bomb outside the tunnels on the T spawn side as well, but Donk, prime position to hit on Nilo. Should have... No! Apparently not. That's a great shot. We talked about the entry potential of Nilo throughout this tournament, and once again delivers. It is quickly traded out, however. 4 and 4, but we do say that favors the T side, especially on a map like Dust 2, as we'll see the CT defense thinned out here. Just 1 player towards B, and they're now focusing their efforts mid doors and short.
Well, ZTR, he's tucked himself in the cubby. Such a strong position, especially if your main pack of the team is going through into this B bomb site.
Smoke.
They missed the smoke indeed, and that's created an opening. And maybe it's just worked out perfectly, Henry, because he gets a double kill. They commit into him, and ZTR in mid hasn't made it work. It's now Era left alone. And a 1v3 inside of the B bomb site with an AWP is not easy to pull off when they're trying to retake from multiple different sides too. Era has got to pull off an incredible clutch in this situation. They swing into the double, and Art Frost is there to trade after one. Really difficult to get more than one in that position with the AWP. And Young Ninjas, that B attempt to look good for them, Henry, but it just falters.
Mate, I was watching the Go TV for the smoke, and I was like, that smoke looked like it landed a little bit strangely. And I went to his POV, and it was just to the right-hand side of the tunnel. But as you said, he managed to get 3 kills in total. So if anything, maybe just baited them into some sort of false sense of security where they thought, oh, he's missed his smoke, we got an easy kill. He still gets 3 of them. And that's quite impressive. So that's going to be Spirit Academy, at least bouncing back their first round of this second half. First map of the best of 3, just to note, the pick of Spirit Academy was a great start for them, but things starting to get a little closer now. 12-7 overall. As you see this long take come through, it's up to Max to try and find this opening frag here for all the Young Ninjas. Good positional control, at least, pushing the CTs back. Now, we talk about reactive play on a map like Dust 2. Keep your eye on Donk. Considering they've lost Long in such a convincing manner, he might have to consider pushing in towards the upper B tunnels. Time will tell. No reactions just yet from the CTs. They are isolated a little bit here. Need to either claim B tunnels or short, considering they've given up Long so early on. So going towards the mid-double doors, Dinko. They're going to be trying to push through there and reclaiming that territory. Prime real estate on Dust 2. You see them go for the mid-doors now. This is their reaction, hoping they can get some intel on the map and hopefully make the T's feel uncomfortable and lock them in towards Long.
And also one player to continue that push forward. That's Baz, who managed to catch out ZTR crossing over here, but ZTR seems to be ready for it. Depends on the timing, and the timing has just worked out. Baz has actually managed to slip the net and get all the way through T-spawn. Here comes the attack out Long with the first. Through the smoke, Adam B has been dropped. Spirit Academy maintain the advantage, and not only maintain, but follow up on it. Saltfake gets one through the smoke again. And this is a really weak attack now for Young Ninjas. They've even got a flank going against them out long, so if they're not quick enough, Baz will come around the backside, and they might really just fall to pieces here. Art Frost shouldn't let the planter get away, but Era actually had a bit of a gap. And where's that flank? How long is it taking here for Baz? Finally, he will strike. The rest of his teammates starting to make their way back in for the retake. CTR taking damage, finally removed. And it's just Maxter, and he is cleaned up too. So, Spirit Academy, very solid stuff on the retake situation. And that's going to be 13 rounds, 3 away from map 1 going their way.
Yeah, excellent reactive play there from the CT side. Giving up Long at the very start. A lot of teams may fight for control and try and reclaim the Long territory, but you get yourself into such a scrappy affair there. You might as well let them have it and then try and pressure from other points of the map. So that was a great retake towards middle. Managing to get the Baz flank, as you mentioned. The problem was it was a little bit late. Could have been a bit quick on the response, but still, no harm, no foul. They get a nice, convincing round victory. And just looking at the chat now, 1 second. We've got... Okay, it was just a coach joining. I was wondering whether we had owner returning, but I think it was the coach of NIP that was joining the game. And they wanted to make sure the game was paused and he couldn't see any information while he was joining. That's all. That's why we're taking a little time out right now. And just looking at the money as well, there is a buy available for the Young Ninjas, but $2,000, well, $2,700 on a couple of players. It would be Tech 9 armor, maybe 1 hero AK here. Might be worth at least the AK. See if you can steal this one away. Now we've got Donk and Baz with the AK-47s in hand. So we got to match medic this one by the looks of things.
The coach, I think, joined a player spot. So got to get him into the coach's spot. And we're back to normality. It should be continued momentarily. We'll take a look here. As you mentioned, the economy situation down there for the Young Ninjas not looking that good. And we're going to have to see maybe a couple of upgrade pistols here, but Spirit Academy full steam ahead. We're going to try and take 16 as quickly as possible, but it's going to be that purchase continued into. AK-47's out. Scout and Deagles. Not the prettiest buy, but could be potent enough to get a round win here. long play from Baz is aggressive.
Yeah,
taking
well,
the
he's actually
longhouse.
getting stuck in, isn't he? He's actually got the aggressive smoke onto their double doors now, so trying to force them into a mid-split potentially, but they still have quite heavy presence towards that A-bomb site. We've got Donk this time back at the B platform room. He's got the AK-47 as well. It makes things very interesting for the one-tap potential. Can be a bit of a turret there. T-side fully invested Dinko. We said money could be a bit of an issue going forward, but a couple of AKs, scouts, and could be the game if they give this round up with no plan. Time will tell. Good grenade. Doesn't do as much damage as you might think, though. Just about avoids critical damage. And all 5 players there getting ready. Arfrost to be tested. At least he's very low, Dinka. There is a chance they overwhelm him and they can get a plan here. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, quite often the strategy employed in rounds like this is just try and get up through short. The smokes looking to be pretty effective. Arfrost isn't even going to hang around. He's just setting up the rifle of Sotfik to be unleashed. When you commit out of the covered position of Goose like that, sometimes you're only good for one. And there's the bomb plant. Not only do they get a bomb plant, Henry, but they actually have a chance to win the round here.
Certainly. The scout's a bit of an issue, I suppose, and Donk, oh, not the cleanest shot there. He'll be punished for it, but here comes Baz and Zontix together, maintaining the man advantage here. One player towards Gandalf, another towards Short. Need to try and spam him down here, try and force the issue. In terms of utility, just a flashbang remaining, and surely that's going to be the retake completed. And indeed, it looked like it got a bit hairy at one stage there, but you're right. It was down to those rifles being recovered. The low HP of Arfrost as well. They had to wait for the retake to turn up. But still, they got the plant at the very least. That's what they had to do. Doesn't save the day, but at least gives them a fighting chance in the following up round. It can be more of the same. Or they can go all in. And we'll see what they opt for here. It's going to be map point by the looks of things with just the pistols being purchased here.
Conceding it. We'll see what kind of call you go with the Tech 9s. I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to be a fast play, given how long it took them all to get up spawn, because they're buying extra utility. I think a couple of them on a different page. Adam B, you want to use his spawn to get out long quickly, and he is alone, so you're not really going to see too much success from a play like that. I feel like this round is going to reach its logical conclusion at some point, because you know, you've given away that first kill. You don't really have much map control already. Academy's advantages are looking really solid at the moment. CTR lost in no man's land, stuck in the smoke. Legs are showing. He can't even really see anything. And a second kill given over to Spirit Academy. That's a bit of a flustered round, what shall we say? I think I'll keep the adjectives nice, but
I was wondering where you're going to go with that.
Bit of a throwaway, I think, Henry.
You kept it diplomatic. I like it. Let's see. It's going to be something chested and a chance once again. Maybe playing a little bit too close here, but Arfrost will not miss the mark. He'll be trying to go for the show-stopping shots here, and doesn't quite connect, but Baz will be there to protect, as we'll see 15-7 come through. Map point. That's it. Unfortunately, Dinko, even though, like, I'm not even talking about the scoreline, it's just the way the scoreline came through. When you have, like, a 9-0, and then a team comes back with, like, 6 of their own, and then they go on to just lose the game, it's like, it's difficult to really get invested into this map so far, especially considering like it's young ninjas that have given up a couple of nightmare rounds. But I guess we always say it, if they can find a couple here towards the end and deny the win for at least 3 rounds, it might allow them to get warmed up. I think we saw that early in the tournament for themselves. But yeah, this one not looking great here. Oh, big nade. That's like literally max damage, I think.
Yeah. That's just perfect. He just ate that one up, I think. Moved perfectly into it. That's unfortunate, but still standing at least. That nade also pretty beefy.
So before they've even seen anyone,
here comes another one.
Oh, no way.
That one's quite heavy too. And a beat down to 52 HP. The nade damage, that one's not too good. CTR dodged that one. So good work here from Spirit Academy. Utility's looking pretty solid, but we had under a minute left.
We certainly do. Anything can happen in a minute. We will see. Smokes available. It's one of those situations to say you've got to have some strong mental fortitude to make this one work.
Look at Donk.
On the back foot, you've got Donk just coming through. is actually in lower B right now, and he's just locked them in. They seem they're already caged, Dinko. They just have to execute and hope for the best there. Sure, they might hit the shots, but there's a firm read on what's going down here. Closing the map out on style, not dropping a frag so far. It's a 5 versus 3, and you can see how much damage has been inflicted. Just one, make it 2 kills going in favor of Young Ninjas, but all of a sudden the round turns on its head. Of course it does. And we find ourselves in the 2 versus 2 now. 10 seconds remaining, and a chance for Arfos to deny the plan, but not going to happen. That will come through by the looks of things.
Oh.
Hello.
Hero had his head exposed. Artfrost gets the 2nd kill, and that's map 1 of the grand finals, going the way of Spirit Academy. Bit of a disappointing start to the game here for the Young Ninjas. They tried to change up the veto from yesterday. Maybe it would have been better letting Mirage through in the end. Dust 2 does not go the way they want it. And now it's just 1 map away from taking $45,000 and adding that to the Spirit Academy bank accounts.
You've got to say respect to Spirit as well. They're having some real issues today. If you are just joining us, unfortunately, Owner over in Ukraine is losing electricity tonight, and he had to leave us after only 5 rounds of play. And it's been happening to him throughout the tournament. But the coach stepping in and then converting these games and holding their heads high is very impressive, and still a dominant performance here to close things out as well. Sophic is managing to just slide into the team and make it work.
Yeah, it's really crazy and that he's able to come in and put these performances up. Obviously, the scoreboard will miss out on both of those players, but they performed pretty well. Artfrost, again, just kind of putting a great performance up in this final. I think the T side in particular, very early on, got a lot of great multi-kills. But you have to sing the praises also of Zontix. He was a player you noted yesterday, Henry. Well, he's done very well here again, 22 and 11. Just 1 kill behind Artfrost. For the Young Ninjas, no one really standing out. It was mainly they lose and they win as a team, shall we say.
Well, your boy Max, he is quite considerably at the bottom now, I say, Dinko. He was your man to watch coming into this final.
Thanks, Henry. Thanks for that one. Won't be throwing you back in the sidelines anytime soon. But yeah, I mean, we're looking forward to map number 2. I think we'll finish on that note. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it could be the final map of the grand finals. It could be the final map of season 6. We'll have to find out after the break.
a judge. No allegiance, not from us. We came for blood. We are the break the system, never budge. Kill the lawyers, kill the judge. No allegiance, not from us. We came for blood.
Welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 6 Grand Final. We're heading into map number 2. Spirit Academy are now one map away from crowning themselves champions of Season 6. But we start on Vertigo, Henry, and you have a suspecting feeling that we might be heading to 3 if the Young Ninjas are able to put a slightly better performance in from map 1.
I don't know. They were so flat there, weren't they? That's the problem. And
Yeah,
it
true.
wasn't like Spirit Academy were playing a perfect game either. They weren't without their flaws either. So it's difficult to call. You would think at 9-0 as well, that game was an open shut case for Spirit Academy. It got very scary at one point as well. The subs coming through, anything can and will happen at any point in this series,
True,
Dinko. So
very
it's
true.
difficult to really call what will happen. But I would like to see a lot more from Young Ninjas. They felt like the same old issues were coming through there. We lost Era on Dust 2, a very AWP-centric map. We need to see him come online if they're going to have any chance taking on Arfrost, who was just devouring his opposition round after round. He was having fun. And maybe that was the problem. They maybe had a lapse of concentration towards the end because it just felt too easy for him. He's like one of those wilder players that likes to get stuck in, take all the peaks. And at some points, it just looked a little bit too effortless for him, to be honest with you.
Yeah, definitely. Especially the start that he had. I mean, he had a lot of rounds in particular on the T side where he was getting involved in some very aggressive peaks, running down middle, etc. So Vertigo is a map I don't think AWPers have as much impact on, especially given the Academy League. I think we've seen some of the AWPers kind of disappear a little bit. If there is one AWPer to kind of force his way into it and crowbar himself into some impactful moments, it would be Artfrost, I suppose, but we'll have to see how this one pans out. I definitely feel like Young Ninjas have a shot at taking us to 3 maps. I think Vertigo is going to be a map where they show us a much better face here coming into the second. They're a really solid team across the board, and Vertigo does rely on a bit more of the tactical side of the game. So hopefully this is where we get to see a bit more of them showing up here. And here goes Parachute Man for the grand final for the last time this season. Off he goes.
It's always good to see him. Have you ever done a skydive before, Dinko? And if not, would you like to?
Oh yeah, I'd love to. I've never done one before. I was looking up like kind of the best places to do it. So I think I'm gonna do it at some point.
Well, why don't we just say the next event you and I are at, we'll just try and make it happen wherever
Let's
we
jump
might
out of any plane. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm not saying that necessarily, but I feel like it's a good bonding activity or help us trust each other more if we jump out of the same plane. I think.
Sure,
so
sounds good. Yeah,
but maybe not base jumping straight away. Out of the plane first, then we can go to base jumping.
Yeah, I'm down. Also, I want to fly in a fighter jet. I want to feel that.
That's a good idea. I've seen Top Gun Maverick. Yeah, I'm interested.
All right. Well, let's see if this game is supersonic. We've got ourselves Young Ninjas here starting their affair on map number 2 on the T side. They're going to be heading their way down over the ramp and starting quite heavily in towards A.
Let's have a look then, Dinko. We've got the utility required to make this one work, and it's going to be a bit of a brawl to kick things off. Straight towards short we go, and Young Ninja's not messing around here whatsoever. Something will be good for one, but it's a pretty firm advantage here towards the T side. But Donk will at least give them a fighting chance, but still getting closer and closer towards the bomb site. It's going to be Era to try and get that far down, but just Baz here, not much he can do surely, but he gets the double kill and brings it into a 1 versus 1.
Oh, he even does 30 damage there on the ZTR through the smoke. Plan starting to come through with Baz trying to line it up. He has a real shot at winning this now. It looks so difficult. He hears the footsteps. He knows he's retreating back in short, and he goes straight for the fight. Baz is hunting him down. CZTR looking to take him out, and Baz got the headshot. No reaction out of him, but straight to the defuse. What a pistol clutch.
Let's give him a chance. He wants to get the defuse in. He wants to guarantee it first. There's a big smile. And to be fair, I don't want to call it out too much, but he was the one responsible for the big whiff on Dust 2. So that's massive to see him pick up such an impressive clutch here on the pistol. It's going to keep the wind in their sails, right? Keep that momentum going. Pistols are obviously a huge deal. and especially on your opponent's map picks. That's a great start here for Spirit Academy. It was looking a little bit rough for them, Dinko, as well. They lost the first few picks there. The bomb going down didn't look like they stood a chance, but Baz goes above and beyond for his teammates, as we'll see the full spine response. Of course, the Galil and Tech-9s are out. Bonus Mac 10 for Adam B, and we'll see if they can break through these smokes towards the bomb site itself. Maxter patrols with the Galil. In terms of rifle firepower, you can see Spirit Academy are pretty prepared for this. They have got sort of 3 M4s themselves, the FAMAS for Sophic, just 1 MP9, which is a bit of a specialist weapon, but towards middle we go. Territory trade to the D side, but they don't look toward the smoke. Donk will open things up.
Well, Maxter coming in, following up here for Young Ninjas. They've actually got themselves into the better position, bomb down, and no one really close enough to make the retake happen. So even after a fantastic pistol clutch, winning the first round, Young Ninjas with the bomb plant, it's enough to get a good buy here in the T side, and they're able to make it work for the second round of play. So we're all tied up on Vertigo. Yeah, you know, it's a good start here for Young Ninjas, considering they went down 9-0 so quickly on Dust 2. You can't afford to have a super slow start on the second map. So I'm glad they're able to win this fourth spot and getting into this game a little bit earlier on now. Well, Zoltix is trying to sit around for some exits. I don't know if any opportunities are really going to come, and they're all going to be saving at the bottom of the stairs. Maybe Nilo. Zoltix getting closer to a little bit of money.
No. Oh, that could have been the double kill. Could have been a triple, in fact, as Artfrost will have a little swing as well there. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It was a pretty decent buy, all things considered, and that mid-split coming through. We're seeing that being much more relevant in top-level CS as well. The mid-area hasn't really had enough love from the T side in the past few months, but at the major, we saw a lot of teams trying to backstab through the middle area, which is exactly what they went for. It works out very well, overwhelming and discombobulating in CT sometimes. They will be forcing back in kind, though. You can see they've last name for themselves, and we'll see the fight towards the B steps ensue once again. It's CTR, who's smoked off for now. Baz on the other side, the hero of the pistol round, just trying to push them back potentially as he calls for a bit of a rotation here. It's Donk towards middle. Cross with the only real rifle here, rotating through CT spawn, but the first frag comes through. It's Adam B for Young Ninjas. That's at the A ramp, and Sophic left alone now with the FAMAS.
Just starting to make their way up the ramp. As a unit here, Young Ninjas, no one peeking, giving them another opportunity, so they'll have a pretty easy time with things. In fact, the information gathering has been done in through middle, so if they can quickly get this flank around the backside, maybe something can be made of this, but it does rely upon the site player actually being able to hold and delay this long enough. Here comes the execute up. The wall of smoke created. 2 players in this flank. Donk leading the charge, and more importantly, Artfrost in behind on the rifle. Donk has been spotted pretty early on. Artfrost has to come in to help him out, and he'll get a double on the A1S. The bomb is down, and Artfrost with a 3rd kill. This is suddenly very winnable. Donk now has a better weapon to play with too. The AK will eventually be picked up. And now they're looking to where that bomb is planted, considering some of the post plants. And now short will be checked. Artfrost will not go one further. He will be stopped. And Donk has it all to do now. First kill is there. Can he read the flank around towards ramp? He has to consider that possibility due to the sound and also the fact the bomb is planted there. But time is ticking too far now. Not enough time to win it. But maybe he can get away with another kill on the way out the door. And even that is denied. But getting it down to 3 HP being the difference in terms of eliminating everyone. That's pretty impressive from Spirit Academy, all things considered.
Pretty impressive. Lovely sequence coming in there from Artfrost. Known to be the AWP, of course, showing us he's not a one-trick pony. That was excellent in terms of the spray control with the M4A1S. Unfortunately, the kit was only available on one of the players there. Even if he got that final kill, I don't think he had time for the defuse, so that was a bit unfortunate. That was the force buy, of course, and now we're going to see Spirit Academy onto pretty much the full eco. We have got Artfrost, who, of course, wants to continue with his high-fragging affair with the Desert Eagle. Fortunately, he has been silenced earlier. It's going to be Nilo as they make their way in towards the B bomb site. That looks like the round is over, but Donk does find a kill with the USP in T-Spore. Now, they must have overwhelmed him and found a quick dink because they'll be saving that. They don't want to be retaking with the AK whatsoever. Donk will see if there's another opportunity for a kill, but unfortunately, Ira will find him. So now the mission and the only objective is to save this AK-47. Sophic knows it. and he's happy to go down. But it's up to Zontix now. He might be able to get another frag. It looks like he's on the 3B. Apparently not. Aim punch eludes him, and Full Eco only gets one frag in the end, unfortunately. So that's to be 3-1. A fantastic start now for the Young Ninjas, bouncing back after losing that pistol in the 1 versus 3.
Yeah, just looking very good for them now. It could have been a 4-0 start, but I think they'll be happy with the 3 they've picked up already. Byron coming up against them. Art Frost with the AWP, going for an aggressive play through mid. He's got a very advanced position here. Not easy to get away with this. You know, if you get one, you often get traded out if you're committed this far up. But he's banking on the fact that usually in the default, you only have one player in mid. So it would just be a one shot, one opportunity, and he takes it. Oh, the rest of the kills coming in from Baz too. 3 up already here for Spirit Academy. And this A attack looking to just fall to pieces. Zontix, oh, he should have had a kill, but he didn't expect the player close by. And that oversight has required Art Frost to come on in the rotation. Another lovely shot from Era. AWP will be recovered. Art Frost in another big round again here. That's 2 kills for him. And Baz on the double too.
I love watching Art Frost's webcam. Whenever he dies, there's always some like really funny reaction that comes.
It's really emotional player, isn't he?
Very passionate, very emotional, and animated. It's super fun. But still, great sequence of him once again. Couldn't quite find that 3rd kill, but he did enough to find in the 2nd round. And yeah, it's someone saying fixing webcam. I think it was Art Frost. He did something when he stood up. The webcam just went all over the place. But that's what I was commenting on. But that was still an impressive attempt there from Young Ninjas. Wasn't quite enough to close the round out. We didn't see Baz's frags, but he managed to get a big double spray down there as well out of nowhere. And the UMP's back, Dinko.
It is. It's really becoming a feature. It's not just, you know, cameos now. It is actually just got a role in the Academy League. Didn't expect to see that one come back. Not gonna lie, Henry. Here we are. Maybe that's probably the last time Saltfig was playing. UMP was still around, maybe.
Yeah, maybe that's it. It was like one of the best SMGs back in the day. I think.
Yeah, absolutely was. Maybe a bit overpowered at times.
Yeah, I sucked with it then as well, so I was very glad when that removed.
Yeah, peace out to that one.
At least. So the unpause comes through. We were just fixing some webcam situations, I think. So hopefully we get a bit more of the action here. Guys are playing from home, of course. But round 6. Anyone's map here. Spirit Academy taking the last one back after conceding 3 rounds in a row. Baz towards that B bomb side though, looks strong. This is Zontix exploring his options and feeding out the utility towards middle. Coming in towards middle and the scaffolding.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there for Era not to come away with that kill. He was close to it. Zontix might be under a bit of pressure here. Elsewhere, Dogcast opened up the round. The proceedings will be traded out, though. 2 for 2 across the board here. Although Art Frost, of course, extending his team into the lead, and Saltfig will switch that UMP for a rifle, putting us at a 3 versus 2. Currently, Maxter looking to find the gap, and potentially that could come through on this B site. The bomb not in their possession for the time being, though, and it's a long road back to get that bomb and get into the B site. And Maxter might even go down here to Baz. Good read of the situation for Baz, but Maxter's quicker to the reaction. Unfortunately, Art Frost had made the rotation over 2, so he's able to trade. And so 45 seconds remain. Bomb finally being collected, but Ero's on 21 HP and has a 1 versus 2 ahead of him. And Art Frost is about to be the first player you've got to get through.
Yeah, but he turns his back. He's not aware of the potential push here from middle. The timings could be disgusting, but Era still pretty far away. Art Frost checking all the possibilities and now falls back to the safety of the elevators. 20 seconds remaining here. It all comes down to the timings. He'd like to check construction, and it looks like Art Frost has done enough, but that's a lovely shot. Era turns around on its head here potentially, but he has to go towards A. He has no idea the CT is here, ready and waiting, goes to the plant, and that's going to be Saltfig with the easy finish. So lovely shot towards CT spawn, I'll say that much, taking down the AWP, but unable to convert the round, and we're all tied up once again with no plant as well. Looks like the finances have got a little skew with for the Young Ninjas.
Yeah, it's kind of very back and forth. You know, Spirit Academy looked good in the pistol after the clutch. Then it was all Young Ninjas, and now, well, Young Ninjas have disappeared. So this game, I don't think we're gonna have a clear favorite on Vertigo unless Spirit Academy could take this opportunity and ride with it. Good nade going down towards the bottom of the B stairs. Half HP taken off Nilo. In fact, more than half. But Solfik is the first victim of the round. So Young Ninja is making that one deagle work out. But the MP9 should be making some money here, Henry.
You think so, but it looks like he might be overwhelmed momentarily. There's the first headshot being delivered by the clock. So if he gets one more, it looks like he'll be absolutely fine. Arfrost is there to join in as well. And finally, the kill does get converted. But that's Era with the Desert Eagle. And it will be Spirit Academy taking the lead at this stage. 4-3. We're still quite early on in this first half. Big smile on the face of Arfrost there. Love to see it. Normally looks a little bit dejected sometimes, or I'm not sure, but he's looking like he's enjoying himself there. We're going to get into round 8. M4s are plenty. And in terms of the investment on the T side, it's pretty decent, but no sniper to speak of.
Oh, Arfrost, good opening. I mean, that's a gun round. You're coming into this Young Ninjas, and you've lost the first player right away. Adam B having a tough time dealing with those ramp plays. And Zontex, what is he doing? Oh my god, he's so lucky to get away with that. And he switches gun. He's thrown his gun away. How many times do we have to see this, Henry? How many times do we have to watch this?
It's not going to be a pretty sight here. It looks like the round might be under control. And I think it's Zontex has happened to a couple of times, but he gets him from the grave. It's all under control. It was all part of the plan. As we'll see them pick the round up as well. Dinko, you doubted him for no reason. He knew that was going to happen. It was all calculated.
Yeah, I mean, that clearly was the plan from Zontex all along. Just create chaos, and then you from the grave, you psychologically freaked him out. You know, the kill still comes in. Yeah, really good work there from Zontex. This is...
Throws the gun away
Why
takes him from the grave. It's excellent.
Era jumps into the fire with 2 HP. Just, well, thank you very much for that. But, yeah, a little chuckle coming in, I'm sure. Yeah, Spirit Academy.
He needs to rebind his drop key. That's all I'm saying. He does.
But he did it on purpose, Henry.
Just press
so it doesn't matter. He just did it on purpose. It wasn't accidental. Dear. That's the worst.
Let's see what they can salvage here. The Young Ninjas with Tech 9s and Deagles. To be fair, their Deagles are pretty potent. They seem to find the openings, no problem here. So watch out. We'll see whether they can find the first incision, if possible. Challenging towards his A ramp, but taking the first bit of damage is Adam B. Grenade en route as well. Another chunky one coming through as bullets fire down range. It's Zontex with the first frag. Grenade softening them up, and now they decide to limp in towards the A bomb site. They know they're pretty much out of luck with this round. They've only got a couple of smokes left and flashbangs. They need a CT mistake to be presented, but they actually decide to fall back. Arfrost, the fastest man on the server. He holds the A ramp. Incendiary.
Top of the battle. So once again, Spirit Academy in control. Missed shot from Arthros. You don't see that often. 55 seconds left. Just taking a bit of a slower approach now, Young Ninjas. Baz starts to search for some information, wants to clear out the bottom of the B stairs, and he will realize that they are committed into A momentarily. So this is about to get a little difficult for the Young Ninjas.
Yeah, I think you might be right here. But see what Arpros can do. Watching the ramp like a hawk. Hoping to find the shot through the smoke, but poison incendiary as well. We'll be trying to deny the plant and call for the rotations here if possible. They'll extinguish and go for the plant though, and we will see the CTs come back through. No frags found thus far. Very low HP on two of the players as well, so waiting for the flank of Baz to come through before they make their next move.
Yeah, Baz found a kit on the way. Also has utility aplenty, but can he find himself a kill on the flank? He spotted the head, but now he's about to get double peeked, and CTR will beat him out on the fight. I don't see how Spirit Academy get back into this one now. The post plants are too strong. Time is limited and not a lot of utility to force the fights out. So safe call. Good work there from Young Ninjas to turn that one back. Definitely worrying at times, but they found their way into a 4th round win.
Yeah, a couple of opportunities there. Spirit certainly. Zontix will keep them modest though, taking out and be there towards T-spawn. Every frag very valuable at this critical point of the game. You can see the finances on the brink for both sides. Sure, they've won plenty of rounds in a row for Spirit, but a lot of them have been quite close. So just trying to cut them down the sides there. Nice frag towards the end, but the round does go in favor of the Young Ninjas, of course. They'll be sticking with the 5-rifle setup. Around smoke here from Art Frost as he tries to listen out for them crossing over the bridge. And the same probe towards middle here. An ace exchange. We'll see if there's any significant damage. Once again, the utility usage from Spirit Academy is very impressive. Sophic converts into a wallbang shot through that top. And they've got themselves a nice little 5-on-4 with Error just on 5 points of health.
Not a great start to the round here for the Swedes. Lots of problems they've got to try and solve. Luckily, they've got some time to do it. Let's see what they can work on this B-bomb site. Maybe a boost up onto the wood here. But Baz is playing close. Might be able to catch a good time with the flash. Sees information. Oh, I've got to deal with this. Oh, he doesn't react in time. He was overwhelmed by sensations. And luckily, Donk able to come through with a double. And he's stopping this attack in his tracks. Single-handedly taking through. He nearly gets the 4th kill. Nearly does everything on his own.
That was wild. I respect it. Sometimes you got to go for the highlight reel plays, Dinka. We all know it. He got 3 kills, should have fallen back, but he wanted that final one, and doesn't quite work out for him. Still, a very nice series of events for him. As we go 7-4, Spirit do pull around back in a convincing manner as well. No plan. Money quite weak. We mentioned in the previous round, whoever took that one will be sabotaging their opponent's finances. So a tactical timeout has been called by the Young Ninjas to work out where they're going with the one. And just checking it out myself, I would say that this is a partial buy, unfortunately. Like you may be buying 1 AK-47 and a few Tech 9s. You could go all in with Galils and then 1 AK and then utility. I guess at this stage you probably need the round. It feels like you haven't won one for a while, but there's a smoke purchase. We'll see if there's any other signs indicating as to where they want to go. There's a Galil. AK-47. So is it all in or just a small investment and hope for the best? So there's the partial buy. So a couple of rifles, Desert Eagles, about what we expected here, but is it going to be enough? Nilo is going to be the guy we're looking to for these entry frags. He's been so good in this tournament. A little bit quiet in this particular series. Unfortunately, Soft Victus gets an absolute banger through the smoke to kick things off. That's Adam B removed quickly. That was the Galil player. So now just down to Nilo. Will have the armor, but they can recover the rifle, presumably.
Well, Zontix, we've seen him in this smoke before. We've seen him get into some awkward engagements and, yeah, giving his life away. Throwing it back into the 4v4. And giving the Young Ninjas a chance in this round now. Sophic needs to be careful he doesn't get overwhelmed here. He's got Art Frost alongside of him. But they have to worry about short. there's no information about short sides. There could be a player coming in from short and they have no idea, so they have to go and watch that. You see Saltfake starting to be cognizant of that fact. Obviously, we know that there isn't anybody there, but with Zontix losing his life, it's just a bit of paranoia setting in. And this is allowing Young Ninjas to have a bit more space to work with towards the top of the ramp. And Saltfake is looking to be at the ready, but the flash gets him out of position. Very quick reactions to be able to even get one in that spot. Artfrost and Donk do pretty well, but Artfrost commits into the open and loses his life, so it's down to a 1v1. Baz looking to clutch this south spam, going down near Vera, but not taking him out. And now Vera has a chance to win it inside of the smoke. Baz has lost him. No, he can't have gotten far, so he wraps around the back again. Good movement from Baz. Stays composed under pressure, and will close it for Spirit Academy, but it does feel like that one should have been a little easier, Henrik.
At the end of the day, Dinko, as long as they win the round, does it really matter? It's a new mentality I'm trying to subscribe to instead of being critical.
I like it, okay.
Yeah, as long as they get it over the line, let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. It was there for the entertainment value, and that's what Artfrost was going for, I think. The fact he was just hitting a couple of good shots, probably shouldn't have run in for that kill towards the end, but that's his play style. That's what you sign up for, I suppose, with a player like himself. It's still a very entertaining round. Enjoyed the fact it came down to 1v1. Baz managed to close another one out. He managed to win the pistol, remember, in that 1 versus 3, so another very high-impact round for him to collect. And we do see another full buy available. In terms of the rounds now, that's going to be Young Ninjas with just one in the last 8.
Yeah, that's not a good stat line, is it?
No,
Not
they
painting a
managed
very
to
pretty picture at all.
win the second round force buy and carried that momentum forward for a couple of rounds, but that was about it. Ever since then, a single gun round, which was quite close in itself. So here's Donk patrolling towards middle, doing quite a good job as well, just staggering out that utility and ensuring they can't overwhelm him. But elsewhere, actually going towards the A round. So Zontix to be tested once again, who has had some pretty awkward moments, whether it be dropping the weapons or missing a couple of shots, but looks confident to hold on towards the scaffold position with Saltfake. He gets himself in a cheeky spot behind the fence there.
Strong spot here for Saltfake. We'll see if he's able to make it work for multiple kills. That smoke will not stick around forever, and he realizes it's really better to go play from the sandbags, a more permanent feature of cover. And his teammates are close by. Saltfake needs to be careful. His head can be spotted. And the timing, look at that. Here's the pins being pulled and immediately goes out for the double. And luckily, Max are able to stop him from getting 3. But the damage has already been felt. 23 seconds left here for the Young Ninjas to try and recover this one. And as soon as you go wide into the fight against the AWP, you will die. 15 seconds, bomb on the ground, and the rotation has arrived here too. Everything you could possibly want going the way of Spirit Academy. It's the last-ditch effort. Smoke out towards the site. Try and give it a go. Everything you've got.
They're not planting, so yeah, that's a wasted effort. Now they are scrambling, hoping to get away and hold on to the AWP and AK-47. And it looks like the hunt won't be fully on. Donk will explore the options, but can't get there in time. Yeah, a little bit chaotic there from the Young Ninjas. They are going to be finding themselves in a difficult spot now. Not the most impressive half thus far. They managed to get that second round force buy, as we mentioned, but only really like a couple of gun rounds since. No real close moments. Artfrost seems to be having his wicked way with them. 15 kills once again. The absolute most impressive man on the server. We are going to see Era, though. He will be posting 13 himself, so he has kept up. That's fair. Picking up the pace here, potentially. To advance up that A ramp and go for the A split we saw before. It's one of the only successful rounds they had was pushing through towards the elevators and splitting the A site.
Adam B. Try and get up over the top of the smoke as it fades away, and he's go for the headshot on Saltfake. Zontix cleared out from short too, so I think that has been a bit of a weakness, is Zontix in towards the short area. Can often be giving a kill on over. No, Saltfake did get one from the Molotov. So we're down to a 4 versus 3 as we reach the 50-second mark of the round. Artfrost starting to lean elsewhere, away from the A bomb site. Maybe at the wrong time, and we'll likely see a save call come in now, as they weren't in the right position at the right time on the A side to go for that one. So a 5th round from the Young Ninjas. We're going to be coming down to the last round of the half. It's either going to be 10-5 or 9-6.
I'm sure they'll be happy with that, considering how it felt this way this half was going, in terms of after they were losing 8 rounds and only picking up 1. This is pretty important one to find in that 5th. Money should be fine, but still worth the save here. It's not even in terms of the cash here for Spirit Academy. You can see they've got these AK-47s on the CT side. They're so valuable. And it's more so not the monetary sense, because you want that one-tap potential, especially if you're facing angles like the A ramp, or you're patrolling the B bomb site, holding that default box. You want to have that one-tap potential. But final round of this first half. If you are just joining us, it's Spirits currently in the lead after picking up Dust 2. It's their pick, of course, but here we are on the pick of the Ninjas. Battling back. Hasn't been the prettiest half for them, but still a respectable amount of rounds. They can get 9-6, not a bad half. Not a great one also, but let's see what it has in store.
Maxter, good pick. Takes out Baz. Advantage step for the Young Ninjas. I'm looking to try and close at 6. Considering this half, I would say we'd both agree that this has definitely been a better half showing from Spirit Academy. It's definitely been the better team. So to walk away with this one with 6 rounds, I think that's a huge win. And they've actually got themselves a double at the start of this. So they are just 3 kills away from collecting a 6th round to close this one out. Saltfic holding from short. He spots him in the gap. He sees them through the tarp, and he's able to come away with 1. Maybe this could be the turning point of the round, though. Just 1 kill for him. He'll stay alive. And so he's more useful when they come in from the other side of the top ramp. Another kill for Saltfic. Maybe another one here, but finally put down.
Well, here we go. It is the final round of the first half. There'll be no saving here, and it's coming right down to the wire at 3 versus 2 as the bomb plant attempt does come in. It is successful. Alfrost boosted at the back of the bomb site here, but an unsuccessful shot leaves him and Donk on the retake. Plenty of time remaining, and we do have kits available, but in terms of utility, absolutely nothing. This comes down to raw firepower, and so far, it's looking very good for the Young Ninjas, who do close out the half with that final round on the board. It's going to be 9-6. Not bad at all, considering the way it was looking. As you can see, the scoreboard in the middle there, picking up 1 out of 8 rounds, but getting a couple towards the end after winning the second round force buys. Put them in a pretty decent spot. Shout out to Era. Didn't have the best showing on Dust 2, but has bounced back here, looking very good, along with Nilo, who's influential on the entry fragging position. But as usual, Alfrost, he is leading the charge. Big fan of his and his play style. I'm sure you'll be hearing his name a lot more in the future in CSGO. That's what this league is all about, unearthing these future stars of the game. So we'll take a little bit of a breath here, a chance for us to work out who will be taking this series. It's looking likely to be a 2-0 for the Spirit Academy, but in terms of this map, I'm not sure. Like the 9-6 doesn't feel like a lock-in.
No, it doesn't. I think you're looking at the Young Ninjas. Definitely didn't look like the better team in the first half, but if you're capitalizing on the mistakes of your opponents and they're making them consistently and you're making the most of those rounds, then you definitely can get yourself in a competitive position here. Spirit Academy, if they lose this pistol, obviously that creates a huge opportunity for Young Ninjas to get back into this, but hopefully we get this tech issue resolved as quickly as possible. We can get back into this second half. Grand final definitely started pretty one-sidedly in the first map of play. Little Saltfic out of there. Goodbye, Saltfic.
What? Why have they just put owner incoming? Oh, so sorry. So he is actually coming back. I read it like the owner of the org is coming, like the coach, and then the owner. No, the actual player owner.
Yeah, the owner is now going to play.
The owner is coming. I was like, what does that mean?
He's decided he wants to play in the grand final.
I forgot where we were for a second. Okay, so owner is actually back. So his electricity is back online. That's
great to hear. There we go. Well, let's see if it works. Let's see. Maybe we just if owner isn't playing well, maybe we just cut his power again and we get Saltfic back in. But I'm glad he's back. Let's see if they can hit the ground running. It isn't easy to come in cold like this and then just play in a grand final halfway through a map. But Henry, it really is becoming a bit of a joke. He's played half a map so far, and now he's going to play another half of a map. Maybe he'll be out after that, and then we'll get Saltfic back in for a half.
Yeah, well, surely it can only be a buff, though. Like, all jokes aside, like, he is part of the roster. You'd want to have your fifth player in there. It sucks he hasn't been able to be part of the journey so far, but here they are in the grand final. He obviously want to get as many reps in as he can and be part of this victory if it does come through, of course. But it's great to see him back on, and hopefully it will stay that way. So he's just in the nick of time. He's here in the second half of the second map. They're currently 1-0 up and 9-6 overall here on Vertigo. They switch over to the T side, and the coach has been subbed off. And fair enough, though, Dinko, we got 12 kills.
He did really well.
Second on the scoreboard. So you're just like thinking, well, hold on, he's got the hot hand right now. Are we really taking this guy off? But
he's only played CT sides, so it's good because owner has been here for both T sides so far. So hopefully he sticks around for the whole game. I mean, if you want your caller to come in and you also want your full roster, the T side's pretty important to have all of that adding up. But there he is. He's back in the game. Love the hoodie. Love that. But yeah, I'm glad he's here. Hopefully he sticks around.
So I can't believe when I saw the word owner, I was like, what, the org owner's joining us?
So the NIP owner has decided.
That's what I read it as. I was like, what, he's decided he's like going to like even things out and the owner's going to be joining.
always wanted to play in one of these grand finals.
Yeah, let me have a go, lads.
Been playing CS, got 1,000 hours racked up, guys. This is my time.
How hard could it be?
The crazy thing is, I love the Academy League for the reason that it is a great way of understanding the like different levels of CS. So we have the Academy League, then you have the pro level, and there's just such a jump up between them. Like Headtrick is like far and away incredible in this league, and then he goes to like the tier 1 level and he's really average, right, or below average. So it just kind of shows you the kind of jump up. It's hard visually to see from someone that isn't too familiar with the details that you're seeing. So it's a great way of understanding, like there's so many levels to this game. It's just incredible how quickly it goes up.
Well, I'm getting live reports.
Oh, here we go. Roman reporter back on the sidelines. Down to you, Henry.
So I think because the game had started before he joined, Sophic might have to play the pistol round, and then owner can join just after that. Then we're asking, will he have money? We're just going to be working them one out. So the headline is we're just trying to work out the transition. Obviously, it's a little bit awkward. This is not normal situation, having coaches sub in, sub out. It kind of screws up with the log of the game, the stats and everything. It makes things a bit confusing. So to reset the match medikit in the same sort of way, this makes it a little bit more complicated. Now they're just typing funny smiley faces in the chat. So now I've lost all the information, Dinko. All I've got is memes and funny faces in the chat.
It's been overtaken by the Zoomers.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
No, that's not your expertise, Henry. So we'll be back up the studio then. Yeah, I mean, hopefully they get that sorted. I'm glad I'm not having to deal with that. That sounds like a headache. And Baz is lounging. He's just sitting back. So that really tells me this one isn't going to be a quick fix, Henry. Might be a few minutes trying to figure this one out.
He knows more than anyone, I suppose, what's happening right now. So if he's got into lounge mode, it suggests that he knows oh no, hold on, we're back. Put it right back. And
headset's off now. Not quite sure what Donk's doing. I don't even know what Donk actually looks like, to be honest. He's done a great job at hiding his head.
But we can tell he does have a headset at least.
And hair.
And hair. Hair, chair, and a headset.
That's all we really need. The whole eternity.
We were just working out. We can see them just trying to let's get Sophic on, get owner into the fragging chair if possible. Hopefully that's where he can remain. So they are saying they are ready. So thank you for bearing with us, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is part of the charm, though. We're making sure that things stay exciting, interesting, unpredictable. Coach buff.
Yeah, I mean, you've never experienced something quite like this, have you? So it's halfway subs, both games, coach in, coach out, shake it all about. Pistol getting ready to go.
Pistol's pretty fast paced in the Academy League as well.
We've just got everybody in now.
Oh yeah, we have got the 6-man situation. Not sure
all 6 players now playing on the T side of Pistol.
Yeah, that's true.
They were ready, no longer ready. How about Sotfik just jumps off the map?
That might be the only solution, I think. It's,
we'll
it's a
wait and
very
see.
confusing scenario. Like,
Not
I
gonna lie.
won't
Haven't
we'll get into the chat logs, but it's just quite confusing trying to work out who needs to join, who needs to be in the coach slot, who needs to be in spectate, etc., etc. It's getting a little bit convoluted, but it looks like we found a solution. Hopefully, that will be the last time we have to talk about this.
Well, spirits look high, at least for owner.
The owner of the NIP organization.
Yes.
He's here.
Having a chat with the squad. Look at this. All looking at him. Doesn't look like a lot is being done from the perspective of owner, but a bit of movement now. And he's disappeared. He's vanished. Gone. So hopefully this is where we get to see the match medic come in for the last time. And now we'll begin the pistol round of the second half. 9-6 on the board if you are just tuning in. It's the grand final of the WePlay Academy League Season 6. Spirit Academy return for the second time in a row to the grand finals. This time looking to try and take a win. They're one map away from doing so. Confirmation Saltfic will play this round. And we'll see what happens from that point onwards. Just would love to get this pistol going now. That would be great.
Saltfig looking to leave and get owner back on the server. So they're just trying to work out how they're physically going to make that happen. It looks like Saltfig might have to play the pistol. That's the discussion right now, trying to work that one out. But yeah, indeed, 9-6. By no means a lock-in for the Spirit Academy. They've got a decent haul of rounds, but felt like it could have been a bit stronger. As usual, when it feels like you build up a massive lead, things can crumble. Let them back in for a few rounds. We are hopefully going to be underway momentarily. This is the final game, of course, of the playoffs. What a journey it's been, Dinko. Any personal highlights for you? Or a favorite round or blunder, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of those for sure. My favorite sort of highlight and blunder at the same time was that 1 second clutch from Art Frost yesterday, where it was in this game, right? And I believe it was Adam B ran up the stairs and overpass. They had no time to plant on the T side. Give him a 1 second opportunity.
That was actually a wild moment.
That was quite incredible. So that for me was the highlight, and then obviously King Crush coming on and just absolutely destroying everyone. That was great too.
King Crush was a lot of fun. I enjoyed because I didn't know much about these teams coming into it. Obviously, I haven't worked the WePlay stuff before. I was just aware of the organization and some of the headline players. Just like seeing like Mouse, like understanding like they're the 4-time champions, and like seeing that the drama unfold where they couldn't really hold it together down into the lower bracket, and still having some very good players. Like understanding like who the players are, how they're relative to pro level CS, what they've done before, what their kind of roles are, what they're looking to improve on. And yeah, I've just enjoyed overall just experiencing these new players, these new teams, and understanding what they're about, and just seeing working out exactly who the stars are going to be in the future. Like we're seeing one in the making right now with Art Frost.
Yeah, I think it's especially cool because you know that you're not just spewing. It does actually happen, because you've seen the Mouse NXT guys go up to the main team and make it to the playoffs and majors. So you know it actually happens. But you know what else is happening this pistol round? Finally, we're getting back into this. I believe we have a team speak, Henry. So after all that, we're going to listen in, see how things are going. We're going to get on board with one of these sides.
Фокус.
Не
Под
вижу.
стендами
Кран.
вроде. Под стендами вроде.
Я
как
всякую
бы.
Он
скам.
пикает, Артем.
Я бы не сказал этого. Прыжок.
А я говорю.
Он там что-то прыгает. Я ухожу, короче.
Ему весело.
Да.
Мастерный ладер.
Что-то с рэпа этого убило, блядь.
Фокус.
Я
Никол.
респекти.
Мы вместе, ребят.
Подходите. У меня
Да-да.
граната, мне нельзя.
Дерева нет.
Что такое, Олег?
Дай пройду.
Проходи.
Артем, заберешь
Мы
дефолт?
готовы.
Да,
Можно
конечно.
кидать.
Флэш?
Забирай дефолт.
Я даю флеш, дал.
Единица,
Бам.
деф,
Убил.
деф,
Молик.
деф,
Упор.
Дерево.
Боря.
деф, ребят.
Флэш еще одна есть?
Дэв пикается.
Нет.
Деф, ребят, деф, ребят.
Деф. Деф и капель бар.
Капель вышел. Он бил. Деф.
Деф капель.
Деф и Элик, Элик запикал
Деф.
лево.
Красный.
Элик лево.
2, бро. Красный вот этот.
2 патрона.
Как
А,
Батя, Олег, ты
Я
меня
ждал,
испугал,
что
ты
он
начал
вырежет.
кричать.
Well, the key word being focus in that one, Henry, I think.
Oh, good lord. It's never anything traditional, is it? It's always a lot of fun, a bit of calamity towards the end, running out of bullets in towards the 2 versus 1, having to pull out the knife. So now, I believe we are trying to get a topic back in towards the spec slot now,
Yeah.
and
Well,
hopefully
we
we are
return.
back away.
Yeah, well, Young Ninja's finding the pistol in the second half. Obviously, the kind of start that they need. No matter how they win it, the result is all that matters. So 9-7. Buy is pretty good. They've got the M4A1 out straight away here on Maxter. A couple of MP9s being sprinkled across the board, and we're going to see Spirit Academy just get their full roster together for the remainder of this one. I mean, you could hear even in the columns. The only word I really understood was focus, and then obviously you could hear them laughing a little bit. They looked a little bit distracted, and that is the problem when it comes to these big tech issues, right? Where you're zoned out of the game. And I think you need to have that voice telling you to focus up, just try and get yourself back into the mindset. Because you have all of these pauses. You're now switching a player out. You gotta remember, you're in the grand final. You're map up. You're also in the lead. It's a tough one.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you can get a bit distracted. We're seeing it a lot in this Academy League where people do find big leads, and all of a sudden it seems like they're being a little bit too excitable in the critical rounds where it looks like they've got to lock in, they've got a 4-on-2 situation. They'll keep pushing or go for a smoke when they shouldn't do and give it up, and it can look very frustrating for them. So yeah, focus is certainly the aim of the game, and looking at the bigger picture, I suppose you have to consider that all of these players are, sure, they're representing their organizations and playing as a team, but they want to put themselves in the shop window and show what they're capable of, and have those highlight moments. And there are a lot of clutches available in this league as well. There are a lot of overextensions, and we are seeing some great mechanical sequences being presented each and every series. So that's what keeps everything exciting, but definitely do need to stay focused. And I guess it can be difficult with these timeouts and these players playing musical chairs right now. But hopefully Swappick is sorted. It looks like he's joining the coaching forces, and he's just left the game as well. So that's not going to be quite it.
Well, still a while to go, I'm sure. But eventually we will be continuing this grand final. It's taken us out of the game for quite some time. At least we've played the first round of the second half, but hopefully when the coach comes in, it's just smooth sailing from that point onwards. But we'll have to wait for just a moment until that happens. And obviously, I think we've kind of exhausted most of the points about the game so far. I think we've had quite some time to talk about that. We got no fresh material coming in, Henry. We kind of discussed the highlights of the tournament. I guess we can now talk about CS in general. From now moving forward, obviously the meta is going to likely change a little bit. We're going to have the A1S having more damage or less damage at range,
Less
right?
damage at range, yeah.
So we're going to have the damage drop off. We're going to have a new map, Anubis. You play much Anubis yet, Henry?
I haven't. I heard you boys have been grinding away. I know Machine, who I live with right now, he's been playing all day as well. So I'm the only commentator that hasn't played it so far. But my plan is after this tournament, starting tomorrow, going to get on the grind, going to watch the YouTube videos, and hopefully get a full understanding of the map. Because that's one thing I do enjoy doing is getting all the information, all the tricks, and kind of creating them for my own sort of play style. Once I understand what the bare minimum is. So I have no map knowledge on it right now. So how much theory crafting have you done? Have you learned any lineups or anything like that? Are you just kind of going in raw?
Well, we spent a little time yesterday learning some lineups, figuring out kind of the timings, the map, etc. So I'm personally not the biggest fan of the map just yet in its current form. I think there's a couple of problems that need to be fixed, like textures, etc. Some infinity molars you can throw and stuff now. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool map in terms of the potential of it. Right now, I think it's in a pretty weird place. But the best part about learning a new map when it comes out quickly, Henry, is you get to absolutely destroy everyone who's playing it for the first time, and you get some sort of evil satisfaction out of that, I think.
Yeah, but I was getting that with Tuscan. That was the thing.
Yeah,
I was
Tuscan, we were
really-
powering up on that map, to be
yeah,
honest.
that's why I've been kind of focusing all my energy. I was really in the Tuscan camp, but it didn't work out for me. They've gone for Anubis instead. I'm absolutely fuming. So
Yeah, didn't expect that one, to be honest. I thought Tuscan was a lock-in.
yeah, so I'm not a big fan of Anubis either. I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm not saying like they shouldn't do it. I've played it about maybe 10 times and never enjoyed it once. But that's I have no knowledge, and maybe I'll enjoy more if I learn all the smokes and how to play a few positions, I suppose. But just wanted to see if we are on pause, and we are.
We are. There we go.
I didn't want to do that once more and derail the conversation, but we're actually ready to go. So there we go. We talked about the M4. We talked about Anubis. Show us a barrel. Watch us scrape it. We found the two most interesting points, but it looks like we are underway. 9-7. Let's just get ourselves back up to date. It's going to be Spirit Academy losing that first round of the second half. Bear in mind, they're taking a full eco here. And we do have Owner back on the server. Welcome back. So we're not playing with the coach anymore. And they're currently a map up after winning Dust 2, their pick. This is now the pick of Young Ninjas. They've won the pistol in the second half and look like they've got this one under lock and key. Hopefully that's all the context you need. And Dinko, take us away.
Oh, ZTR should have made a lot more money than that, but Nilo luckily cleaned up with 3. The FAMAS comes in, mows him down, and as you would expect, the naked Glock's not getting anything done, but they do have a dig in the form of Art Frost, so he's just prolonging the inevitable, I think, at this point. There's 3 players on the other side of things, so if he goes around the corner, well, surely gets taken out here. Here he goes. Edging around the mid-box, and Nilo adds 4 to the tally. 9-8 now, one round away rather of being tied up completely at 9 apiece. For Spirit Academy, here comes the buy. Art Frost onto the AWP on the T side. It's actually gone for the glass cannon. That's how important he feels getting that AWP out early is.
Yeah, it might be worth it, I suppose. He is the backbone of the team. The highest frag up, probably the most skilled on the server right now. But you're right. And it shows you how much he relies on the weapon. We did see that nice M4 sequence from him in the first half, to be fair. So we'll see what he makes of it. Makes him very squishy, I'll tell you that much. As we'll see him focusing towards his crane position right now. Players ducking and weaving around there. We've got a couple towards scaffolding. Now, as you can see, that's the problem with the glass cannon. 1 grenade that barely touched him, and he's now down to 37 HP.
Yeah, it's pretty rough going towards ramp early on, where a lot of utility is going to be tossed your way. In the early round, you will be softened up. But advantage found for Young Ninjas. Adam B lucky to be alive. Oh, but that's the first real sign of success there for Spirit Academy. Donk comes through short, uses his position, and he checks the sandbox. Oh, this is incredible from Donk. Nearly goes ahead and gets 4, but 3 dismantled already. Oh, what a lovely round from him.
Yeah, that was excellent. He was hot for a 4th there as well. He had an excellent game sense. He knew exactly where they'd be positioned. The shot towards the sandbag was sublime. They've actually got the man advantage now. We'll see whether they can actually convert this. 45 seconds and started to make their way towards B by the looks of things here. We have got the bomb site confirmed by Zontic. So if he can hold off this push from Max today, should be fine, but great shot from the Swede there. Reading it very well, and he's got a chance to deny this all now. And it's going to be down to Nilo to open things up. 1 versus 1. Baz had a few clutches today. He'll need yet another up against Nilo. Another very strong player for the Young Ninjas, but they'll pump the brakes for a second here as Baz assesses his options. Oh, and there it is. It is going to be tied
recovery.
Up.
I'm gonna if I'm the side of Spirit Academy, if I'm Donk, I'm just questioning what more could you do. You come up, you dismantle the entire A setup, and you still don't get the round win. Unfortunate that, really, and they're all tied up again. I thought for sure that was an open and shut case. It looked like Spirit Academy had it done, but turns out he needed that 4th kill towards Elevator to lock it in, and he didn't get it. They didn't get the round. Here we are, tied up. Money's not good here for Spirit Academy. They're on to an AK for Donk again. I mean, if there is one player you want to give that AK to right now, it would be this guy. Nearly did it all himself in the previous. Maybe he can do it this time. He's up short again. Did find a gap in the previous round. I don't think that gap is too easy to find round after round. I don't think they're going to be leaving that open. But Young Ninjas, look at this. They severed off the B control. They pushed down, and now they've double peeked on the rifle. This is some great team play out of Young Ninjas. Really starting to rally the troops. Wanting to see the light at the end of the tunnel, which would be the 3rd map of Nuke.
Yeah, this is looking much better for them. More comprehensive showing of what the squad is capable of. And for now, bear in mind this is the Eco Spirit Academy. They don't have armor on 3 players, but still impressive to lose any players so far. It is going to be Arpros, of course. He needs to steal 1 away. Takes his total up to 19 so far, but that's going to be double digits for the Young Ninjas here. So AK-47s acquired on both sides. A little bit of a weaker buy for the Spirit Academy. It's going to be Baz down to the Galil. And just bear in mind, like, the team's going to be a little bit scrambled, Dinko. Just to remind people, like, Owners just joined. I've barely played a map in the tournament so far due to electrical issues. And so it's going to take them a couple of rounds to find their feet here in the second half. We've played 4 rounds. They've lost them all, but still quite early days. They can bring them all back.
Oh, there goes Adam B. Another good opening. This time on to Donk, who definitely delivered some impact 2 rounds ago, but back-to-back rounds now. He's been moved very early on without any impact. Young Ninjas can continue to do that. You're taking a very sharp tool out of the shed of Spirit Academy. Maybe puts more pressure here on Art Frost to get involved. And they've avoided him. They've really done a great job at sort of negating his ability. Now he's holding a gap jump. Ooh, he's a pixel. Turns out he's not quick enough to get that one. Sound cue mid there from Era on the drop down. I don't know if they're close enough to hear that, especially with the AWP shots going off. So he might actually get away with this. Oh, they're slipping on by. They're playing contact though. He hears that AWP getting closer. He's got to be calling it. There's a possibility they could be up on top of the ramp. The ETR is coming in on the rotation. Young Ninja's looking to try and bolster this defense on the A-bomb side.
It's not looking too good. Another massive grenade lands at the front door. Spirit Academy, they'll be trying to make their way in towards the A side, but taking so much damage en route here. Can the bomb even be planted? Era doing everything they can to deny it. There's such low HP remaining here. Just Owner in the 3 versus 1. 7 points of health, 24 seconds. Looks like he's having nothing to do with this round. I don't even think he makes it out alive. Trying to walk towards the bridge if possible. Looks like he's made it, but money is so low for Spirit now. Averaging about $200. He'll save the AK-47. Manages to get himself 2 kills in the round, so the kill reward gives him $1,000 at least. So might as well have the AK going forward. Nothing more can be done, and it will be Young Ninjas extending their lead once again, recovering a few more AK-47s and going up 11-9.
They've got full control of this game now. Spirit Academy haven't won a round in the second half yet.
Indeed, 5-0.
Despite a couple of buys too. Well, I'm gonna see what they can muster. They don't have a lot of money. Owner looks a little stressed at the moment too. Trying to figure out, what options can really be available to you. How do you get into this in the second half? I mean, obviously you want to play your full team, but probably it was going pretty well with Sophic.
Can we bring back the coach?
Yeah.
No,
but it's not even it's not even the fact that Owner's here. It's more the fact that the disruption of it all.
Absolutely. Right? Like, of course, so this is called the Academy League. You want your actual players to be experiencing the final. But yeah, it's just discombobulating. It's like it's all over the place, like in and out, shaking it all about, as you said. And it just can be difficult to him to get going, like just on edge, thinking, well, when's the power going to go out again? He just can't really focus, I would say. But
Owner looking over the top of the smokes at the bottom of the ramp. No one jumping around. No one giving the opportunity there for Owner to take him down. So they saved AK. Not finding success early on, but perhaps it can find it over towards B. Early it is Maxter over here. He has got the incendiary going down. Trying to make things a little hot and heavy at the bottom of the B stairway. I mean, Spirit Academy definitely have the players and the capability of winning rounds on pistols like this and with one AK, but always easier said than done. Here goes Owner. That one AK finds his first victim. We'll see what the reaction is from the CT defense. Not going to be sticking around getting close to these stairways. They're going to be sitting further back in the sites. Just seeing if they can get another one. Just peel away with another kill.
yeah, it's going to be Spirit Academy. Everyone's here hoping that they have more and more utility, but Maxter has a bit of a field game now, mowing them down with this AK-47. High DPS weapon, and we'll see how that can up as well. Wants a bit of slice of the action. Getting a bit more than they bargained for. As we do see Arfrost lighting them up with the Desert Eagle. Surely he doesn't go one step further. He's actually gathered the AK-47 here. Spots the foot of the player on the bomb site. Fortunately for the Ninjas, it will be Era to close the round out. But that one had legs. Arfrost certainly capable of winning that sort of situation, Dinko.
Yeah, always got that sneaking ability. You know, he's just sitting there last live. You start to think it's over, and then he just hits two bangers with the Eagle, and suddenly there's a shot when he gets the AK, but just not to be in that one. 12 rounds, though, for the Ninjas. They are 4 rounds away from taking us to map number 3 in this grand final. Spirit Academy looking to rally the troops here on the T side. Back to B. Quick in. They maybe spotted a weakness here in the previous round, and they want to attack into the B bomb site with some speed. But Owner's gone down first. A passive setup employed here for the CT side. And I don't think Spirit Academy are going to be too happy about the start of this.
No, it's really not going too well at all, is it? This T side has been a bit of a nightmare for them for more reasons than one. We are going to see access towards this B bomb site, but look at the CT presence. Everyone's over here. Era will be in position to actually get a couple of kills here potentially. Gets the first, but Baz will reply on the cross. Bombs will be planted, but it's just a bit of a ruse trying to bait up the utility here, which will come through. That's the incendiary. Probably could have got the bomb down either way. But this is the flank that matters. If Zontix can find some timing here, he either calls for his teammates to come back, which is not looking likely, or try to get towards CD spawn and backstab a couple of CTs here. So will that bomb go down, or will they retreat? Are they actually falling back towards A here? So Zontix, he is the linchpin of this operation, Dinka. If he gets not even a couple of kills, just isolates his position and just gives good information.
They're coming. Oh, the T's are coming back, and so are the CTs, though. So this is going to be a... It's going to be a bloodbath, really. And you're right. The linchpin of the operation must step up here. Zontix just trying to cut the rotation away, but there's no information. They've actually just silently come through elevator, and now they hear the plant coming in, and Sinderi goes down. They know they haven't cleared out CT, and eventually they will. They'll spot him out. Good awareness here from the retake attempt. And it's looking very good now for the young Ninjas. 2 players up. Coming back into the site, utility set up. The smoke is out towards top ramp, and Donk has got to step up. He's hit some lightning shots so far in the second half, but needs much more where that came from. It's just one, and Baz left with it all to do. 1 versus 3. First is good. Tap is really causing a lot of pressure to mount for him, I'm sure, at this point. Just considering they thought that they are on the defuse, and Baz overextends and dies. A round taken for the young Ninjas. Got the advantage into the retake, and that pays off. 3 away now from closing Vertigo.
Yeah, still yet to post a single round on this map. Spirit Academy are shrinking somewhat, hoping they can pull off 1v3 clutches to find in their first round. Doesn't fill you with confidence, I have to say. Round 23, bomb planted, of course, maximum loss bonus. Now for us to have the AWP but no helmet could be an issue against these M4s. I can't believe they've dropped off so significantly. Obviously, there's been some issues and swapping in and out the coach, but another huge grenade at the start of this round. Damage inflicted as well, but at least getting some in return. Adam B taking a shot to the leg there from the AWP.
Oh, getting close to it is Art Frost. Adam B really dancing with death. Jumping over the sandbar time and time again. Just looking for information. I think he's got enough of it for now to be able to drop back. 1 minute left. First blood still yet to be drawn. Now Art Frost is the player searching for it, looking to be surgical with this AWP, but nothing coming to the table just yet. And again, oh, this is the chance. Needed to be very precise and very quick to hit that one. And Teiko swinging around the corner. Adam B is good for 1. Era. Oh, a triple from Era. Make it 4. What a shutdown against the Rifles. 14-9. And the young Ninjas are rifling their way towards a victory here. It doesn't feel like this is recoverable at this point. It's just been too much of a shake-up in the second half for them to get back into this.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I feel like we're considering Nuke is almost a bit of a lock-in here. We're still yet to see a single round posted in this second half for the Spirit Academy, which is just unprecedented, really, considering they're the favorites coming into this one, and the way they performed on the first map. You'd think like that would continue into the second half, but just a bit too much funny business with the subs coming in and out. I think kind of took their eye off the prize, haven't really been able to settle back into it, and I think we're all maybe considering a bit of nuke going forward. This round doesn't get any easier, I'm afraid. Your Desert Eagles, Galil's, 1 AK, and a pretty rough round ahead of you. And we have got Arfrost saving a bit of cash for the future, so they're hoping they can maybe steal this one away, and he'll be able to purchase the AWP going forward. But yeah, this one looks like it's a little bit out of reach. Third map looking very likely indeed.
Oh, that nade looking to land right on top of multiple players. That is the most perfect nade I've seen. And his flash damage is just huge on that one. But Adam B getting a nice double with the rifle, staying composed. He's done his work. Now it's Era's turn, who was able to dish out lots of damage in the previous round. Got himself a 4K. Just in for one on this round and dropping back to safety. Might be on for a bit more through the reposition, although Zontix's Galil has left him in the duel for the time being. But ZTR comes in, sweeps up the rest 15-9. This grand final looks to extend to map 3 in just a moment. The last stand purchase coming in. It's not even enough to get the full buyout here for Spirit Academy, but enough to get an AWP at least.
Not a single T round found. I didn't think I'd be saying that about Spirit Academy. They looked red hot first map, but it is their opponent's pick, I suppose. That's the way it's really supposed to go down. We'll have the great decider of Nuke following this one up, but not done just yet. Maybe getting a bit ahead of myself. We are going to see the AWP of Arfrost, a very powerful sniper, ready and waiting towards the A ramp, sensing some sort of aggression. They would be right towards middle. Ona spots him, gets the advantage. Yeah, uses the Galil to great effect, takes down Nilo. Going to be falling back now. They've actually got the man advantage for the first time in some time. Here's the response. CT is trying to gather control. Arfrost seems to be aware of it. Spots the silence up. Easy kill. Can he get out? No. Ira will take him down and actually take control of the inside, but there's still a man down, trying to push them in towards the B bomb site. So presumably 2 CTs will be there. It's going to be ZTR and Maxter.
Oh, Maxter absolutely destroyed. Nice shot from Zontix. Owen are able to follow up, and finally, Henry, it looks like the first T round might just be on the docket, but Era's coming in. It's got a little bit of money left over on Era, but the rest of his teammates are quite flush with it.
15-9 is the most dangerous scoreline in the world.
They do say that one. I've heard that one many a time, Henry, actually. It's become a bit of a classic.
The entire world. So watch out for that. Era giving it a go. See whether...
Just taking too long having here. Surely,
no,
on the backside. AK picked up. Oh no, not like this. Down to a 1 versus 1. He's tapped. No swing yet. Time certainly the limiting factor, and Baz will hit the headshot nonetheless. Oh, Era goes for it. Nearly pulls it off.
That was wild. Yeah, a lot of fun. Doesn't win the round, but certainly rattles the cage there at Spirit Academy. Great shot, that AK-47 to follow things up. I dare say maybe he could have even fooled the fuse there. I'm not sure. It would have been very close. A chance that it wasn't the insta-kill there with the Galil. But still, entertaining antics. We are going to have 5 opportunities to close this one out for the young ninjas. And they have got a nice healthy buy here. A couple of concessions for utility, but the first interaction towards Scaffold. Going to be Don coming out on top. Spirit finally coming to life, but is it too little too late? Maybe not. 5 becomes 4 by the looks of things, and this one could be locked in. Last line of defense towards A is going to be ZCR. Molotov in his position, trying to swing, and actually gets a very impressive kill here. Now they maybe have a fighting chance, but through the smoke, Owner will strike once again. 4 on 2, and ZTR low. They're going to stick around and fight, hope for the best.
Oh, nice spray that from Maxter through the smoke. Spirit Academy, oh, starting to topple. They had the advantage. Now it's an equilibrium, and now they're coming back in with a bit of panic on their face as the second player on ramp is arriving. Oh, they have to hold off this retake. They can't afford to drop it here. They're fighting so hard to try and get back into it again. Maxter smokes onto the bomb. Ready for the short swing. Zontix is taking down CTR. Max, they're not sticking it. They're spamming down. He gets to it again. This time a little wider. No, surely, but it's finally stopped. Zontix returns us to a bit of a normality and calm, but the round nearly gets away from them, Henry.
Yeah, it can happen. Remember, like, as soon as the smoke is dropped, 5 seconds isn't very long at all. If you start missing a shot or you start defusing on a reload, things can get a little awkward. But they managed to keep their heads above water for now. Spirit Academy haven't broken the finances just yet, but this is the round that does it. Now, I know it's a bit of a cliche for us to go through all the variables needed for a comeback, but this would be one of them. Pick this round up, break the economy. You're 15-12. You need 3 rounds then, and they've got an eco. So this is the crucial moment, of course. All of them are with map point. But if Spirit Academy are going to do this, a nice clean round here, who knows? Maybe they could. Nice boost, though. Doesn't look like we accounted for.
Owners come around the back. Oh, the lineup, nearly 2, but only 1. I don't know how they got away with that second kill. And that keeps Young Ninjas in this round. Donk hasn't been able to take a pick on his overstaying his welcome on the A side, but if they come back to B, look at this. Look at this position from Maxter. This could end it all. This could be the position that sends us to map 3. He's found 1. Maybe a second out of this, but luckily Zontix able to reply. And he's going to be charging up into the B-bomb site. Throws the smoke deep towards spawn. Molotov comes in a little late, and they're actually got over the top of it. Zontix actually burned away ZTR, but no way! Nilo just runs over the construction. The Molotov comes in a second late, and map 3 is needed in the grand final as the Young Ninjas will equalize.
We wouldn't have it any other way, Dinko. It was a little bit of a confusing situation with the second half of players being tagged in and out, but still, you've got to give it to Young Ninjas. They have bounced back in emphatic style. It was a decent performance. They're known as a tactical team. They don't seem to like the fragging maps, but you put them on something like Vertigo or Overpass, of course, they can bounce back and show us what they're made of. There were a lot of exciting moments there. That one was my favorite, probably.
Yeah, that was great.
Throwing his weapon away, and he didn't have the best performance on things overall, and I suppose maybe due to the fact we can see Soptic was still in the game at this stage as we were waiting for Ona to make his way back. But still, very entertaining scenes, I think, as usual. Are you enjoying yourself?
I'm absolutely enjoying myself. Obviously, we're getting map number 3. Looking forward to it. I mean, your grand final, would you have it any other way apart from having all 3 maps coming into this one, Henry? Of course not. The lights aren't out at our place, so I can tell you we still got some power at least. But we're going to be powering our way through to the scoreboard. We can take a look here at Vertigo. Obviously, with the changes, the Spirit Academy stats are a little skewed. You don't see the
well,
the 5th player
at the top. That's pretty much all we need to know at this stage. As long as he's continuing to perform, they should be fine. I don't know, but Nuke, to be honest, with all this tomfoolery, with the substitutions and stuff, it's probably a map you'd kind of maybe favor a bit of an IP tactical gameplay and passive setups, you know.
Yeah, this game has just opened up completely. I think Spirit Academy had a real opportunity to 2-0 this grand final, but now it's coming down to one final map. We'll see if the Young Ninjas can finally get their first championship here at WePlay Academy, and whether or not Spirit will be runners-up for a 2nd season in a row. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, the final map of Season 6 will be underway.
Dinko, I believe you are muted, my friend. You'll have to unmute Discord.
I've done it. The online issues, Henry. I've absolutely messed up that. But welcome back for the final time. It's the grand final here at the WePlay Academy League Season 6. It's all opened up to one final map, Henry. And I think it's completely open as to who is going to win this one right now.
I think you're absolutely right. Very difficult to predict it, just down to like the form drop-off we saw there from Spirit Academy, like a different team towards the end of it, unable to really pick up any rounds on their T side whatsoever. But understandably so, I suppose. There was a lot of tomfoolery. They're trying to get players in and out. Then there was like the admin issues as well. I had to try and match medic everything to make that change possible. So it was like just a lot of wasted time in that sense, and they lost a bit of their momentum. I really think they can bounce back there. I feel like pound for pound, Spirit Academy probably have the better players, but Young Ninjas probably a more coordinated team overall. I feel like map like Nuke, I feel like Art Frost might be able to do enough. I'm on Team Art Frost, so I feel like they've got this one in the bag, but it really could go either way. Who knows? It's been very difficult to call this tournament every single series.
I think towards the end of that map, I seen somewhat of a positive sign that Spirit Academy didn't go out without winning a round in the T-half. I think if they did that, it probably would have felt really mentally draining coming into this final map. But the fact that they started to get into it, started to show a few signs of potential comebacks, you know, I'm gonna go with them into this one. I think they're a team I think they're the better team. I think they're better individuals too. So, yeah, coming into this final map, I'm gonna give it to Spirit Academy. I think it's gonna be a really close affair. I just hope the owner gets to play the whole game, and we don't have to have a whole salt fake sub issue throughout this one.
Go.
Yeah,
hope he gets to finish the whole map of CS. That would be love.
That would be lovely for him and for everyone involved. But, you know, we're looking at the difference between the prize pool for first and second place. So for second place, you win $20,000. If you win, you get 45K. So it's more than double the difference if you come in first place here. So lots to play for coming into this one. And then you also get the bragging rights of being one of the Academy League winners.
It's a good point, and it looks like we are ready to go. Remember, we do knife aside here. Could be one of the most important knife rounds yet, as this one's for all the marbles, and it's considered to be a CT-sided map. Nuke, not as much maybe as we kind of alluded to be, but certainly worth starting the CT side as we're getting ready for the grand final, ladies and gentlemen. Spirit Academy taking on the Young Ninjas, third and final map, and an important knife round. So we'll try and keep track of it. We don't necessarily have to cast it, Dinko, but we'll have a look what's going on.
Well, yes. Casting knife rounds is my favorite, actually. Well, here we go. Nuke does matter. So the knife round sometimes doesn't matter in certain maps, but Nuke certainly is an important one. And Young Ninjas will get the side selection. Very quick to make the decision to move over to the CT side. And definitely where you should be starting this game. Definitely a CT-sided affair.
Yeah.
And we'll see a Spirit Academy if they can perform here on the T side.
Well, here it is. It's been a hell of a run here at the WePlay Academy Season 6. We've enjoyed ourselves. We've had lots of highs, lots of lows, lots of chaos, Dinko. And it all ends here.
Oh, yeah, plenty of that as well. That's for sure.
Plenty of chaos, which has been my favorite part for sure. And let's have a look at the pistol. Looks to be the nade and Molotov combo. You'll be using that towards the squeaky jaw, essentially Molotoving off towards main itself. Let's have a look at that rings true. There's the nade, Molotov towards main. And then we go towards ramp here. Not much resistance apart from Nilo, but he's actually got a lot going on there. Nice headshot to kick things off. An equal trade for now. And Adam B sticking around. Wants to try and find another frag in their favor, but he got a lot more than he bargained for as Arfrost will drop it.
Oh, ZTR. He's going to be running backwards. Here comes the attack forward era. Able to get one. Donk trades it out. 1 for 1, they go blow for blow, and ZTR under so much pressure. Donk able to clear him out. And now it's just Max doing a 1 versus 3. He's got the kit, but not a whole lot of chances other than that. Spirit Academy go up the ladder. Max rotate it down the B. Still doesn't even know if it's A or B. Once the ball's cut down, he's still checking the B bomb, so it finally realizes it's up there on A. And I think Spirit Academy will be pretty happy about this position. Should just be a moment away from closing it.
I think you might be right. It is going to be Max, though. No worries. A very handy player, of course. He has got a kit and a smoke, but you're right. The time is just too far gone. Might as well see if he can get an exit frag or two worth $300 per frag. But it's Arfrost just making sure.
Go for Ninja. No, Henry. Please, no.
Good effort.
Good effort. Not enough time. I just went silent for that, to be honest. I was just had to watch that one, witness that one. But a lovely attempt. But I think Artfrost stuck around long enough, so it couldn't happen. Good work. Pistol was picked up for the T side.
Yeah, I think we all knew it was a little bit too late. A couple of seconds before we can start talking. It was the moment that Arfrost left the bomb site. It was actually probably too far gone. But either way, we are going to have the force buy and response, the 5.7s, of course, the CZs. We've all seen it by now. The scout to try and weaken them up. 5.7s to close things out. CZ on top of the hot loop this time in the hands of Adam B. A faster approach here from Ona Donk. Opening things up towards the garage position. That's Aero removed nice and early. That's a scout, bear in mind. So no damage inflicted. And they smoked off towards main. It's going to be using the range to their advantage. You can see those smokes are actually very effective. Spirit Academy looking fired up and ready for this one. Perfect play so far. Great pistol approach. And so far, so good in this second round anti-force buy.
Oh, good kill from Donk. Here's down, catches out Nilo. Spirit Academy starting to send a few players in towards this A site. Ladder, what could have been a play there for ZTR if he came up at the right time, but Owner's able to react in time, turns around, makes sure that he doesn't get killed from behind, and the young ninjas saving their upgraded pistols, utility, and Kevlar. So 2 in a row here for Spirit Academy. Really good stuff to not lose a player, because as much as that looks like a standard round, a lot of the games in the WePlay Academy League end up you know losing players, and bringing this down to a 1 versus 1. You hemorrhage a lot of cash, but this is very clean, and that's a very good start here in the T side. I think they need a really good start considering the finish of that previous map. If you can come into this and play well, it's going to allow you to kind of forget about the Vertigo woes and realize it just comes down to this map.
Well, you're absolutely dead on. It was a very clean conversion here. They're going to give a single player up, so that's great news. Bear in mind, you're on the T side of Nuke as well. Stringing these rounds together, keeping the money strong, that's what it's all about. And they're going to round number 3, which is essentially a gimme round, meaning they don't have to do a whole lot to get this one over the line. They'll be up against a CZ, a 5.7, and 3 players that can't afford much more than P250. So they've got bare bones utility. Can try and hold them off, go for a stack outside, maybe throw a couple of grenades in, but this is Spirit Academy's round to lose. They don't have to really commit at the start, but probing towards outside, trying to get the early smokes down once again and use the range to their advantage. There's that main smoke deployed. Nilo and Co trying to get control of the lobby.
Well, Baz on the UMP. Adam B is the victim. Not really getting out of hand yet again here, keeping it really clean. Spirit Academy are going to have a proper bonus round going into the next. At least one player goes down. That was the UMP, so you can actually rebuy that. Nilo gets another kill, so a couple of players being hemorrhaged here. But for the most part, we okay with this. Just means you can actually force buy or rebuy into actual rifles. This makes winning the next round actually more likely than if you kept the UMPs. And Max will see what he can get here up on top. 5-7. About to be spotted. Had a little bit of a tunnel vision towards that dropped rifle. And ends up getting caught from the backside. So 3-0 here for Spirit Academy. Finally, we're going to get to see Young Ninjas purchase up into rifles. Era has not got enough to really buy the AWP comfortably, so he's gone for the AUG instead. I guess it has a scope.
Yeah, useful towards the ramp for him, especially. But yeah, using it outside as well certainly makes sense. You can try and take it down for the small gaps on the smoke, but that's all they've got in mind here. In terms of the initial approach, we are seeing some basic utility thrown towards outside, but no initial declaration of intent here from Spirit Academy. But it's holding towards lobby, of course, the trophy room, getting on towards silo, and we do have Zontix, who's just patrolling for any sort of outside aggression from the CTs. First smoke will be thrown. Allows him to cross over towards T-Red. Bomb's still down in lobby for now as he explores his options. They do not have the AWP as mentioned, so just trying to flush out the close proximity, make sure there's no CTs ready and waiting for his little investigation towards outside here. And he's now got some backup.
Just very quick from Spirit Academy. You can hear the footsteps just running down lower through Secret. They've just slowed it down now at the 45-second mark. Didn't continue to run. Hopefully trying to create some second guessing in the heads of the Young Ninjas players, but the commitment down B is very clear to us. 30 seconds left. 2 players in the B bomb site right now for Young Ninjas. This could turn into a great round for them. Depends how accurate Spirit Academy are. Final 20 seconds, Henry. This could get messy.
It really could. They make their way out, and it's a great start, but Nilo in position. They're not accounting for multiple players down there. Back and forth we go, but ultimately it will be Young Ninjas in the lead.
Okay.
That's all towards the lobby, though, Dinko. So our Frost is on a bit of an island right now. Needs to find the headshot. He knows it. It's frantic. And it does connect. Shot towards the first door is a bit of a nightmare situation.
Got a Molotov.
About it. He has got the Molotov. There is no kit available, so that could be everything. It could be
he commits.
enough.
He commits into the open. If he had got behind the wall, that would have been incredible, but Molotov comes in a little bit too early. I think you're in a panic when you're on the A site, and you know your teammate dies. They could just be sticking it. So you run out in a panic, immediately throw the Molotov, and Max was able to just wait it out. So, yeah, chaotic round overall. Lots of back and forth. Definitely could have got either way. That Baz's lurk kill, it's good enough, but Art Frost really needed to just stay alive a second longer. Unfortunately, it goes down, and Young Ninjas have their first round on the board. But the bomb plant went down, so the money's still good.
Money's still pretty decent. You're dead on. Yeah, another chaotic round. We wouldn't have it any other way. But unfortunate there. Baz doing his job, getting the flank kill towards lobby, but then so far away. And obviously that was telegraphed to the Young Ninjas players. And at that point, the defuse would come through. Still a full buy, as you mentioned. MP9 for Adam B, as our Frost will be exploring his options. You don't see many orbs around this spot. Let's see what he can make of it. Trying to get the intel. Quick scope in towards the bomb side potentially. No one there to receive his first shot. Money actually pretty much fully invested on both sides here. So this is a crucial round. Donk has been impressive throughout this tournament. One of the staple players of the Spirit Academy as those outside smokes come out once again. CTR trying to coordinate his teammates to delay as long as possible, throwing the incendiaries through, trying to cause damage as they cross. Nothing connecting thus far, and our Frost and Co have actually got down towards lower. So This is very successful. CT presence, not too much down there, to be honest with you. Just one player rotating in. That's going to be Nilo.
A very limited time again. And we've seen a round like this happen just in the previous, right? It was down to the final few seconds. A chaotic leap out the bottom side. 2 players down here already on the CT side. It is identical. Let's hope it's a different result for Spirit Academy's sake, but 2 for 2. Nilo, oh, it gets cleared out. Zon takes with a great flick down. Now with 15 seconds left, bomb is committed to. This time, Artfrost has teammates to play with, and both remaining CTs are still on the A bomb site.
They've caught it off. It doesn't seem like it's worth it. They just don't have a chance in this one. They're too far removed. And it looks like they'll be holding on. For now, 3 versus 2. Adam B maxed up. Rotating over towards the ramp does make sense. It's an exit point for the T side potentially. You can try and get an exit frag or 2, but I don't think they'll be coming that direction. Time will tell, though. Assume they'd go out towards Secrets, normally the safer of the 2 options. But Spirit Academy continuing that strong form. They give 1 round up. And as I mentioned, this was a crucial round in terms of the finances. It's absolute nightmare fuel for young ninjas there on the CT side receiving this sort of treatment. This is the last map, the last opportunity to take this series, and they are in the hole. It's another eco sort of situation. You force by here, you could be throwing the entire game away. They've got an AK-47, an MP9 to work with, but about 3K otherwise. So we're talking P250s, 5.7s, top end here. Anything more than that, you'll be sabotaging your own finances. You're only going to get $2,900 on top of what you have right now into the follow-up round. So, yeah, take the tactical timeout, work out what's available, like a scout, a couple of pistols maybe to go with what you've got. Let's see where they're going to take this one.
It's not an easy situation to be staring at, and on the CT side, when you haven't got off to a good start here, letting your opponent build up a T lead, when we've witnessed earlier in the competition, especially Spirit Academy, when they played Nuke, their T side could sometimes lack output, letting them build up a lead of 5-1 already. You're just giving yourself more of a difficult path back into this. And we know Young Ninjas are a decent T-sided team, but you don't do enough on the first half. Can get pretty rough, but we've seen them come back already. Over on Dust 2, we'll see Artfrost outside. Molotov is going to force the pistol into his crosshair, and Artfrost will remove the life of ZTR. Opening kill there for Spirit Academy, and a boost coming up too. He's not had enough. He wants a bit more.
Started to run away with this one, Dinko. They are looking like their old selves once again after a tricky second half on Vertigo. They're looking like they take this 5th round, but oh my god, Maxter stepping up here just when his team needed most. Still down to a 3-on-3. They're certainly on the back foot, but he's given them a fighting chance now. Baz often watching the flanks, looking for any nuisance CT players encroaching on his teammates, but he's calling it clear, allowing them to come back in towards the lobby. They still have 40 seconds. And in terms of utility, you have to say it's not looking too bad for the CT. They've still got a smoke. Diffuse kits, flashbangs at AK, and maxed up with the wind in his sails as well, with 2 frags already. And where do they go? This time is of the essence. Presumably it has to be upper. And they'll be going through the squeaky door potentially. This is getting a little bit problematic now. The time is running low.
Oh yeah, Adam B has the ball rolling to his feet, but the kill comes in from Baz. It's an important kill, but he nearly gets caught on the cross. If he doesn't make it, the bomb doesn't make it in time, and they have to get around the corner. There's just enough time to plant it, and Nilo is on the hunt. He's quickly in behind him. They have no idea. Flash comes out. Good peek. Baz finally deals with it, but it's down to a 1v1 now as Maxter inside of the hut is looking for Baz, searching for where he could have gone. He has to realize he's still at the back of the side eventually, and he does know that. He's honing in on him. As it comes down to whether or not he predicts the movement on top hut, there's so many different angles he has to worry about, and Baz is about to be caught. Oh, looking the wrong way, but he reacts in time, and not enough to get the kill. Maxter able to hit the headshot, and Young Ninjas with an important round win, and one that Spirit Academy absolutely should have locked in.
That is absolutely massive from Maxter there. Bear in mind, he came in with the AK-47, the MP9, a few upgraded pistols, and he gets a double kill. You think, oh, that's great. He's affected the money there, but it actually forces him in towards upper. They're running out of time. He's applying non-stop pressure. Comes out clutch in the 2 versus 1 as well and makes them look foolish. That is absolutely huge. He brings them back to life. The resuscitation is complete. Maxter done enough, and this grand final's back on.
It really is. We'll see if Spirit Academy can make up for that loss in the previous. They tried the quick play. It looked like it was going well, and then immediately they are absolutely melted. Art Frost, the only player left. He's nowhere near the battle. And that's a 3rd round for the Young Ninjas. I kind of like the call. Didn't really work, though.
Yeah, trying to just sabotage whatever comfort the CTs are feeling after picking up the previous round. A nice fast approach, but getting mowed down upon entry. It's Maxter continuing that strong form. ZTR with a hat trick as well. They are coming online at this stage. It was Spirit Academy. They were 4-1 up, giving up a couple of rounds in a row, though. Their money might be in towards that proverbial bin we discussed earlier. And indeed, $2,500 per player. Maybe a tactical timeout for themselves here, but certainly a partial buy. Do not want to fully invest here. And there's the timeout, a chance to discuss their options and work out what's going to be coming up next. So in terms of these sort of rounds on Nuke, you can still buy your Tech 9s, you like Kevlar as well, and go for an outside play with just some smokes, try and get the bomb down quickly towards lower. You can just go for a ramp rush or try and drop players down the vents. All very viable options. I might be getting ahead of myself with the Tech 9 armor combo, but P250, some utility perhaps, but still plenty of rounds to be played here. On the T side of Nuke Dinko 4 is a pretty serviceable campaign. Anything over this is looking quite good for them. So still very early days here. No alarm bells going off just yet.
Oh, good kill from Era. But short-lived. Art Frost just plucks them away with the scout at range from top silo. When he's got this weapon in his hand, sometimes he can do some ridiculous things. Seen it already, in particular on this map earlier on the playoffs. Oh, Maxter swinging out. Lovely 3K, finally. Impaled by the Deagle. But a 1 versus 3 still left in front of him. On the Zontic side. Nilo will clean him up. So 4-4, we're all tied up. And, you know, we mentioned in that 4-1 round that they were starting to run away with it. They should have, but they let slip. And look at that. It's just tied up after that one mistake in the round. So this is the opportunity for Young Ninjas to take the lead.
Yeah, what a mistake it was as well, losing to essentially the eco, the saved AK of Maxter. He doesn't want to be on the losing side today. He wants to experience the glory of victory. And he'll be dragging his team through with him kicking and screaming. 13 kills to his name. Clutch after clutch, frag after frag. And we go into round number 9 here. Bare bones, to say the very least, for Spirit Academy. Look at that distinct lack of utility. They just have to go for the contact play after throwing the wall of smokes here. Looking pretty good in terms of territory they've claimed, but the next battle is on the other side of this smoke. No one there for now as they leave Zontix towards the garage and allow his teammates to explore their options down and lower. But ZTR waiting with just that smoke. You know this angle before. He'll drop it down as soon as he spots him on the corner and just buy some time, which he has done very well indeed.
Oh, Baz. Good work again. Maxter's going to make his way through into lobby. Maybe he can track this kill back as he's hearing the steps running out towards the ramp. He's worried about the T-spawn play, though. And Era, he's come through. Zontix butchered into the ground. 30 seconds, though. We're all even still. And this is about to be another chaotic, low-time finish to the round. We'll see where the ball decides to end up. And through the control room window, it is Donk who will find his final resting place. Really doesn't feel like this round's going anywhere for Spirit Academy. Art Frost is still waiting for the perfect time to strike with a bomb, but that time has now got 6 seconds left, and I think they're calling this off because no time to win the round, and they'll just sit by and wait.
It's Art Frost once again. He's got the bomb on his back, and they're in towards lower. Nothing will be happening with this round, and that's happened a few times. Like, they'll run the clock right down, try and attack towards lower. I think, 3 attempts now towards lower. Not looking very successful each time. And, eluded by the clock this time. It's actually going to be Young Ninjas who take the lead 5-4 after being 4-1 down. Very impressive. And it will be a tactical timeout once again for Spirit Academy, who saved 3 rifles. But, of course, you get no loss bonuses. If you check out the cash, they can barely afford utility. So Baz could afford 2 flashbangs. His teammates Donk and Zontix would have to buy up with either a Galil and a helmet and not much else, or go for Tech 9 armor and utility. So conversation to be had here. Might want to go for the Tech 9, so you actually have some grenades here. And Baz will be able to bring out either a smoke or 2 flashes, but I'm not sure whether they fully invest into it. Let's have a look. So there's the Deagle. It is a full investment. So opting for the range of the Deagle rather than the run and gun of the Tech 9. Basic utility. Flashbang purchase from Baz. And there you have it. It's not too bad, all things considered, but certainly not an ideal situation for them.
Well, it's quick out the door. Door blown off. Utility being placed. Flashes going out. And here they come into the A site. Well, is it enough to break through and penetrate this defense? It's the first good kill from Baz. Donk able to help out, but look at this. So swift from Nilo to get back into heaven. And from heaven to hell, he's found himself too. The Molotov will prevent the flash from coming in. Owner's forced further back and actually assists him. It gives him a better angle. Look at this. Art Frost coming around the backside. If Owner can just stay alive, well, Art Frost should have this round locked in. He's right behind him. He has to know he's dropped his DTR. Cannot read this. Surely doesn't read it. Art Frost gets the pick. That's a good round. A nice quick one. And that's all tied up again.
That's more like it. Art Frost coming out on top of the 1-versus-1, but as you mentioned, it was pretty much locked in as soon as he had committed to the backstab. They had no idea he'd be coming through towards heaven. A faster paced round for sure, but probably needed a change of pace. Those slow defaults with the wall of smokes weren't really working out too well for them. Constantly running out of time. So yeah, pick up the pace, pull up your socks, and here we go. They tied things up. And of course, another gun round available for the Young Ninjas after winning 4 rounds in a row, but their money's starting to run a little thin as well. Era brings out the AWP once again. See whether he can have some impact here towards outside. He's actually on the air conditioning rack right now, beneath heaven, throwing the incendiary, as they've actually deployed their outside smokes already. So it's going to be an upper take with an outside fake.
Master the timing to look away. It's not going to work out for him, but the rest of his teammates doing good work. And when I say rest of his teammates, I mean Adam B doing everything. He's pushed into the hut. He's got himself 3 kills. Finally taken away as Zontix and Baz are doing God's work to pull this one back. This one didn't look doable, but suddenly it is 1 versus 2.
See what Zontix can make of it, but a minute remains. He has got the element of surprise on his side, but they seem to be aware of the prospect at least as the incendiary gets deployed towards heaven. He's got a flash remaining on Zontix and a lot of work to do. Hopefully he has got some time to work with, and the bomb in a position where he can recover it potentially, but you can see the CT's not looking exactly comfortable with what they're holding right now. Knowing there's a lot of time left, it's going to be pushing towards ramp together, hoping the Zontix will down the clock tremendously and allowing them to get towards heaven together, ideally. Where does he want to drop down? Is he on towards the hut or on the silo itself? Seems to be the former. And then comes the CT. He's coming in behind it from heaven. That's going to be the round. And Ninjas do it again. They will be picking up yet another round there. Looking like a very decent unit. Got a bit dicey, I suppose, towards the end there, but that was essentially the force buy from Spirit Academy. They should be down to just a partial now.
Yeah, it's 5 rounds, and I mean, at this point, if you are able to scrap out 6 out of the T side, no matter how you get that number, it's pretty good already. You know, they had such a good start. The buffer kind of helps them out a little bit here. You only need really 6 rounds to feel good about their T side. But Young Ninjas, it's important that they have showed up here on the CT side. ZTR gets dinked up through the wall. He's luckily got away with his life there, because if he goes down, that's likely 2 kills going the way of Spirit Academy after Owner's pick with the Tech 9. But Owner and Baz both gone, and we're now back into a comfortable spot for the Young Ninjas. And Maxter might even get another one here, about to peek the doorway. The scout gets caught, and that's the bomb down. Swing out from behind, a bit of a fumble with an aid. He throws an aid out before he dies. Dawn gets the deke, but not much more coming from that. That was a no-scope headshot coming in from Era. And 7 rounds now for the Young Ninjas.
Yeah, that nade had a bit of a flick at the wrist on it. Trying to spin it around the corner there, but still, after being 4-1 down, you have to say this is impressive. A solid upper hold time and time again. Good adjustment of the setups as well, going from close-up and personal towards outside to having these defensive lines with the AWP towards the air conditioning rack. So they've done very well, and finally we do have a nice strong buy once again for Spirit Academy with the grenades they require. And it's going to be Era showing no mercy with the sniper rifle. As I said, a change of setup once again, not so passive anymore. Sending the expensive green gun up to the front lines, and you can see them actually turtling up towards upper as well, as we'll see some later smokes deployed outside this time at the 1:25 mark. So there's the first smokes of the Tontex, who has been showing a lot of presence towards this area, removing vision with the Molotov towards the steps as well, allowing them to cross over. But you can see a player waiting the other side at ZTR, who's ready and waiting, nails the first kill, probably wants to get out of here now.
Definitely should be, but with the smoke going down, he's just going to maintain position. He's actually locked out Secret. This is pretty good from ZTR. Good work done to just deny the Secret control. Should eventually start to fall back here into a more recessive setup, but 50 seconds. Era's holding towards Secret, making sure that they can't come back up. So they know for sure that they're actually pinned inside of the Secret stairway. He needs to be careful he doesn't get peeked. And good awareness here from Era. He was about to be peeked from Red. He crosses back on the timing press, suspecting that. Now ZTR begins the jump spot.
Oof. He's doing very well holding them at bay. Time running low again, Dinko. Down towards the lower bomb site. Spirit Academy on the back foot. This is starting to become an iconic duo. As we'll see the incendiary deployed. VCR doing a great job delaying them, but it's going to be converted in the end by Nilo. 10 seconds remaining now. Bomb has to go down. Arfrost can't challenge towards Shadow. So this is the all-important frag. Once again, no chance to plant. That's it. Round over. And that's going to be the exact same outcome. Once again, how many times are they going to run out of time in towards lower with players surviving?
It's just every time. And I mean, CTR is the key factor of that. I think the problem is this Secret play from Spirit Academy, that if you're either going to concede the round by waiting there so long, or do you just risk losing a player and trying to trade on ZTR in Secret? It's probably worth the risk of trying to fight ZTR down lower instead of just going down one and just holding until you have no time left to actually win the round. It's just been a problem for them. Well, still looking for that 6th round. It is Young Ninjas with 8 already at this half. They're going to push to 9. It is up against 2 AKs. It's not a great purchase here at all for Spirit Academy. I mean, around the AKs they've got. So, might be a bit of a one-sided affair here unless a big mistake comes in. Maxter. Nick, I don't know if this is really needed, Henry.
It's not, but Maxter doesn't play by your rules, Dinko.
He does it. It's not my world. It's Maxter's world.
Well, this time it hasn't worked out. It's going to be Owner opening things up. But here we go. Adam B, the double frag upon arrival. Man advantage of Spirit Academy. Not knows they need it. Hasn't been the most successful T campaign since a fantastic start. 2-on-2. Pulling one back, and a bit of a drop down there. Got a few sound cues. Ontex find the ointment here for the Young Ninjas. Surely they can pick this one up. Anilo potentially finds a kill towards Venice. The bomb as well. Frost, great shot. Holds on to it. Not the cleanest round, but they got the job done.
Great work. I mean, Frost, it can be a bit of a criticism of his play at times where he's maybe sitting outside of the play for too long. But he waits long enough that he's actually very useful in the late round. He's out doorway, he's got the bomb, doesn't get caught by the nades, and he's just very patient, lets his teammate come in from heaven, and they're able to split on them. So 6 rounds. I mean, that comes down to the Young Ninja setup, Henry. I mean, that door play kind of got him out of position on Maxter and gave an opening over to Spirit Academy, and they'll just go right through it.
Well, here we go.
Another opening here.
Another fast one. Why not? It's the final round of the first half. Get stuck in, lads. The slow stuff isn't working out for you. But unfortunately, neither is the fast pace. As we are into a 4 versus 1 now. Looks like we're all said and done. Arfrost will have a chance to get another couple of kills, but it's going to be quite a successful turnaround here. You can see it on the scoreboard right now. 4-1 to kick things off. And then Team Spirit just couldn't find any footing into the first half whatsoever. It's just down to that lower bomb side time and time again, where they were getting pushed back by ZTR especially, and just couldn't really impress us with any sort of lower coordination. Yeah,
there wasn't a good T side from Spirit Academy, which is why it's very impressive they got 6 rounds out of that.
Exactly, that's a good point. It's still a decent half, all things considered. It just was a little underwhelming by their standards.
It's so good that they got the pistol round. If they don't win the pistol and convert upon it, I don't think they win this game. That's the crazy thing. So that pistol round might have been one of the deciding factors. Well, we'll have to see. This one underway now too. We'll see if the young ninjas can get themselves a T pistol picked up. Or Spirit Academy looking off to a good start here in the second half. It's quite a quick run here towards ramp from Maxter. Charging at the front of the pack. B-hopping backwards. Dodging the shots, making it difficult for the USPs to hit a headshot. And there's speed behind this one. High octane play into the lower bomb site. 1 kill for the defense. The attackers coming out on top.
Still anyone's round. Sure, man advantage for young ninjas and the bomb down, but there's still HP available here, and Arfrost is alive. Let's see whether this is where they can find some sort of access towards lower. It's a nice open plan for young ninjas as well. That could be a problem. Donk has been fantastic in some of these scenarios. It was bad on the previous map. They managed to win a 1 versus 3 as well. Arfrost will kick things off. Can they find a double kill? They absolutely can. And some missed shots in the back there. Donk, that's not going to be good enough here. He'll be taken down in the end. Surely Arfrost is out of this one now. The bomb is too far gone, and he will be dropped by the in-game leader, as it will be young ninjas finding double digits there after a very successful lower take.
That was so quick. I love the call. Love the speed behind it. Spirit Academy were not ready for it. Last map of this grand final, and it's young ninjas who reach double figures first. Spirit Academy not going for the force buy yet, and they won't be. So 5-7 and a P250, the only investments here for Spirit Academy. It is almost guaranteed that we will be looking at 11 rounds for the young ninjas.
I like it when you use the word guaranteed, Dinko.
Yes, but I did say almost. So
it's a good idea.
Yeah, so we are in the Academy League after all, Henry.
True. Well, it's going to be a nice opening kill from Adam B there. First incision has been made towards ramp, and they'll head down towards lower. As Dinka mentioned, the money is pretty much non-existent. The investment not there. Spirit Academy won't have much to say about this one. They're just going to have to acquiesce the bonsai and drop off potentially, as we'll see Nilo continuing to have a shooting gallery here towards that side. And 5-on-2 for now. And Arfrost trying to retreat. Round done. Very clean one from young ninjas. They're in touching distance of the championship, Dinko. What do you think about that?
It's pretty crazy to me. Coming into this, I thought for sure, we've seen yesterday Spirit Academy really crumbled against the young ninja. Young ninjas crumbled against Spirit Academy. So I thought, we'd be seeing Spirit Academy taking this one, but young ninjas doing well. And I think they'll definitely deserve it if they keep this performance up. I don't think anybody will question it, but I think there is always going to be the little caveat in the back of your head, the way map number 2 finished. Well, as long as you get the result, who really cares? You got the money in the bank, you got the title, you got the history. That's all it is.
Hey, dead on. And they've got to hold on here as well. They're on the T side now as well, so sure they have to lead for now, but this is where the weaponry comes out for the likes of Arfrost, and he's starting to simmer down. It's Donk who's going to be top fragging for now, but those other two names do one at the top, I suppose. Nay's exchange towards outside. It's going to be the in-game leader ZTR on top of the silo, looking for any close-range players here, making sure his teammates have safe passage towards Secret. But a spam attempt with Mira. Bomb down in lobby, just a note, and they've still got all of their utility on the T side. Can't say the same for the CTs. They have one single flashbang and a smoke remaining.
Oh, Zontix. Time for him to step up. Here come the young ninjas charging down the ramp. Plenty of players to choose from, and Zontix now is pinned at the back of this box. His teammates are nowhere to be seen for the rotation. They've mollied out hell, so Artfrost could not get over there to help him out. It's one, and it's done. Now there's an opening down to the lower bomb site already created here for the young ninjas. Donk is down here. He hears the bomb plant, but he can't deny. Swings open the double doors, and now they know that he's there.
Yeah, this is a real problem. They don't have any kits, Dinko, and you've already lost so much in the round. If Don gets like a double kill here, sure, let's maybe consider it. But the aim of the game now is to save that AWP. I would hate to see them try and attempt this one. And it looks like they will be backing off. But once again, young ninjas with that nice coordination, managing to break through and get down towards the lower bomb site with relative ease, to be honest with you. There's one player waiting in the ramp room after a little bit of outside presence. And they keep 4 players up here. They recover. Upgraded rifles, making sure that they have the advantage once again. But at least Spirit Academy do save the AWP. The 2 M4s, not all is lost, but it's not looking good. As that's going to be 3-0 now in the second half to kick things off. Good night, Baz. Good try, and that's another rifle upgrade. Galil thrown away, M4 received.
Well, young ninjas, we're in the grand final in Season 1 of the WePlay Academy League. And failed to pick that one up, lost to Mouse NXT in the grand finals. This could be, in 6 attempts, their first time winning the championship. They're only 4 rounds away from doing it. Be a nice gift just before Christmas. See if they can pick it up. Spirit Academy with the AWP here for Artfrost, M4A4 for Owner, and the rest on a couple of upgraded pistols. Things are looking quite pretty for 13 here.
If you win this one, though, which is certainly possible, all bets are off. They're right back into it. Lose it, 13-6. Money will be there. It'll be a real struggle, but still possible. But yeah, there's no reason why they can't just have a bit of a show-stopping round here. Maybe take a few more risks than usual and see if one of the individuals can step up. I'm quietly confident they can make it interesting, at least with the AWP. But as you mentioned, barely any utility whatsoever. Just a flashbang, but they have got a diffuse kit just in case. That's worth noting. Zontix purchased the kit just to make sure they had a fighting chance.
Well, if it comes down to it, maybe that will become a factor, but a lot of effort needs to be put in to get to that point of the round in the first place. The door blown open. Now it is young ninjas starting to make a move with it. They'll start to play through the doorway, entering the top side. Baz is after ready. 5-7 as he looks away. Adam B shreds him. Second kill is there too from Adam B. And Era will follow up. The young ninjas swiftly into the A-bomb site, and they close on this. This is looking brutal. Luckily, Donk gets away with a 5-7 kill. A dink as well, but really shouldn't be getting much more. They nearly line up for him, and that would have been a 1v1, Henry. The WePlay Academy League always has a way of scaring you, but the round did look good from the start.
The thing is as well, no one ever seems to learn the lesson. It's always when it's a 4-on-1. Everyone just like knife out, running towards a position like it's no way it could possibly go wrong. It's just like you've got to treat every scenario with a bit of respect. That one, like you saw, that first thing comes in. There's a world where he gets a double kill there, and you're right, it's a 1 versus 1, and then you just lose almost everything. That could have been a disaster, but it didn't happen. It was all under control in the end. So we will celebrate the victory rather than speculate about the loss. As we'll see a nice full buy come through once again. Artfrost back on the AWP, but time is running low. They do have the kit, and we're going towards ramp with Era and Co. So a lower split once again, and why not? Lower seems to be a bit of an issue. Towards Secret will be open things up. Down towards lower, that battle will begin once more. And there it is. ZTR will be taken down by Owner eventually.
No, Owner does well. Now Nilo's coming back up from Secret. Could cross into the Spirit player at Garage, and it's not an easy angle to clear. It's going to be an easy kill here for Owner. Takes the dink, finishes it with a second headshot, and now the final attempt through the upper bomb site via Squeaky. Baz, the timing to look away. That's going to give Max to the kill. Now the chance for young ninjas once again opens up. Era stops the Heaven Peak from Owner, and Artfrost, instead of going up there and getting bombarded with utility, is going to quickly reposition back towards main. Donk gets cleared out. Oh, this is somehow turned real sour for the Spirit Academy team.
Yeah, they're falling apart here. Unraveling at the seams. We are going to see Zontix still with a
Get
chance.
out of there.
But yeah, that's it. Not really much they can say about this scenario. They got the opening frags there as well.
3
It's looking
versus 5,
promising.
Henry.
I can't believe it.
I mean, it comes down to Baz, really. The fact that he gets... I mean, first of all, he's not in a great position, but he also is a bit unlucky with the timing. He looks towards Squeaky, and just as that happens, they come out... sorry, he looks towards Hut, and as soon as that happens, they just run out Squeaky. So, obviously in the open, but timing definitely does not favor him. I'd say if he even gets 1 kill there, they probably win the round.
Absolutely. One would do, and that could be all she wrote, Dingo. I hate to say it.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way.
They haven't really given me any other thoughts otherwise, because we've got 5 rounds against them now, time and time again, having to save, huge advantages thrown away, and now they're going to need pretty much the perfect game from here on out in the grand final, the high pressure environment, and I just don't see it happening. This is where the Spirit Academy have somewhat dropped off. They had a huge lead on this map as well. They were 4-1 up. As we'll see the upper push come through, an exchange of frags. It's Era to find the first, but we will see a frag in response. It was actually Arfrost that got dropped towards main, so that's a huge scalp to take. Maxter, though, also valuable with 21 frags to his name, and we enter the 4-4.
Owner coming back up secret. This could be a move that might be pretty impactful for the round here. If he's able to get something out of this, this could be decisive. He goes up, just 1. That's not going to be good enough. And it's down to Baz, though, if he can win this 1 versus 2. But Era, well, we talk about him being a bit quiet throughout the entire playoff stage, but in the grand final, he's certainly delivering in certain rounds here. Maxter, obviously, I think is the clear standout, but Era's hit some big impact moments.
That was massive. No higher impact than that, finding championship points in the 2 versus 1, converting the frags cleanly. No panic, no drama. And after losing Maxter so early on as well, he was the danger man. He forced their hand. Spirit have to force by every single round now. And we'll see the first frag potentially come through. It's going to be in favor of Donk. Finding BTR towards those vents, and still no response just yet. They've done enough to hold on for now. Spirit Academy needs to play the perfect game and find 9 in a row. They keep themselves in contention for the championship. It doesn't seem possible, but so far, so good. All they can do is take each round as it comes. Smoke down towards the squeaky door as we'll pump the brakes.
Teams have struggled throughout the entire playoff stage to close some of these series, and this is the biggest series of all. 1 round, and you've got the championship under your belt. And Young Ninjas have to turn this from a 4 versus 5 into a 16-6 scoreline. And they're going to challenge Zontix on the ramp. Clearing him out, the MP9 peaks, finds 1. Still keeping the Spirit Academy players in the advantageous position, but it's down to the lower bomb site. Owner, he's been in and out of the server. He's got his teammates down with him, and they've run right over the top of him. There surely should be a round coming in for Spirit Academy. It's just down to 1 player, and Adam P is softened up, brought down to 17 HP. If he closes on this play, Henry, this would be a highlight that everyone would talk about for seasons to come. Flash goes onto the ramp, 10 seconds, and as they swarm the bomb, Adam B is about to come out the double doors and closed out. Art Frost secures at least another round and some extra server time here for the Spirit Academy side.
8 rounds required now. Money's still incredibly strong on the T side. Another chaotic round. We talked about it all tournament long. Like something you've pointed out originally was the fact that closing out games seemed to be one of the hardest skills to find in the Academy League. It's very difficult to find convincing finishes. Anytime you find a team getting to 15, they seem to not choke, just unable to close it out in a convincing manner. And this could be one of the greatest examples of that. And they somehow allow this to go to overtime. Good Lord, that would be an absolute devastating outcome for them. But I don't think we're anywhere close to that. This could be the round where it all comes crashing down. For Spirit Academy, they've managed to hold on, build their resources up. They've got a couple of AKs now. Diffuse kits. Nice array of utilities. We'll see the outside smokes deployed now by the Young Ninjas.
Starting to drift towards Secret with the majority of their forces. Young Ninjas making it clear to us where they want to go on this round. Straight down to the B bomb site. There is a rotated player already here, Donk, with the AK, playing just outside the double doors. Oh, the boost attempt gets shut down.
Great shot from Donk. Has he got anything more? He certainly does. Looking for the triple kill. Doesn't quite find it, but he might have got the round under their control. The bomb has been dropped towards the lower bomb site. All-important frag. Maxter can't find it. Just Era remains. He's got the plant available to him with that frag, and the Molotov is actually quite interesting. This could be the way to close things out, Dinko. A chance to get the bomb down behind the silo.
Era punches in the digits. One goal on his mind. Complete the championship run. Two players coming out of the ramp. First is that. Well played from the Spirit Academy team. They double up together and make it very difficult for that AWP to get away with a double.
Tantalizingly close, though. Great effort. Finds himself a couple of mollies en route. Drops one in the vent. The other in towards the right-hand side of the ramp, as you said. And you're right, though. Spirit Academy managing to work in tandem there. Making sure there was no time to reposition, retreat, and shut down the round with the trade. It's 2 in a row now. The first 2 rounds they posted in the second half. Too little, too late, some would say, but time will tell. Final purchase here for the Young Ninjas with the current setup they have. Rifles across the board and all the grenades. They're looking to find that haymaker punch. Knock Spirit Academy out of the tournament and claim the trophy as their own.
A long road back, but first few steps starting to be taken here for Spirit Academy. And that money is certainly something to keep an eye on here for the Young Ninjas. If it crumbles in this round, you're likely to see the buffer increase. It's going to be 10 rounds most likely. Maybe we start to spiral from that, but under a minute left. Not a single death yet in round 24. Young Ninjas charge down the ramp and missed shot there from Art Frost. You don't see many of those. So he's given up a large portion of control here to the T side.
Straight through the wickets with that one. Still, time running low. This has to be an upper finish here, but it's the MP9 that's guarding towards the hut, I suppose. A decent way to do the job. Owner taken down. Is this the moment? It all comes to a crashing halt here in the grand final. 25 seconds, the final commitment towards upper. Art Frost towards Evan.
Oh, Bass, good kill from the back of the site. Adam B comes in. The heaven kill is through, and this is looking good. Just one player left. Zontix versus 4. And this just moments away before the Young Ninjas can claim their stake to the championship here at the WePlay Academy League. It's taken them 6 seasons. Finalists in the first, and finally, they can call themselves champions of the WePlay Academy League, the champions of Season 6 of the Young Ninjas.
Well, you've got to say they've earned it. This grand final, going down in the first map as well, Dingo, 16-7. You would think that was going to be it for them. They didn't really turn up, but coming back on towards Vertigo, managing to show us that they can keep up. They did have that tactical prowess, and then fighting so strong here on Nuke. It didn't look like they were going to drop things. After going down 4-1, they managed to play a pretty much perfect game after that and show us how strong they are as a unit, which is something we've been saying throughout the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And it proves that you don't need that superstar play. You don't need that standout player to get yourself a win. They've taken down the likes of Art Frost here in the grand final. Taken down Donk, who's played really well for the Spirit Academy team throughout the playoff stage. And they've done it as a team. And I mean, they have had a bit of a standout, I would say. Maxter here in the grand final, in the final map, has a huge performance. 24-12 to close on a 16-8 win.
Huge performance from Maxter. He wasn't on my radar before this tournament, but he certainly is now. He's been fantastic. I think Nilo needs a shout out for his entry frag and potential as well. And Era, you have to remember some of the high impact moments he was having with the AWP on Nuke. We've always said it's not an AWPer's paradise, but in moments in the tournament, he's been inconsistent, a little bit streaky. I feel like he stepped up and did enough here in the last 2 maps here in the grand final.
Yeah, well, it's been a pleasure sort of unearthing some of these new players as well. You know, I knew a couple of the Young Ninjas players in the previous additions to this roster, but this one is really fresh to me. And I think it's fresh to a lot of people out there too, right? We all know the Linus, ZTR, right? We know these guys before because they've had stints in the main roster. We had Fuzi in there too, but all those guys are gone now. And you've got, apart from ZTR, who's still remaining, is that IGL piece. And finally, he has himself a championship down here at the academy level. And a pretty solid team overall. So I'm looking forward to seeing those guys in later seasons here. Again, unfortunately for Spirit Academy, it is the runner-up status back-to-back now in the WePlay Academy League. But I'm sure their time will come. I mean, they're looking very solid as a team. I think at times, obviously, you got to talk about the fact there's tech issues, Henry. You can't gloss over that like it didn't happen. Owner in and out constantly throughout this entire playoff side.
Just an unnecessary distraction, isn't it? It's something you don't want to be dealing with in a grand final. So yeah, it's very, very good of you to note that and just make sure that we know they've been very good throughout this tournament. They've been having to deal with that, not just today, all 3 days of the playoffs. It's been soft in and out. And yeah, shout out to Owner. Still put on a good performance there, and he's probably in a very frustrated headspace right now. So still a great final, still a great performance, and yeah, commiserations for the technical issues.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the Young Ninjas, now hopefully they'll be able to do it on LAN at some point soon as well. Once everything returns to LAN, and hopefully the near future at some point, and that would be great because, you know, that's where you get the real experience. That's where you see the likes of upgrades to the main rosters. You get valuable experience, not just playing online. But it's been a pleasure here at the WePlay Academy League. I think that's all of what we have to do here, Henry. I think we've wrapped this show up. Everybody has done a great job production. You guys at home that have watched it, and it's been a great time. Any final thoughts before we end this one?
My first time ever commentating the WePlay Academy League. Loved every second of it. I wasn't sure what to expect coming into this, but this really is the future of CSGO. We're finding those new rising stars each and every day, it seems, and it's been a pleasure to be here with you, Dinko, as usual, and looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, thanks. It was great rolling you out for your first online cast too, Henry. It has been a bit of a journey, but thank you very much to production, everybody at home that's watched this and made the WePlay Academy League possible, and congratulations again to the Young Ninjas.
Violence, all we want is violence. Tell us where they hide it. Go inside and take what they denying. The baby crying, we been fantasizing, they been lying. Media be biased, opposition lying in the street. Who wanna defy us? Break the system, never budge. Kill the lawyers, kill the judge. No allegiance, not from us. We came for blood. We are the break the system, never budge. Kill the lawyers, kill the judge. No allegiance, not from us. We came for blood.